Good evening, everybody, and it's awesome to see a full gallery. Thank you for coming. Often we address emptiness, which is a different feeling. So welcome. Thank you for being here. It's our regular meeting of council on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. We had an in-camera session that we're going to be coming out of. Before I get going, though, I'd like to just acknowledge the town of Midland recognizes located on land, which is the traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people, now known as Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation. This territory is within Pre-Confederation Treaty 5 and Treaty 16 and included within the Williams Treaties of 1923. The town of Midland also recognizes located on land, which is the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and the historic homeland of the Métis, and that our town is home to a large and diverse community of Indigenous people. I'd now like to deliver the following safety message. Should the fire alarm activate, please exit the room in an orderly fashion and proceed to the evacuation assembly area, which is located in our upper parking lot. You can exit through the main entrance, the double glass doors there, make an immediate left and proceed out the front doors, or through the secondary exit back here. Up the stairs, check the door for heat before opening, and if it's safe, exit onto the second floor, turn right and proceed out the doors in front of you, or just follow us. Washrooms are located on the second floor. An elevator is located just out the main entrance. As Midland has a respectful workplace policy, anyone exhibiting violent or harassing behavior will be asked to leave. Members of the audience are to maintain order and quiet, not to address council, except with permission of the chair. All cell phones, that's always my reminder. Pagers and other electronic devices which emit a sound are to be turned off or set to non-audible. No person shall display signs or placards, applaud participants, or debate and engage in conversation, electronic otherwise, or behave in a way which may disrupt proceeding of council. For anyone requiring a hearing assist device, please advise our clerk, and she will arrange for our IT staff to provide you with said device. Council meetings are recorded via Zoom and posted on the town's YouTube site. The meetings are also broadcast on Rogers TV Midland Channel 53, one meeting per month, and live streamed via Rogers TV Midland, which can be accessed through the Town of Midland website. Individual recording, broadcasting, or streaming of the meetings by the public or any member is not permitted without express consent of the clerk and all those present. There's my preamble. Welcome again, and if you could join me in a moment of silent reflection before we get the business of the night going. Thank you. Council, item number 7 on our agenda, declarations of conflict of interest. Deputy Mayor?
I have a conflict of interest this evening. So I'll just read it in. I, Beth Prost, declare potential deemed direct or indirect pecuniary interest on agenda item 12, public meeting hearing item 12.2 OPA and ZBA, or 1112 St. Andrews Drive and 9421 County Road 93. For the following reason. I am an employee of Georgian Bay General Hospital, so I will step aside for this one. Thank you.
Thank you, and you've got the requisite paperwork filled out to be filed with the clerks. Any other councillors with any items on the agenda? All right, if anything should happen as we move through the process, just throw your hand up, interrupt, and make the declaration at the time. I have a motion here, moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Major, that council receives information and confirm the direction provided to KPMG during the confidential PowerPoint presentation and confidential verbal report and update for the Midland Bay Landing Site at its regular meeting of council with closed session held today, May 21st, 2025. Council, we've had our discussion in camera. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. And for the public, we got a really juicy public part that we haven't seen yet, so we can't wait to talk about it later, and that's coming. Next motion, moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Bald, that the contents of the regular council with closed session agenda for May 21st, 2025 be approved as amended. That being the withdrawal of motion for which notice was given, item 22.1. And that motion read, whereas the Ontario government has proposed expanding the strong mayor powers to 169 additional municipalities, which would grant mayors more authority, particularly concerning the control of municipal budgets and planning decisions, whereas this proposal raises significant concerns regarding the centralization of power, erosion of local democracy, and diminishes the role of elected municipal councillors in representing the diverse interests of their community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Midland Town Council be granted the opportunity to discuss the expansion of strong mayor power at the May 21st, 2025 municipal council meeting at the request of Councillor McDonald. And can't really discuss it because it's not appearing on the agenda, but bottom line is we've had some education which is available on our YouTube site. You can watch our legal counsel. We did it all in open session. There's great Q&A session. So if you are wondering about what's the strong mayor power stuff and what's that crazy Mayor Gordon going to do with it, it's all there for you to watch on YouTube, as well as declarations since then that I have delegated certain authorities back to our CAO and council. So that's more than I'm supposed to read in with this, but given its nature, I just thought I'd give some context. So with the exception of that change to the agenda, council, all those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Next, moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the items and related recommendations contained within the May 21st, 2025 consent agenda as consent items having been considered by council be adopted with the exception of the following two items pulled. Item 10.1.2, Wednesday Night Beach Volleyball League, request for waiving of rental fees for the 2025 season, letter dated May 7th, 2025. And item 10.3.3, report 6.2, municipal law enforcement, also known as MLE, March 2025 report, which will be considered under section 17, reports and other items withdrawn from the consent agenda for council's consideration, including presentations by consultants regarding a report under consideration. Need a drink of water. Council, this is your opportunity to make any comment, question, or quick shout out about anything else that's on our consent agenda before we call it and approve it en masse. Oh, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Just a question of clarification. If I'm going to refer directly to 10.1.1 with the request of a waiving of the fee for the butter tart. When it's passed by consent agenda, that request is granted, correct? Thank you. Sometimes I take things for granted, but this time it is granted. Thank you.
Will be momentarily. And yes, it's great to see the Rotaract taking up the butter tart trot. So they're taking it over this year. And we've been granting this waiving of the fee, and we're going to continue to do that for the Rotaracts. So good for them. Anything else? Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. So that's official. All right, moved by council. I have a motion here moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor Major. The council resolve into the committee of the whole. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. We are now in committee of the whole, just like that. And for just to be different tonight, I'm going to chair the committee of the whole. So it's nonstop me tonight. So I'm sorry that I drone on. So this is now section 12.1. We have our first public meeting. I'd like to call the public meeting to order. The public meeting is being held pursuant to section 34 of the Planning Act to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 1191 Harborview Drive. In accordance with the Planning Act, a person who does not make an oral submission at this public meeting or does not make a written submission before the bylaw is passed or an approval is given will not be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to a hearing on an appeal to the tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. The purpose of this public meeting is to present the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and to receive comments from the public. Council is not making a decision on the application or taking a position. Council will debate the merits of the application following the receipt of a staff recommendation report to be presented at a future council meeting, which will contain comments received this evening, if we have any. This is your opportunity to speak and provide input, and council will encourage you to do so. I'd now like to call on Tomas Wiersba, our Manager of Planning Services, to confirm the notice of public meeting has been issued as prescribed.
Yes, it has.
That was easy. I'd now like to invite Sam Thomas, our Manager of Planning Services, to provide a brief presentation about the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and speak to any correspondence received thus far about the proposal. Take it away, Thomas.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor Prost, Mayor Gordon, members of council and the public. Thank you for that introduction. My name is Thomas Risba. I'm Manager of Planning Services with the Town of Midland. And the purpose of my presentation tonight is to provide general information about the subject lands or the property where the application is proposed, the application in question being a privately initiated zoning bylaw amendment, and explain the application as it has been submitted and outline next steps in the approvals process. Next slide, please. There we go. So the subject lands are located on the northeast corner of Harborview Drive and Marine Park Avenue. The property is largely vacant with limited vegetation. Adjacent uses include residential to the north and to the south, with a commercial marina to the east and a provincially significant wetland to the west. In terms of the official plan, due to an outstanding appeal to the town's 2019 official plan, the 2002 official plan applies. And in the 2002 official plan, these lands are designated employment area. The purpose of the employment area designation is to accommodate a range of industrial and employment uses. Residential uses are permitted in the employment designation when provided above ground floor commercial uses. In terms of zoning, the lands are zoned highway commercial with a hold. This zone does not permit residential uses and does not permit development to occur until the hold is lifted. As the name suggests, the intended function of the zone is to accommodate commercial uses that serve the community and the traveling public. Next slide, please. Okay, so on the screen here is the proposed development for the subject lands. I characterize this proposal as two high-rise buildings being connected together by a four-story podium. The two towers are 12 stories in height. Combined together, the two towers will contain 416 residential condominium units, and one of the towers will contain 88 hotel units. The podium connecting the two towers consists primarily of a parking structure for vehicles and bicycles. Outdoor amenity areas provided or proposed to be provided on top of the parking structure, along with a pool. So we'll go to the next slide, please. This is just another view of the proposed development. So this slide shows the elevations of the proposed mixed-use building from three different perspectives, being from Gatton Court, from Marine Park Avenue, and looking west from the water or from the marina. I don't have an eastward view shown just because there is no realistic perspective from that point of view. You'd be standing right along Harborview Drive looking straight up, so it's not really a helpful view. And then one more slide regarding renderings. Next slide, yeah, thank you. So these renderings are just shown to illustrate the massing of the building, as well as how the building fits within the context of the site. As you can see, the building is largely symmetrical with the two towers the same height, with the parking structure being located at the rear of the property being adjacent to the marina. The west side of the building, being the side that fronts onto Harborview, is proposed to be lined with residential and non-residential commercial uses. Just one note of correction in terms of the images. These are the only images we had so far for the presentation. In the top left-hand corner, there are no trees on the adjacent lands, and the image is a bit skewed, making the vehicles and the boats appear larger and the building looks a bit smaller. But I've been advised that we have updated renderings that will be shown in the applicant's presentation. Next slide, please. Thank you. So to facilitate the proposal, the applicant has submitted an application for to amend the town zoning bylaw, excuse me. Shown on the screen, the amendment seeks to rezone the subject lands and lift the hold to permit apartment building mixed use, to increase height from 11 to 44 meters, and to increase lot coverage from 50 to 52%. So in essence, the amendment is required to permit residential uses, being the apartment building, which are not currently permitted. And to facilitate the building as proposed, increase in height is required. Thank you. Next slide. So the applicant has submitted 12 reports, plans, and studies, one of which is a planning justification report, which I did not include on the slide. All this material is proposed in support of the zoning bylaw amendment. Staff have circulated this material to the appropriate departments and agencies for review and comment. The material is also available on the town's website on the current and past projects page. To date, several residents have provided comments regarding the proposed amendment. The comments received so far indicate that their residents are concerned about the negative impacts of the proposed development. These potential negative impacts are related to or a result of the height and density of the proposed development, but not necessarily the use itself, being residential. As the mayor indicated, staff will review, analyze, and provide an opinion on the comments received so far, along with comments provided on the supporting material, and we'll provide a recommendation report. Our analysis will be included as part of a recommendation report that will be provided at a future date. And next slide, please. So we just thought it prudent to advise council that there is a site plan application on the subject lands that has received what I refer to as in principle approval. I use this term in principle as the final step of the approvals process, being the execution of the site plan agreement is all that is outstanding. The in principle approval, just quickly, is for a 6-story hotel with associated retail and parking, but no residential uses. That concludes my presentation for this evening. Mayor Gordon, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite the applicant's agent, Jonathan Puck, to provide a presentation on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. And Jonathan's online. And there he is. Perfect. In the bottom corner of your screen if you're following along.
Good evening, Mayor Gordon and members of council, and members of the public who have tuned in either virtually or in the council chambers this evening. My name is Jonathan Pock. I'm a senior planner and registered professional planner at Morgan Planning and Development, here on behalf of our client, Caitlin Corporation, with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment 0225, located at 1191 Harborview Drive. Next slide, please. Mr. Wiersma did provide a general overview of the proposed development and the location. I'll just go into a little bit more depth just to provide some contextual information. So the location of the subject property is outlined in orange on this slide. Just would like to draw your attention to the adjacency of the Bayport Yacht Club, as well as the Sailing Club, as well as the Midland Bay location and the adjacency and to the downtown area, as well as the adjacent residential uses fronting onto Bayport and Harborview Drive, as well as outlined in the dark white area in the top left corner is the border between Midland and Penetanguishene. Next slide, please. Just to give some more context of the location and where this would be, this proposed development would be located. Just would like to draw your attention to the blue circle on the screen being the proposed development location. Again, the adjacency to the Midland Bay Yacht Club and the Yachting Center. And also the lands to on the right-hand side are other lands that are owned and operated by the Caitlin Corporation. And then on the left-hand side, would like to draw your attention to Pete Pedersen Park, as well as the Town of Midland downtown area. And again, the Sailing Club location. Next slide, please. This is just an aerial image of the subject lands. I think Mr. Wiersma had this in his presentation. We can go to the next slide. As mentioned, the subject property is located at the corner of Harborview Drive and Marina Park Avenue, has an approximate lot frontage of 57.9 meters and a lot area of approximately 1.38 hectares. Next slide, please. As Mr. Wiersma mentioned, the proposed development before committee this evening is for a proposed development that would consist of two towers with a shared podium. The first stories would be consisting of hotel units and commercial space and associated parking and loading spaces. And the upper 9 stories of those two towers would be consisting of residential and condominium units with associated amenity features such as a gym area, an amenity space on the rooftop, as well as a shared pool location. There is underground and at-grade parking proposed, which I will just draw your attention to in the next slide. And just as noted, there isn't a site plan approval on the subject property currently that was under a previous development concept, which has now since changed, that the client has looking to proceed with. Next slide, please. So just to give a little bit more context to the proposed development, those hotel units, there are 88 proposed. There is approximately 106 meters squared of retail commercial space. There is 416 residential condominium units. Again, those common element features include the indoor and outdoor pool as well as the rooftop amenity space, the loading spaces. There is bicycle parking spaces proposed as well as storage lockers for the condominium units. And there are 750 parking spaces between below and at grade, including the accessible spaces. Just would like to note that the proposed parking on site does comply with the minimum required standards in the zoning bylaw for these uses. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Wiersba shared in his presentation, this is the proposed site plan. A couple key aspects that I would just like to draw your attention to. Firstly, the two accesses, one from Harborview Drive and one from Marina Park Avenue. The two towers are shown in orange and the shared podium is in that darker gray area. The parking would be located underneath that dark gray area. The visitor parking is proposed at the surface level, and the condominium drop-off area is on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side from Marina Park Avenue would be the hotel entrance and operational office areas. Next slide, please. This is just a conceptual rendering showing what the building massing would look like. Again, the architectural features that are there, and also just would like to draw your attention to the establishment of potential connection to the recreational Midland Trail that runs adjacent to Harborview Drive. Next slide, please. So this is a view looking from Harborview Drive over the bay. Again, those condominium units would be located above that shared podium that you see in the middle. And from that shared podium to the ground level down would be those hotel units with the surface level parking located on the left. Next slide, please. And this is a conceptual view again from the bay location looking from the rear of the property. You will note that there's that rooftop amenity space that is shown, as well as the entrance off of Marina Park Drive off of the left-hand side of the page. Next slide, please. Subject property is located in the employment area designation within the town's official plan. This section does permit residential uses that are above ground floor commercial uses. In this case, the commercial use is the hotel use, and the residential component is located above those, being the residential condominium units. The proposed development, as outlined in our planning justification report submitted in the application, conforms to those objectives of this employment area. Subject property is zoned highway commercial. The permitted uses do include a hotel and retail uses. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment has been precipitated by the inclusion of those residential condominium units that are located above the commercial hotel use. I would also note that there was a minor variance application that was previously approved back in April of 2023, which seek to increase the height to permit that previous site plan approval of 20 meters, which consisted of the previous development concept of the hotel. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Wiersba mentioned, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment before you this evening is to rezone the subject property from the highway commercial zone to a highway commercial exception zone. So maintaining that current parent zone, but adding the residential use being the apartment building that contains those mixed use uses as well. And the site-specific exceptions that have been requested relate to, firstly, adding the condominium unit, so the residential component. Secondly, permitting an increase in maximum lot coverage from 50% to 52%, and increasing the building height from 20 meters as approved through the previous minor variance application, and increasing that to 44 meters. Next slide, please. As part of our application submission, we did include a full planning justification report addressing the applicable planning documents and demonstrate consistency and conformity with those documents. Next slide, please. This, as mentioned, the subject property is located within the employment land designation. As a result of an ongoing appeal to the Town of Midland's official plan, we understand that there's several sections that are not currently in effect. Therefore, the previous official plan approved in 2023 and updated in 2019 remains in force and effect. And the subject property is located within the delineated built boundary as outlined in Schedule A under the approved 2003 version of the official plan. Next slide, please. As it relates and as mentioned, the subject property is located within the highway commercial zone. This zone permits a variety of commercial uses, including the hotel and retail uses that are proposed. The residential uses that are proposed in the proposed development are not permitted. So the proposed ZBA seeks to add that residential use as an additional permitted use, along with those two other site-specific exceptions related to lot coverage and building height. Next slide, please. As part of our application submission, there were a number of technical supporting studies submitted, including the site plan and building elevations, which I've shared with you this evening. The architectural guidelines. The purpose of the architectural guidelines were to articulate the design principles and requirements that govern the project. It serves to align and ensure that the proposed development aligns with the municipal objectives and urban design guidelines that are set out in the municipal documents. The geotechnical investigation was provided as part of the application to review the composition of the soil and provided recommendations for the preparation of soil for construction. And those recommendations are proposed to be implemented through a future site plan control application. A stormwater management and functional servicing report was provided as part of the application submission. The findings of that report concluded that the stormwater management design for the proposed development would ensure adequate quality controls and can be constructed and maintained as functional method of treating stormwater runoff. The findings of this report also concluded that the site can be appropriately serviced by municipal water and wastewater services. The traffic impact study that was submitted in support of the application identified that no improvements were recommended to the intersections of the study area. There would be a southbound turn lane required at the intersection of Harborview Drive and Marina Park Avenue within the short term. The shadow impact study that was provided as part of the application concluded that given the large setback distances to the surrounding land uses and minimal to no shadow impacts on the adjacent properties and the building height would not negatively impact the use of those properties. The noise feasibility study was triggered and submitted in support of the application due to the adjacency to the ADM flour mill location, which is about 750 meters away. The findings of that study were that the development could proceed as long as certain construction mitigation measures were implemented through the building design, such as the double pane windows and alternative opening window locations, as well as certain elements that would be implemented through the building permit application. Next slide, please. So just a couple of concluding remarks. As mentioned, the property does have a previous site plan approval permitting the development of a hotel and commercial uses. The proposed ZBA this evening has been triggered due to the addition of the residential component, as well as the increase in coverage and building height. As detailed in our planning justification report, the proposed development is consistent with and conforms to the applicable planning documents. The proposed development provides for a design that's compatible with the gateway area that traverses through the town into the town of Penetanguishene. The number of technical studies that were submitted in support of the application concluded that the development will not have a negative or adverse impact on these subject lands or surrounding properties. Next slide, please. I just wanted to bring up a few points. I understand that there has been public comments submitted. I understand that they have been submitted around concerns related to traffic, shadowing and height, privacy and noise. I just would like to make a couple comments on the traffic component. As mentioned, we did submit a traffic impact study, which was completed in support of the application and also in support of the previous site plan control application. The proposed north access will operate efficiently as a right-in and right-out driveway with the appropriate stop movements. The south access will operate efficiently as the full movement access driveway with the one-stop control will function adequately for this. The configuration of the western portion of Marina Park Avenue includes a section that the new traffic from the proposed development would be using to access the site and would be constructed in accordance with the town engineering standards, which would be implemented through site plan control. And just would also like to note, I think I mentioned earlier, but the proposed parking supply is in accordance with the minimum parking requirements set out in the town's zoning bylaw. With respect to shadowing and height, as mentioned, we did submit a shadow impact study. Just would like to note that there, as concluded in that study and in the renderings, there was minimal shadowing on. There was, I think, 3 or 4 dwellings that are located on Chatton Court, and the shadow was limited between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. to the north. And that was generally in the early hours of the day. And then minimal shadowing occurred to the south, to the property located at 151 Marina Park Avenue. And that was between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. So in general, there was minimal shadowing and negative impact on adjacent properties. With respect to noise, as mentioned, there was a noise impact study provided as part of the application submission. There was construction mitigation measures recommended in that report, and they would be implemented through, again, site plan control and also the building permit applications. That concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, I do my best to answer them. I would also note that Devin Daniels also in attendance to answer any questions that may come up from a business perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polk. Please stand by. So this is the part of the meeting that's open to the public. So if you wish to make a comment, please step up to the podium and state your name and address for the public record, and you'll have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. Any comments you make, we're going to take down. Of course, we're recording it, but we're going to take down, and they'll form part of the report back to council. If either Mr. Polk or the developer, Mr. Daniels, has the ability to provide some context or give an answer this evening, they are both available. So it's really the best opportunity. So just wander up to the podium and press the button so the red light comes on, and name and address, and let's hear it. It's always hard to be the first one. That's sorry, a gray button. It'll turn the red light on your mic.
My name is Trevor Pennell. I live at 6 Chatton Court. And our concern is, well, a couple of things, obviously the height and that, but mostly traffic, because of the fact we back right onto Harbor View. And the traffic in the 5 years we've been there has increased dramatically as developments are happening in Penetang, and homes are getting built further north and west and that. And some days it's hard to get out of Bayport. you've done some improvement by putting the traffic lights so that now is a time for both directions instead of people coming out of Bayport waiting for it to turn when we activate the signal. But that's a little better. But there's a lot of traffic and I don't see any way to widen Harborview if down the road or whatever. Because of the fact you've got Ontario Hydro lines and that across the road. And the town property comes right up to our fence line. And there's a sidewalk there, and right underneath that is the hydro cables feeding Bayport. So I'm wondering what the planners have figured out how to do with that.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. And anything else?
No, I think that's it.
All right, thank you very much for being the first one. Who's next? The mic is on.
To lower the mic though.
Yep, no problem. Name and address.
My name is Lisa Viegner, Mayor Gordon. I live at 16 Chatton Court. So we are actually the location that is directly beside the path where the two buildings are going to be built. So I have a number of oppositions and then I have some questions for, I don't remember the gentleman's name from Morgan. So I oppose the height, obviously. You know, going from, I think there was an amendment to the 20 meters. So going from 20 to 44, that's almost more than double the height of, is it, well, 100%. 11 to 20 to 44, right? So I oppose the height. I also oppose the fact that it was supposed to originally just be retail and commercial. Not sure why there's the requirement now around the residential. The traffic that Trevor mentioned, we back onto Harborview as well. So the traffic there is quite extensive. So not only would we have more cars, we also have behind us a snowmobile trail, which also creates traffic in the winter. So this would just add on top of that. With 400 plus units, I cannot believe that there is a report on traffic that says there will be no impact. Okay, I don't believe that for one moment. I also oppose the fact that it's going to be 700 plus parking spaces with cars going in and out, which also attests to the fact there's going to be increased traffic, 1,000,000%. The other thing that was not talked about, and there's not a report from that Morgan planning company, I want to understand what the rodent or potential risks to health and safety would be with regards to retail being there and hotel units, where there's going to be a lot of people coming in and out transient, not people that are living there. So I am also concerned about that. And I'd like to ask the gentleman from Morgan if there's a report on that, which talks to rodents and pests, and whether there's any plans for control around that. What else do I oppose? Yeah, and I just think that, like, even as you look at those photographs, I mean, we can all see the magnitude and the size of those two buildings, plus that parkade in the middle. Nobody's going to tell me that that's going to have zero effect on our waterscape and our sort of our city view. So I think that for all of those reasons, I think that Caitlin and the Morgan Planning Company, well, I forget what they are, Limited, Incorporated, whatever they are, they need to go back and have a look. And they need to look at these things that I've just discussed. And the pest and the rodent control is something that has not been addressed in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pauk, I don't know if there's something you can add on this one for some context, because I don't think I've heard that one before.
Sure. Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor Gordon, and through you to Lisa. So I guess with respect to the height, I know I mentioned some comments related to the shadowing impacts. So you know, there is a shadow impact study that was submitted in the application submission that demonstrated that there would be limited shadowing on adjacent properties, and that would be available for your review at your request. with respect to traffic, just would like to clarify, I don't think I said negative impact on anything. There obviously will be an impact. I think what I said was that there was no improvements that are recommended to any of the intersections within the study area. So just wanted to clarify that. With respect to the rodent control, that's a new one for me. I'm definitely going to have a look at that and we'll provide a response to that before the application comes back for a decision. With respect to the change to add the residential component, that was precipitated by a few things, and Mr. Daniel can maybe speak to this a little bit more, but two items that kind of have come up was that since the time that has passed that was previously presented, there was a lot of costs related to the installation of hydro services, building material, construction costs have gone up significantly. And the increase in density and number of units that are proposed are required to ensure that the project has a viability to recoup some of those costs. That's kind of the number that they have landed on in terms of ensuring that the proposed development is viable. And a change from the hotel to the residential use, that was also precipitated to a response in what I understand to be the market conditions, allowing existing residents to potentially downsize into a condo unit and also increase the housing supply for permanent residents as well within the town of Midland. But again, I've heard your comments and we'll provide a response to those. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
Great, thank you. Next.
Hello. Thank you for hearing my comments tonight. I'm her husband, Philip
Just name and address.
Philip
Yeah.
Vigner at 16 Chatton Court. I just wanted to add what my wife was commenting on a little bit. One of the biggest concerns that I have really is the future of Midland and how it's going to look, because I know with the new development proposed or going to be on the other side of the bay there's going to be a lovely horseshoe likely in the future of development and then a downtown and into our area. And right now, it just seems like it'll be almost out of place, a 12-story building right there. And I'm not sure that it will fit into the future like it's all going to blend in nicely. Right now, I don't see any 12-story buildings like that. And it's all about like preserving the beautiful place that we have. That's my concern. And hopefully, not make it look out of place or, awkward. And it's such a lovely place to preserve. It'd be a shame if it didn't look right. And I guess we don't know until it's built, but that's my concern anyways, the aesthetic quality of it and how it blends into where we live. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's actually a good point. Mr. Polk, maybe you can speak to this. The pictures that we're seeing right now, is that the actual, like often when I see these things, what gets ultimately approved and built differs wildly from what we see early on like this. So can you offer anything, any type of guidance that might help beyond, the concept of height and what have you, that maybe the proposed buildings will look like? That might help with residents and council as well. I know that's much later in the process, but maybe you can provide a sneak peek if you know.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So I guess what I could offer is the proposed building and the renderings that were showed were more so to show the building massing. The architectural and facade components would be something that would be looked at through the site plan control process. I don't believe that the owner has decided on a treatment for the outside at this point in time. The architectural design guidelines that were submitted in our application submission would need to be adhered to, and those would be implemented through the site plan control process. So at this time, the renderings that are before you are the ones that I have seen, and I don't have any further information on the facade treatment right now.
Okay, thanks. I think the takeaway is that it's not going to be this white building, or it's not likely to be the white building that we see in the diagram. Sometimes it can be misleading when we get these pitches. All right, next.
Yeah, my name is Brian Hughes and I live at 612 Bayport Boulevard and relatively new to Midland, and I came here for a reason. And I echo many of the many comments that have already been said, so I won't repeat them all, but the one I'll highlight is the safety and the traffic. The number of times I've seen cars flying through there as it is now with the busyness and that, it's an unsafe intersection as it is today. So I would want to highlight that. In addition, the height is aesthetically not as pleasing as I thought Midland was looking for. We came here for a reason, and the environment that we're trying to create here and the vibe that's here is great. I'm all for progress. I heard the business model and the sustainability is the factor why it has to go so high. I would suggest maybe another reevaluation of the model then to make it viable on a lower level to think of the bigger picture. I didn't hear one study of the impact of residence and lifestyle change for people. I didn't hear any of that. All the technical stuff is done. Brilliant. Well done. However, the biggest component I see there is the impact on the residents. And I'm not directly as impacted as my neighbors over here are, but it's going to be significant just on the vibe and the value of even all the property in that area. So I'm just curious of what evaluation was done on the devaluation of our property, if you want to use the business model as making it viable. So I encourage the city to think about what's the vision of Midland, what environment are we trying to create, and the impact we're having to create an environment that's comfortable for everybody, and the developers to think about other options, not to have to go to a very unappealing 40-meter building. So I offer those two thoughts and questions and look forward to response. I'm not sure if there's anything today to hear, but I'll ask the question. What is the vision of Midland?
Thank you. That is a bigger question. It couldn't just be answered at the meeting. However, we are working on a waterfront master plan, which is that holistic vision for around the waterfront. So stay connected to that process. We'll be talking about that again soon.
Thank you, Mayor.
And your specific comments will be addressed in the follow-up report that comes
Thank you
back.
very much.
So thank you. All right, don't be shy. Come on up. The red light's on.
Hello, Mayor Gordon and all the councillors. My name is Eva Pennell. I'm Trevor's wife, and sometimes he's afraid when I get up here. I will be calm, but we lived in Mississauga for 40 years. We came up here because we were close to our youngest daughter and two children. And Midland sold me as soon as I saw the Bayport development. The reason it sold me was it looked like a beautiful community, and I still think Midland is. To see that high-rise apartment reminds me of Square One in Mississauga. I don't know if anybody is familiar with Square One. Last time we were there, we had to go to an eye specialist appointment. I could not believe the high-rise and how distasteful a lot of them are. And you know what? Midland's too beautiful to do this, to build such big buildings. Keep it into respect to Bayport people that we bought, and we love it here. We are a member of Bayport Marina. You also are hindering the marina with this monstrosity. Think about it and go back to your smaller building. I have a very dear friend that lives in the next apartment building, which I know is quite old. And, you know, it's sad that you would even think about a building this high and monstrous hotel and all the rest. And the traffic has been terrible. I've almost been wiped out at Bayport, you know, the turning on to Bayport. And I don't know how you're going to make that a double lane when the when the shifts get off work, it's like solid Toronto traffic. Do you really want that here? No, but I had to voice my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And our engineering staff are listening acutely, because I know when I visit folks in your neighborhood and I got to turn left, When that light turns green, I've learned to count to 5. Just for the guy that's on his phone. And so I don't just turn because the light turned green. So I'm with you there. It is difficult to see on that curve. But anyway, our engineering folks are acutely listening because growth and traffic through there is not just related to this application. It exists now, as you say. So come on up.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Louis Cunningham. I'm a proud 3-year veteran of living in Midland at 151 Marina Park Avenue, mentioned in all your lovely brochures. I want to support development in this community. We need good tax base, homes for people, types of homes for people. A community is not just a beautiful recreation area, but it's a place for families to live. So the reason I'm bringing this all up is because about 2 years ago, I spoke to council or one of the council members via phone and told them that we don't have a crosswalk across Marina Park Avenue. You can't get from the north side of Marina Park Avenue to the south side of Park Avenue, a crosswalk, a slow down sign, or anything. So I would ask the members that the planning committee that it's not a traffic study we need, because you can just put a little rubber tube on the ground and it tells you how many to go over there. But I want you to be aware that first of all, you're on the Bruce walking trail. Walks right by this building's front door. There are bikes, children, wagons, mothers, fathers, all sorts of little people who try to get across Marina Park Avenue. They wait. They wait. The dogs are waiting. Everybody's waiting because you have only one entrance to 3 facilities. You have one entrance going into Bayport Marina, which is beautiful. It's gated, locked, and big trailers, 40, 50-foot trailers with boats that could crush people. There's no supervision. There's no crossway anywhere. The point I'm trying to raise is the one on the Marina Park is Middle Bay Sailing Club. It has 100 and some boats in it. Marina Park has 500 people. All this is traffic. Yeah, I sit on the 4th floor of that apartment building, viewing all those things as I'm on the north side. And I want to make you aware that it's a very dangerous situation. If the councilors, I wrote a letter to one of the councilors, never did get a response. If you sat there on a Saturday from 6 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'd be absolutely devastated by the amount of people that walk across a no crosswalk road. The last one that I want to talk about is the next entrance is into Pete Peterson Park, a baseball park where people walk from the Bruce Trail all the way through to go downtown and visit our lovely community. There's only one entrance there. So you have to go through Marina Park Avenue to get to those 3 facilities. I am personally opposing, not your project, because I think we need more homes, taxpayers with families in our community. But I don't think you need 2 entrances. The commercial road in front needs traffic lights to slow everybody down. Put 10 of them in a row. I don't care. Speed is not what driving is about. Get them doing it safely. There is nothing on Marina Park Road. You can't get a stoplight between the corner of the crazy intersection with the Y at Vinden all the way up to the beautiful place that Caitlin has done, on which the homes are lovely homes. But you must build this safely for everybody. we're all getting older here. I go over to get a part because I am a member of the Middle Bay Sailing Club. And I have to be careful. Because I don't know when, you can't go to a corner. There's no crosswalk, there's no stoplights. So I'm just asking everybody to do their job professionally. Put a pedestrian study out, not a traffic study. And see the number of little people that cross those roads. And try and do it safely. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
So I'm Heather Higginson and I'm on Bayport as well. And I'm gonna totally lose my mind now and not remember the number of my street or anything like that.
612. All right, very good.
So I
Thank you.
hate doing this because I go completely brain dead. I just wanted to come up here and voice my concern, not only about like the shadowing of a large building like that is, I think, possibly part of the concern, but it's those homes in that area will have absolutely no privacy. They have these backyards that people will be like watching them all the time. They will have nowhere to go. Their houses are completely windowed, and they will have no privacy whatsoever. They bought there knowing that there was going to be a small apartment building there, but not one that's going to be 14 feet high. It's the scale is what I think most people are unhappy about. I also wanted to get up here and speak because while I had written a letter, I had not received any feedback as to whether or not that letter had been received. So without knowing that it had been received, I wanted to orally present my displeasure with the building proposal, so that should this go further, I would continue to be able to participate in the opposition to it, because I didn't get any kind of response. So I think responding to those written proposals or submissions would have been a piece that might have been overlooked, possibly. I don't know. Anyways, I leave that with you.
Thanks. That's actually a good point. I know some people BCC'd me or CC'd me on their submissions, but I don't know that all of you would have done that because it's not a requirement. It goes into our sort of mailbox for the planning team. I don't know. Apparently there isn't an autoresponder saying, thank you for emailing us. That's a very easy fix. So maybe staff can take that away, or if it's supposed to be happening, it isn't. Because you're right. There's nothing worse than radio silence when you send something in. I don't respond because I naively assume that the planning team would have, and I'm not supposed to be making opinions on this until we get the report back. So if I haven't responded to you, that's why. But I think that the comms team will get the message that we should make sure that the autoresponder is enabled on that box so that at least your submission is being received. So thank you for that input. You did get a response? Oh, you did not. Yes. So I suspect that there perhaps is not an autoresponder. So I know we have a very adept IT team here, and if they'll take that amongst themselves, and if it's an easy peasy fix, which I think it is, that could be remedied. So thanks for the feedback on that. Who's next?
Trevor Pinnell. I wonder if this project is
Sorry,
approved.
Mr. Pinnell, I need your address.
Oh, same as earlier, 6 Chatton Court.
You haven't moved in the past couple minutes? No? You're still a resident of Midland? Thank you, sir.
Yes, and a happy resident of Midland. Okay, my question is, if this project is approved, when will it start and when will it be completed? Because Caitlin has been building for 14 years and they still haven't finished the projects there. So I'm hoping whatever happens, it will be built in an efficient manner and completed. Well, I don't mind if it takes 20 years if it never gets out of the ground, but Caitlin was supposed to build the hotel Started about 4 or 5 years ago, still an empty field, so.
So timing, that's probably something to pass the baton over to Mr. Daniels on. But there have been several iterations of Caitlin over time without getting into the weeds. And then there's been some, not playing well in the sandbox together that the town certainly had a role to play in that. And we got that resolved early on, a couple of years ago. And the building has sort of been fast and furious as the market allows since. So, but to his credit, that's about the only developer building homes in Midland right now, even though we've approved lots of other things. The market just being too, but somehow they're persevering. So I don't know if Mr. Daniels wants to commit to timing just at this point, but he is available and don't want to put him on the spot, but the question was asked.
Anyone else? He's here. Good evening. My name is Devin Daniel. I'm with Caitlin, the applicant on this file. Thank you, Mayor Gordon, members of council, and the public. I wanted to provide a little bit of context to this application, and we were taking some notes, so I'll try to answer a few questions that I can now, and we're certainly going to be taking all of this back. I understand that there were some other additional comments submitted, like written. So we'll be receiving those, and we're still also awaiting the comments from staff and the review and the circulation of all of the materials. So we'll make a big holistic response to everything once we have all that feedback. So thank you guys for the comments. Some of them are actually very good, and we will definitely do what we can to respond and incorporate these as best we can.
One question. If we're the owners that Caitlin, right on chat board that, will there be any perks for us if this all goes through, like as in use the pools and the gym and everything else? That's one of the, it would be nice as a gesture.
Great question.
Well, that's good, but we can't really do this. You guys can have these negotiations because you know how to reach there's some wheeling and dealing happening, but we're not supposed to have that at the planning meeting.
Suddenly the height's not so big an issue now,
Yeah.
right? If there's pool perks
But-
involved, okay.
Well, let's deal with the timing issue because I think that one's more salient, but I like
Oh.
where you're going, but we can't really do that at this one. So
I'm hearing you. I'm listening here. All right. So what I will say is, yeah, we did have a previous plan that was approved here, and it was 6 stories, and it was all a condominium hotel. A lot has changed since that was approved, and we went to market with that. COVID, if you guys recall, was a pretty big one, and the downstream effects from that, inflation. There were some engineering and electrical hydro changes that were required on the site. So bottom line, the economics and the viability of this project no longer makes sense at this height. So what we were trying to do now is come up with a plan that allows this project to go forward. So what I'll say is we looked at a lot of different options to get to this current version. And we looked at heights as high as 24 stories or even higher. And it's a bit of a balancing act because you got to, understand the context of where we are. But, from an economic sense, to rate the original plan had all surface parking. Now to increase the density to make this a little bit more viable, you got to go underground now. So you can't just add 2 floors. You got to sort of balance it out because you got to be efficient with your underground parking to make the whole project work. So what we've landed on right now is 12 stories, which is in line with the other approvals that have been approved by Midland and previous councils around the bay. So we thought that was an appropriate height, and we've somehow managed to sort of make this work where economically this project will be able to proceed. Other changes were that previously, it was a commercial condo hotel exclusively, and we've added the residential component. And Jonathan talked about that a little bit. It's 400 units of hotel doesn't exactly work in this market, but I think we have 88 right now on this concept, and there are a number of residential condos as well, which will address smaller units that we've heard a desire from some of the purchasers and other folks and existing residents within this township to give an ability to downsize and move to a condo sort of living with a maintenance-free smaller units. There's 2 bedrooms, there's 1 bedrooms, but we've sort of had a mix that will hopefully respond to a little bit of something for everyone. So that's sort of the overall plan and how we've got to this point. There are, with a bigger footprint, more amenities. There's an outdoor pool, there's a number of other amenity spaces. And even the previous version of the plan, we had allowed, and, you know, again, we had gone all the way through sale and we'd had all the documents sort of set up where, you know, there could be access contemplated for people outside of the hotel within that development. So we're taking notes, I'm hearing you, and it's something that's on our radar as well. So I appreciate that comment. And hopefully our, you know, sort of next version through this or the ensuing condo application will be able to address that. Timing, yep, timing. I mean, as soon as possible, to be honest. Our hope is to, not to put any pressure on staff prematurely, is get through this piece as fast as we can. The next step after this approval is to go through site plan. We've got to go through structural engineering, detailed design, all this sort of stuff. And if things go well, I'm hoping that next spring would be what I'd be hoping. Again, economic conditions, tariffs, all this sort of stuff is a bit of a question mark, but assuming everything goes on track, we're hoping next spring. $24 to 30 months. The goal is to do it as quickly as possible. No one wants to live through his construction, right? So.
Yep. So he's answering a question that was from the crowd, which isn't the way we're supposed to do this, but for the
Sorry.
record, it was how long is construction be? So it's not like the perpetual endless construction site, which no one likes to live beside. Just ask the folks down on Aberdeen. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so some of the other comments I might be able to respond to right now, height, we talked about that, traffic, that's been discussed, and certainly we'll be taking the feedback on the report and tonight and responding as best we can. Shadows, we did a study. I think we'll make sure to do a better job to really highlight how, like, it's the way the sun works here, like it's most of the shadows truly do not touch the neighbors at all. It all goes even further to the east there, sorry, the west, where there's no residential homes. Aesthetics of the building, we've submitted urban design guidelines. We've heard some comments now. We're anxious to hear comments from staff. And you're right, this is sort of just a massing concept that you've seen. We're going to take the feedback that we get. We're going to be talking about building materiality. You know, there's questions about privacy screening. Does that work its way into the ultimate design? Certainly, there are ways to address that, noise and other things. So yeah, rest assured, it's not going to be a big white building. It's going to look good. And we're going to, you know, come back with something after we receive all that feedback. 2 entrances, you know, we heard that comment. We'll respond and take that into consideration. And those were the big ones. I probably missed a couple, but I'm here if there's any other questions from council. And if not, anxious to receive the feedback from staff and everyone else and respond in kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. So if there is any more wheeling and dealing to happen with your neighbors and your customers, I assume everyone knows how to reach Mr. Daniels or his team to have these negotiations outside. If not, perhaps you can make sure they get a card or an email address and let carry on. So from our perspective, we need to look at this from a planning justification and basically appeal proof our decision, because we don't want to be an OLT any more than you do. So we want to make sure all of our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed, as make sure yours are too. Council. Unless is anyone else from the public want to have a go at it? Yep, just step up to the mic and let our rep here. This is like the one and only chance, so let's make the most of this meeting, because we only do one of these, right? For
612 Bayport Boulevard. I got queued before I stood up. Anyways, my question that came to mind was about the, like there's a lot of wildlife on the other side. There's wetlands in there. There's a lot of fairly important to us who live in the area. Wildlife that, what's the impact of that building and the extra traffic and possible drainage so that you can have underground parking? And is there going to be protection for that area back there? Because this is going to have an impact for again, traffic, it's going to go up. And just the size of the building and the number of more people. And again, I know from living in Bayport, we're pretty low in the water table, below the water table. But like, how is it going to impact that wetland area there? Because there's still beavers and muskrat and things like that around, and it would be a shame to lose that piece as well. So what kind of impact, has anybody done an impact on that area? I guess that's my other question.
So I think Mr. Polk could probably speak to that best because he knows the list of studies that have been done thus far and anything outstanding.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gordon, and to Ms. Higginson. I don't believe there was an impact study submitted as part of the application submission. I was just trying to pull up the pre-consultation checklist items, but that's something we can have a look at and respond back to.
Lovely. All right, council, this has been a very fruitful public meeting. Sometimes we get these and like, there's no questions, so this is great. Council, any questions for the proponent? Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I do appreciate that there is bike parking as well as the use of an actual multi-story parking garage. I appreciate that much better, I think, than what was first proposed. My question is, I guess, with the hotel, do you have a partnership involved at all? Because there's a lot of emphasis on this being approved use land for hotels, but you've reduced the units by 49 and then doubled your space. So I can appreciate the economic need. I worked through construction during COVID. I know the cost, tripled in some cases. So I can understand from a feasibility standpoint that you need to make money off of this project to make it viable. I do believe that that's a large impact, like you're going from 6 to 12 stories. So have you decided maybe to axe the hotel entirely and make these all residential units? Like, have you thought about that, or do you have a partnership for the hotel?
We don't have a partnership with the hotel. We had looked at branding it at one point. We have experience running condo hotels ourselves before, so we've done it and successfully. So we feel confident doing it ourselves. With brands, it's a business decision. Sometimes there's pros and cons. So the last iteration, we were going to do it ourselves. Yeah, right now we think there's some percentage, and it's not fixed at this point. Like we have the zoning that's going to be flexible to allow the change in units from hotel to residential. So if we bring someone in between now and construction and they want to add more units, that could be a possibility. But we do see a demand in Midland for that some level of hotel.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my next question is probably not one that you can answer. Staff might be able to answer, or something entirely that might have to come back. I'm echoing the traffic. I am one of those workers that drives to and from work on that. I know the shift impact, and sometimes I'm waiting 10 minutes to move my car exactly where you want to build this. So that having that amount of traffic going in and out on that busy road, I know that there was recommendations that no intersections need to change, but I wasn't sure if there was a traffic calming study done at the same time. And I guess what time those were done, because I can tell you from driving it twice daily, it is very heavily trafficked. So my question, I guess, is where the hydro poles are, that would be the only room for road expansion. So is there an opportunity to discuss that beforehand versus the cost partnerships of that? I'm looking at Mr. Sobel here. Hopefully he has an answer.
Through your worship. So as the applicant indicated, it was a traffic study that was submitted. So we will review that in the context of the revised submission. The site plan that was approved, there was improvements, there was upgrades that were going to be required as part of that design. So I would fully anticipate that with an increase in density count on this site, that those upgrades would still need to be done and possibly additional ones. So as part of our review, before we come back to council, with our recommendation on the rezoning, we will have comments on that traffic study.
Can we also have, I guess, the cost of moving those hydro poles and the like viability of even doing that come back as well?
Through your worship, those details tend to happen later on in the process. I don't think that NT Power would, they may be able to give a ballpark on how much maybe it would cost to move a pole. But if you move a pole, then you got to figure out where the new pole is going to go, and then the cost with that. So it may be, like I said, the site plan that was previously, that's been approved, looked at that, but now with this concept different, it may change. So as part of our traffic study and Mitch's team, they'll look at that and they'll provide comments back to planning staff, which will then be incorporated into the staff report.
Thank you. I would like just a little bit more context. I know it comes later, but to approve something magnitude of the size and then be like, oh, we can't actually move those and there's no option to, that's a big issue, I think.
Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. And thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the public for your concerns and coming to council and speaking before us. I'm looking forward to the staff report when it comes available. Do have a comment on the and a concern, really. You're trying to sell the point that the original plan is not viable to today's market, right? So you're going from 6 stories to 12 stories because on that property, you know, your development thinks they're not going to make money. We have a small town resident here building a 4-story unit down on Bay Street that's not doesn't have deep pockets, is looking at quite a bit of money on moving electrical, hydro poles, and so forth. And I think that unit is maybe, I'm not sure how many units, maybe 30 units total. So I'm not sold on the point that you're making, that you have to go from 6 to 12 stories at this point in time. So I know the market conditions, you know, have tilted the other way, but I'm still confident that with a 6-story building, you know, with the market conditions they are and the construction costs, it would still be viable from my perspective. I would have to be, I'll do my homework, of course. I'll listen to the staff report. But right now, I'm not sold on the extension of 6 stories. Thank you.
Yeah, the only comment I would make to that is that there are significant infrastructure requirements from the hydro for that intersection. Even on the previous plan, we haven't seen the comments on this one, but there were infrastructure upgrades required. There are soil issues on this site. Not every site is equal. So yeah, we've.
All right, Councilor Major.
I think I was on the committee when the first plan showed up, and you guys couldn't do anything till Newmarket got power out there, which I guess they haven't. And I'm just not sold on what you want to develop there. Like, it's like housing all the way around, and all of a sudden you want to throw this thing up. To me, I just don't see why you're doing it that big. Like, what you had before was fine. And I was on a committee that had a bunch of say in it. But what you're planning now is 700 car parking, and I don't know, you're gonna have to really. The other one was good. I think the only thing that messed up was you didn't get shovels in the ground soon enough, because we give you you didn't have to keep coming back every month because Newmarket didn't have the electrical ready. And all of a sudden it's like, well, first Newmarket still hasn't got your electrical ready. So you can't say when you're even gonna put shovels in the ground. You don't know. And I like the old one, this one, not in Midland.
Okay, so just to be clear here, we're supposed to be receiving information and asking questions for clarification. We're not taking a position until we get a staff report. So if you're telegraphing your position now, fair enough, but to Councillor Emeritus, the way he worded it, he's gonna wait till he gets the report. It's fine. I mean, you are who you are, but we're not supposed to be taking positions this evening. That goes against what a public meeting is about. The time for debating this is when we get the report back and all the responses that the public has raised and staff stuff back. You're our new guy here, so I'm cutting you a little slack, but you're not supposed to take a position on a public meeting. So, all right. Yeah. So, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I do have a question of clarification, and I do look forward to the report. Could you go into a little bit more detail what a condo hotel looks like as opposed to a hotel?
Sure. Condo is a tenure, so it's an ownership. So condo hotel has individual ownership of the units, and there's almost like a rental pool. And there's a management company that runs the hotel, and they staff the front desk, and they arrange housekeeping and all the sort of typical stuff that you have from hotel. You would walk into one and you wouldn't necessarily tell the difference. You've probably been into condo hotels you didn't realize were condo hotels. It's more of an ownership structure of the units behind that. So rather than a single owner who owns the entire building and all the units, there's multiple owners who own those units that are part of the bigger hotel.
Thank you. So I wouldn't be able to rent that hotel room for the evening. It would be an owner of the hotel that would use it seasonally or whatever.
You, as a general member of the traveling public, would be able to rent any of those units. The owners of the unit are prohibited, at least under the previous version, from using it all the time. They had to put and make accessible that unit X number of days per year. So that's the difference before. Like every unit had to be a hotel unit, and now there will be some units that are purely residential that someone could live in full time. And again, there's different property tax rates associated with the residential units compared to the hotel units. But yes, it's if you or anyone else could have bought a condo unit as an owner, and your unit would be part of a rental pool, essentially. I'm not sure if that.
Just one more question. Can you give me an example of a condo hotel building that I might be aware of to compare it?
If you've been in Toronto, there's a hotel called One King West, right at Yonge and King, and similar kind of idea. Half of the building or 2/3 of the building is a traditional condo building, and then 1/3 of the building approximately is a condo hotel. So you could book it on Expedia today and stay in that building, but the actual owner of that unit is an individual.
Thank you.
I got one for you. So if the hotel concept after a few years turns out to be, a non-starter or the person that has the hotel unit wants to convert it to a condo, is that something you're envisioning so that eventually this can entirely be a condo, type ownership? Or is it locked in somehow as being this condo hotel? Because that's new for Midland. And the reason I ask is because we're looking at implementing a short-term rental control. Not because we have out of control short-term rentals per se, there's a couple, but we can deal with them using other methods. But more so we can compel the folks that operate short-term rentals, even just casually, to participate in our municipal accommodation tax program, which of course funds tourism and becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that's not in the pocket of the taxpayer. So I'm just wondering if as a hotel, and maybe this is more of a question for Mr. Farquharson, in this new MAT world we're in now, and with the proposed, which we have yet to see, by the way, a short-term rental bylaw of some fashion, would these hotel units be, subject to the municipal accommodation tax that we have in Midland? Does anyone know? That might just be a question for the air, and that comes back as an answer.
To your worship, yeah, it's a very good question. It's something that staff will have to review as part of the short-term rental licensing policy when we do get around to that. It's with this one here, if it's probably the closest example I would think of to Midland would be something like Friday Harbor. They probably have similar types of concepts like that in Innisfil. So we would be turning to them as part of our process and contacting their staff to see how they handle potentially short-term rentals in a similar type of hotel residential type of hybrid model. So I don't have an answer for you that one right now, but that's something that we'll look at as part of our STR review when we do it, and we'll look at the Innisfil and any other municipalities that have similar types models.
The only thing I would add to that is that, as for your question of transitioning between the two types of uses, probably not so much. When you build a hotel unit, you're not putting in full kitchens, in-suite laundry, and all that sort of stuff. So to transition to a traditional residential unit after that might pose some issues.
Deputy Mayor?
I'm just looking for some clarification. You said something about buying into it for 10 years. Did I misunderstand that? And I'm wondering, is this something that's comparable to a timeshare?
I may have misspoke if I said 10 years. I think what I was trying to say is if you buy into the project as an investor, because that's essentially what you are as an owner of one of the condo hotel units. Often what we found is people want to use it for a couple weeks of the year, and then it's an investment property that's in the rental pool and generates a return for them for the balance. So that's what I was trying to say. I'm not sure if you need further clarification.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
All right. So technically I was supposed to close the public meeting before we have the yik yak from council, but I didn't follow my script. So here we are. So technically the public meeting is still open. So now that we've had this discussion, have we prompted any new questions, concerns, or comments that you want to make before I do close the public meeting? Let her rip. Come on up to the mic again.
Sorry. Philip Fiegner, 16 Chatton Court. I just wanted to ask about the landscaping a little bit along, like, we're the first house. It's been documented. We're the first house there across the path from this development. So is there going to be extensive landscaping being put in on behalf of the condo, like giant trees right along, or is it going to be one little tree there? Like, are we going to have to look at the parking lot and then the hotel, or is there going to be a nice buffer, or do I need to go out to the nursery and buy all these big trees, or what? Like, just wondering about that, the landscape.
So it sounds like you're planting seeds again, wheeling and dealing. So I think they're taking notes. They're taking notes, and we'll see. That comes much further down the design process, and that stuff is all part of a public meeting too. So if this advances through the process, or not a public meeting, sorry, but it's done.
Right.
You'll see and
Okay.
hear about it as the thing
Okay.
progresses. But it sounds like you and the developer are going to be communicating anyway, and you can continue to share the thoughts, perhaps as a spokesperson for your community.
Thank you.
Just haggle out deals, whatever. Anyway, I don't want to know about them. Just anyway. So
I'm not going to make a deal. I just wanted to reiterate and maybe just make a clarification around my comments around what I opposed. So I'm not opposed to the original plan. I really think that at 6 stories, that's acceptable. Like, for me, it's not, I mean, it's okay. But I am opposed to the 12 stories. And so I want to just make that super clear. The other thing is, after this meeting, what are the next steps in terms of what the residents should be doing and who we should be communicating with and where we should be taking our thoughts and our concerns? Because I don't want this to be the only forum that we ever have to speak about this before it gets decided by the council. So I want to understand how that works.
all right. Well, our resident expert, Mr. Farquharson, can speak to that. this is under the Planning Act, so this is, we're not being beneficial, like, benevolent by hosting this. We have to do this, but of course, we enjoy doing it. But there's a process, and Mr. Farquharson can explain it in detail.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. So the next steps would be staff is currently going through the application with all the supporting documents. If there's any documents that we do need to get peer reviewed, we will be sending out to an external professional to review them if we don't have the expertise in-house. That tends to take up a little bit of time. In terms of the residents, I would encourage you to continue to have discussions with the developer. And you can continue to provide your input through email correspondence with staff, and we have a written record of that. We will look to, once we get a review of all the supporting documents, we will then come back to council with a recommendation report. And then from there it's in council's hands to make a decision. When we come back with that staff report, it's not a public session like this where the public can ask questions. Council would then ask very detailed questions to staff about the recommendation and anything else contained within the application. From there, whatever the decision is of council, there is a period of an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, which is like the planning courts, which will be 20 days. And then after the 20 days, if there's no appeal that's received to that tribunal, then the decision is final and binding, whether it's an approval or a denial. That is final approved. If it gets appealed to the tribunal, then that's a total separate process that's done through that judicial branch. So, but I would encourage you to continue to have, if there's additional correspondence or comments that you do have, provide them to staff, and staff will have a record of that as part of our when we start formulating our staff report, because there is a section in our staff report that does talk about public engagement and public comments. And if there is certain things that we can incorporate into our approval, whether it's a landscaping strip or something like that, then we would look for the comments from the public to discuss with the developer if that is appropriate. If staff are in support of the application, we can put conditions like that in, but continue to have the discussions with staff and the developer.
Is there a particular counselor that we should be in touch with regularly so that we don't drop off? Any one of you guys? So we just email you or come visit you? All of the above? Okay. Some of you might be seeing me quite a bit. Mayor Gordon knows that.
Okay, so, to follow up on Mr. Farquharson, a lot of these approvals now are negotiations. They used to be a lot more black and white, but as we know, with the province's position on building more homes, and they haven't given us a number, but there's an expectation after they gave us $30 million to support the infrastructure that we're going to build homes and approve them. So from our perspective, we have to make sure that all the planning approvals that involve housing still tick all the boxes, but denying them for the old-fashioned reasons, which we used to do, because of, it's the look and the feel of the community, all the guttural, instinctive reasons to sometimes not approve housing. That doesn't work anymore with the province, if you've been following along. So we press our staff really hard to make sure that, the development applications are absolutely complete to the extent we can. And if, again, following the news, you're going to see that there's a whole bunch of studies that are now going to be ripped off the table. We can't even ask for them anymore. So the provinces are moving things that we even used to do as, to try and tighten down the constraints on growth in our communities. That's being taken away from us. And other tiers of planning approval, like counties, being taken away from, that's proposed. So there's a lot of things that are changing quickly to make it very difficult for municipalities to deny housing for anything but pure planning rationale, which planners are very adept at ticking the boxes and making the case. So it doesn't mean that these public meetings are a waste of time or that your comments are just going in one ear and out into the recycle bin. It does not mean that at all. But the landscape, if you'll forgive the pun in this case, has changed significantly and continues to change almost violently with changes that are coming from the province. So that's what we as council are pressed to do. Unfortunately, as councillors, we don't always get the updates from the province as quickly. So we may act on information that we knew was true last year when we were approving or not approving something that no longer apply now, which is why we can't take positions at public meetings because we don't have all the facts. And unfortunately, even our poor planning staff don't, because, the new bill that they asked for input on that's going to get passed. We already know that provincially. That makes more changes to the process. So it's like a snow globe that they keep on shaking. So we do our best with the processes, but to your point, please keep communicating with the developer. They're the main person to talk to. If there's negotiations to be made that we can't as a municipality press on them to do, you can as neighbors. And the municipality we got to follow all the planning rules, and that's really all we can do. And council, we either reject that planning rationale and then we end up in court and usually lose and spend your money doing so, or we approve it begrudgingly, hold our nose and go, well, we don't have a choice. And those are the difficult positions that the 9 of us are going to face. And you're going to see this not just for this application, but numerous others. There's another one of these right after this, which we may or may not hear from anybody on. But, you know, it could very well be that people are opposing, you know, the new hospital where they're planning on putting it. Because it's a bunch of bush right now with birds and owls and things. So this complicated. So I appreciate that all of you came here tonight. And I think because I still haven't closed the meeting, I may as well we got a couple more comments and then I'll officially close that meeting down, and then we'll wait for the staff report to come back and the answers where we can to all of your questions and concerns, and keep negotiating with the developer. So Councillor McDonald.
You, Mayor Gordon, a question to you or through you, if you wanted to redirect it. There was a very valid concern brought to us regarding the crosswalk at Marina Park Avenue. And I'm wondering if we could have some guidance how we can address that now. I do recall the previous conversation and I don't recall the answer. So if we could somehow get this on our agenda and address that concern, I would appreciate it.
It's likely not a response to this development specifically, so it could come by way of notice of motion at a future council meeting where we could ask staff for the feasibility. Mr. Farquharson, how would you like that to proceed? Because the question will be asked of staff, you know, is there evidence enough to support it? All the usual things we get asked when we do traffic study things.
Yeah, through your worship, once staff is able to go through all the supporting documents, we can address that in the staff report. If there's a need for it. And if Mitch's team feels that he needs more information, then we can ask the applicant to provide more information on it. That would be the best way of addressing it in terms of connecting it back to this development is through that recommendation report when it does come back.
So if I may, Mr. Merrick, so it's not something that we can address separately, not necessarily with the development. I could bring forward a notice of motion requesting that. I'm looking for guidance here, but I do want it addressed. And yeah.
Through your worship, through to Councillor McDonald, I think once the planning staff have a chance to look at all the documents and then come forward, it's probably the best time to come forward at that point in time to wait and do it in a staff report with everything, with all the information. So it would be the best to wait.
It's worthy further discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so just to encapsulate, that's gonna form part of the report that comes back. If the report that comes back says there's no evidence from what we have to tie it into this development, then we can produce our own recommendation, just as we've done where we put stop signs where there was no evidence, but we still did it, right? Change speeds of roads. We can address that as a separate thing outside of this. So if it doesn't innately get tied into it through the staff study, then we can drive the bus ourselves. So the short answer is yes. It's either it comes as this study or it comes organically through a council-driven directive. Does that make sense?
I'll try and be patient. But yes, that makes sense. Thank you. Because the report's coming soon. Thank you.
Councillor Ball, did she steal your thunder or you got something else?
Yeah, actually, that is what I wanted to address. I left it till the end since I felt like it didn't have anything to do with this development technically. Lewis, I feel like maybe reach out to us to discuss your concerns separately. That was just what I wanted to say too. I didn't get a letter. I don't know where it went, but definitely reach out to me. I will respond to you, and I'm sure everyone here will. So.
Deputy Mayor.
I know we're supposed to just ask questions for clarification, but I'm assuming that the developer is listening to the public and getting a vibe from council about what direction people are hoping this will go, especially as far as the height of the buildings. Can I ask, is that something that you're going to consider? So when this comes back to council, we can be maybe more on the same page?
Yeah, so Mr. Daniel just responded, yes, he's taking everything into consideration, so.
Thank you.
This has been a little non-standard to our planning meetings, but it's okay. I've only gotten the eyebrows from the Kirk a couple times. So now I will officially follow the script, assuming there are no further comments from the public regarding the zoning bylaw amendment. That's a true statement. Okay, I will now call this public meeting to an end. So following that, I have a motion here moved by Councillor East, second by Councillor Bald. The staff report CSR 2025-57 zoning bylaw amendment public meeting report file number ZBA 0225 for 1191 Harborview Drive dated May 21st, 2025 be received for information. Council, we've had our debate, even though it was Q&A. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, that is carried. Thank you, folks. And now moving along to their next one, 12.2. And this is a public meeting for 1112 St. Andrews Drive and 9421 County Road 93. Oh yeah, it's fine. No, okay, it's fine. So I'll let the changing of the guard happen at the back of the room there. You're welcome to stay, but I mean, this is okay, good, good. I'm glad we have somebody. All right, so I'd like to call this public meeting to order. The public meeting is being held pursuant to section 22 and 34 of the Planning Act to consider an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 1112 St. Andrews Drive and 9421 County Road 93. In accordance with the Planning Act, a person that does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or does not make a written submission before the bylaw is passed or an approval is given will not be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to a hearing on an appeal to the tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. The purpose of the public meeting is to present the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment and to receive comments from the public. I will reiterate that council is not making a decision on the application or taking a position. Council will debate the merits of the application following the receipt of a staff recommendation report presented at a future council meeting. This is your opportunity, the public opportunity to speak and provide input, and council does encourage you to do so. I will now call upon Andy Warzen, our senior planner, to confirm that notice of public meeting has been issued as prescribed.
Thank you, Worship. I can confirm that the notification requirements were in accordance with the Planning Act and have been satisfied.
Lovely. I will now invite Mr. Warzen, our senior planner, to provide a brief presentation about the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment and speak to any correspondence received about the proposal. Take it away.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, members of council, fellow staff members, members of the public. Perfect. Yep, tonight's statutory public meeting is to discuss an official plan amendment that was privately submitted. It's an official plan and a rezoning application. Next slide, please. The subject lands are noted as 1112 St. Andrews Drive and 9421 County Road 93. Most people know the 1112 property as the current hospital lands. The hospital also owns the adjacent lands to the north, being 9421 County Road 93. In terms of current planning legislation, the subject lands are identified in the town's official plans as green lands in strategic area 1, as per Schedule A, green lands in a mixed-use district on Schedule B, and currently are land use designated as natural heritage and commercial corridor on Schedule C. Additionally, the lands that currently has the hospital on it is zoned as institutional, and the 9421 County Road 93 property is currently zoned as rural. Next slide, please. The purpose of the application is to redesignate some of the existing maps in our town official plan. In specific, it's to amend Schedule B to allow for the redesignation of the lands from green lands to a mixed-use district, and to amend Schedule C, which is our land use designation schedule, to go from a natural heritage to a corridor commercial and open space designation, and to also introduce some site-specific development policies that require relief from our planning for growth in our urban structure and the delineated built bound and our secondary plans policies in the town official plan. Next slide, please. The whole, similarly, the zoning of the lands is, the application is seeking to rezone from the institutional and rural to a site-specific institutional zone and open space, and to also ask for an increase in the maximum building height from 11 meters to 28 meters. Next slide, please. The whole purpose of the applications is to establish the land use permissions to permit a mental health ward upon the existing hospital lands, and to also enable the future development of a new hospital on the lands to the north of the existing hospital, being that 9421. Next slide, please. In terms of technical documents that were submitted for the official plan amendment and rezoning, we had the planning justification report. We had an environmental impact study also prepared to assess any of the natural heritage features on the northern property. We've had a stage 1-2 archaeological assessment prepared, and then we had the conceptual site plan. Just for context purposes, the applications are currently in review process. So the applicant hasn't actually received any first submission comments, as these comments are kind of trickling in right now. I can note, however, that no comments were received from the public in advance of this public meeting. Any comments that we do have will be included in a future recommendation report, which will highlight all the applicable legislative to demonstrate how these applications may or may not conform to those policies. I just also would like to add that if the approvals are in place and go forward, there will be a requirement for a future site plan control application, which will highlight in detail how the new hospital and the mental health ward will be constructed. So there will be another application about the detailed designs of that project. Now, I know the planning consultant for the applicant is here tonight, so I tried to keep my presentation brief. I'm sure they can provide you a lot more detail about the proposed hospital, the new one, the mental health ward. But I am available if anyone had any questions to answer those. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warzen. I'll now invite the applicant agent Craig Barker to provide a presentation on the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, and perhaps let us know if he's heard of any funding announcements from the province for a new hospital in Midland, because they're making the tour right now, bags of cash. I haven't heard in Midland on that list yet, so.
Well, good evening, Your Worship and Council. A little bit of pressure on me immediately to make a funding announcement. Unfortunately, I don't have any that I can relay. But my name is Greg Barker. I'm a partner with Innovative Planning Solutions. I'm pleased and honored to represent the Georgian Bay General Hospital in their applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. The approval of these applications would help facilitate the future expansion and redevelopment of the Georgian Bay Hospital. And with me this evening is Matthew Lawson. He's the hospital's president and CEO. I do have a brief presentation to provide, following which myself and Mr. Lawson would be available for any questions. Next slide, please. The subject lands, they are, as outlined by Mr. Warzen, comprised of two separate parcels, being 1112 St. Andrews Drive and 9421 County Road 93. There's a combined area of 17.8 hectares. I would point out at this stage, the vacant lands, the 9421 County Road 93 lands, they are owned by the Georgian Bay Hospital Foundation, which is a separate, technically a separate entity from the hospital. But there's a partnership to collaborate to facilitate this redevelopment should these applications be approved. And as you see on the screen here, the site has frontage on both Penetangwisheen Road as well as County Road 93. And the 1112 St. Andrews Drive parcel, that is the existing hospital property. It includes the hospital building itself, the parking areas, some accessory type buildings, the helicopter pad, along with the internal private road, St. Andrews Drive. And then the balance of the lands, 9421 County Road 93 parcel, they're primarily vacant and tree covered. And access to the site can be achieved through either road frontage through St. Andrews Drive, through to St. Andrews Drive, which, as I mentioned, is a private road. Next slide, please. So this slide, this illustrates the variety of surrounding land uses, including residential, commercial, and schools. And then further to the north and slightly to the west is the Midland Golf and Country Club. Next slide, please. As outlined by Mr. Warzen, there's a number of designations that apply under your official plan, and I'll briefly run through those because I do think it's important to understand the split designation, and I might sound repetitive, but that's just to try and provide an explanation. So at the moment, the lands under your official plan, the currently developed areas fall within the mixed use district designation. That's that sort of pink purple color you see there. This is under Schedule B of the official plan, with the balance of the lands being green lands, and then you can see the yellow areas sort of surrounding the site represent the neighborhood district. Next slide, please. And then similarly under Schedule C, that more pinkish red color represents the commercial corridor, which is the designation applying to primarily the developed area, the natural heritage, neighborhood residential, and mixed use corridor designations applying in the area as well. Next slide, please. And then from a zoning perspective, and I apologize, this was much clearer when I was reviewing it on my end. The vacant parcel, as Mr. Warzen identified, 9421, that is zoned as rural, and the existing hospital lands, or 1112 St. Andrews, are currently zoned as institutional. Next slide, please. So, and it's at this time, I would ask Mr. Lawson to join me to speak to this slide. He can provide some details around hospital planning, as well as some future next steps should this application be approved.
Thanks, Greg, and your worship and council. Many of you have heard me speak about our plans as a hospital to support not only the community of Midland, but also Penetanguishene, the townships of Tiny, Tay, Springwater, and then township of Georgian Bay. All of these communities actively use the hospital on a regular basis. What we've proposed here and what's being worked through on the provincial government policy and application perspective is a new hospital site, essentially adjacent to the existing one, size being approximately 230 beds. Our existing size is 113 for perspective. 4 operating suites, additional services, including diagnostics and nuclear medicine, geriatrics, interventional radiology, and chemotherapy. Estimated size at this point is 350,000 square feet. The existing building is 124,000 square feet. So quite a difference in terms of the square footage. And that is entirely based on the CSA standards for the size of the standard size of rooms and different aspects of the hospital. When hospitals go through this process with the Ministry of Health, there's a very standard formula that we are asked to look at, which essentially looks at population growth and population aging. This is the reality of the demand for our hospital based on the current services offered. I think it's really important to stress these things don't take 24 months or 36 months. These are decade-long projects. And there's a number of parallel approvals that have to happen along the way. This is one of them. And this makes it, albeit easier, to get these approvals and the announcements that Mayor Gordon so wishes, and so do I, to occur, because there is no concerns from a land use perspective. There's still a significant amount of public consultation that the hospital would do as we go through detailed design work and things like that over the next decade. This is really about land use and planning. Timing, all of those matters are entirely subject to provincial approval. As you can imagine, there are a number of layers of government that have to approve this, a number of branches that have to approve this. So we're certainly not shying away from that, but do recognize the need for a hospital of this size to support not only the town of Midland, but the surrounding communities and those individuals that choose to live here. So I'll turn it back over to Greg and am available for questions.
Yes, and thank you for that. And now back to maybe the more dry planning details. So I apologize. Sorry, next slide, please. Yeah, so with that said, the current development concept was presented by Mr. Warzen previously. It contemplates a 5-story hospital building. That's in that sort of darker gray straddling that white property line between the two properties. And then a 2-story mental health building. That's that blue building shown on the slide as well. And then associated with that, with the new development, there is a need for a fair amount of parking of 1,770 parking spaces. Access would remain through County Road 93. And then just to make note, the existing hospital building, it's intended to be demolished. I'm under the, I've been advised by my client, by Mr. Lawson, that ultimately that say falls with the Ministry of Health. So that is the intent today. If the province decides for an alternative use, then that's what the province would decide. Next slide, please. So there are a few amendments, and I'll do my best to provide an explanation on what we're doing as succinctly as possible. So we do need the zoning amendment as well as the official plan amendment, and they're before council and staff for consideration. Relative to 9421 County Road 93, the official plan amendment, or OPA, proposes 3 amendments essentially. The first one is to amend Schedule B, redesignate the lands to the mixed-use district. The next one is an amendment to Schedule C, which would redesignate the lands from natural heritage to commercial corridor. And then the third one is more of a administrative and a technical amendment. When we had submitted our application package, we were not aware that staff would be making a recommendation and council would be adopting that or taking that recommendation, approving that to close the County Road 93 secondary plan process. So currently that is the direction from council to staff. However, there still are policies in your official plan that would require that secondary plan to be completed before development occurs in that secondary plan area. So the timing is convenient, I admit. However, our submission included justification for reasons why we are seeking that relief. I anticipate, I do not want to speak for staff, that there's potential for an amendment to come forward for your official plan, waiving that requirement if that secondary plan is in fact not going to be occurring. And then regarding the 1112 St. Andrews Drive, or the existing hospital site, we're proposing 2 similar amendments that would redesignate portions of the site from Greenlands to mixed-use district. And then under Schedule C, we're proposing to redesignate portions from natural heritage to commercial corridor. Next slide, please. So I do want to clarify that any portions of the lands which are not subject to the proposed development concept would either retain the Greenland designation under Schedule B, and or they would be redesignated from natural heritage to open space. So we are not asking necessarily for a blank slate. There is value in retaining those features on site, not only for the future benefit of patients, but also to the environment. The next slide, please. Yeah, so the next couple of slides will help sort of illustrate that. So that lighter hatch you see in there, that's generally the development footprint that we're proposing under Schedule B to fall within the mixed-use district designation, with the balance of the lands remaining or implementing that natural heritage designation. And then next slide. So similarly, this is under Schedule C, following the same sort of fabric, if you will, designating the developed areas as commercial corridor, and then the rest of the site within the open space designation. And next slide, please. And then this slide illustrates the details of the zoning bylaw amendment. So as I mentioned, the lands are presently zoned rural as well as institutional. And we're proposing a institutional zone with a special provision that would permit an increased building height in this zone from 11 meters to 28 meters. That would accommodate the 5 stories of the hospital, taking into consideration your typical floor to ceiling heights for a hospital are not the same for, say, a residential use or a commercial type use. And as well as part of that, the undeveloped portions, I should add, would be rezoned or zoned as open space. And next slide just shows a visual representation of what I just spoke to. Next slide, please. So in support of this proposed development, we have provided a planning report. This reviews the applicable planning policies and documents, including the provincial planning statement, and then both official plans for the county as well as the town. And collectively, these documents, they encourage and support development within settlement areas, and they speak to specifically the need for community facilities such as hospitals as being and forming part of a complete community, while also ensuring environmental responsibility and stewardship. And to that end, the applications have been supported by an environmental impact study that has been submitted to the Severn Sound Environmental Association, SSEA, and there has been some back and forth with that group to address some comments and ensure that they are satisfied with it. But ultimately, that report has concluded and demonstrated no negative impact on the natural heritage features in the area. And then as well, we've conducted an archaeological assessment, which has found no artifacts of archaeological significance on site. And so we believe this development would help contribute to a growing area, not just for the town of Midland, but a growing community and a complete community in support of growth of not only the town, but the area adjacent and on site adjacent to the existing Georgian Bay General Hospital facility. And in my view, represents the logical and appropriate location for the proposed redevelopment. It will continue to serve residents of Midland and the broader geographic area for many years to come. And next slide, please. So in summary, Your Worship and Council, proposed official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment applications, they would provide the needed expansion of healthcare services offered by Georgian Bay General Hospital on land suitable for the proposed use, adjacent to the existing GBGH site, making efficient use of the lands and established land use permissions, as well as municipal servicing. The redevelopment would also offer increased mental health support for the area and contribute to the achievement of a complete community. So respectfully, it is my opinion the applications conform or are consistent with the applicable policies and represent good planning. And next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation, Your Worship. If there are questions, we're here to try and answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burkhardt. I'll now open the meeting to comments from the public. So come on up. If you've got anything to say about this application, step on up to the mic. Red light's on. Name and address. Let us have it. Don't be shy. I know there's one guy here. Thank you for being here. Name and address, please.
John Marion, 9457 Highway 93. We think it's the greatest thing the hospital ever did by buying that land. And I think you should just give them what they need. Midland needs to grow. We just have no opposition being the neighbor to the north. So I would just work with them all the way as far as they can go, and the sooner the better. Let's get this rolling. We need good help for mental problems. It should be done sooner, I think, than what I read. Should be started tomorrow. That's all we can say as the neighbor to the north.
No argument for Mr. Lawson, I'm sure, and the team at the board. Mind you, we did just get the new MRI, but that can be moved. and will be. Okay. Anybody else like to speak to this application? All right, so try to follow the script this time. As there are no further comments from the public regarding the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, I will now call this public meeting to an end and ask council if you have any clarifying questions on the material presented from either staff or the applicant. Councilor Meredith, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. This is going to be a financial question coming from me. There's a 350,000 square foot build, which the province is hopefully going to foot the bill for the build. And by previous meetings or deputations that we had, we were told that we were responsible to put all the fancy equipment in house all that. So what are we projected to fundraise, come up with these dollars? What would be the projected amount in today's figures, I guess? And then I guess we have to, prolong that to about 6 to 10 years, I guess, prorated.
I wish I had a perfect answer for you. I truly do. As an accountant, I struggle with the lack of a perfect answer to a financial question. To be quite blunt and frank, the total cost of this project is hundreds of millions. The local share, which is made up of 10% of the bricks and mortar and the entire cost of the equipment, will be well north of 100 million. That is not, I think, a surprise to anyone who's been involved in these projects. It is significant. It will be a huge and gargantuan task for members of our community, for our foundation, for the many municipal partners that we are so grateful to have through the County of Simcoe, through the District of Muskoka, and many others that have supported projects in the past. So, this is a large hundreds of $million project with what we call the local share being well north of 100 million. But it is too early to truly give an accurate number on that one. We are seeing projects that every year they wait of this size are $20 million just in cost escalation. So, assume we're picking up the tab 15 to 20% of that.
So a follow-up question to that. So are we starting to, if we wanted to get into like 2030s build here, and with Mr. Marion, I believe your last name was Mr. John? Is it John? Came up to the mic? Yeah. No, I just said what he said, he wants it sooner than later. Are we oh, 100%. 100%. I don't disagree with you at all. So I want to get the ball rolling too. It's just when do we start this campaign to start raising funds?
So the campaign for mental health is well underway. The first kind of phase of that expansion, and it's being done in a sequential manner on purpose. This is a significant, not only contribution locally, but provincially. There are a number of hospitals that are working through this process, and they're continually trying to figure out where their limited resources provincially are going. So this is one of those things that we are looking to add to the checkbox of why this makes the most sense. We would love for it to happen sooner. I can tell you, as the CEO of the hospital, every day we are over capacity. The last 4 months, we've averaged 122% occupancy for acute medical and surgical patients. There's, no better time to start than now. Unfortunately, we're working a very complicated process perspective. From a fundraising perspective, our foundation is actively working through this. The County of Simcoe has a very detailed process we work through with the Hospital Alliance through the county, which has been fantastic and supportive of everything, and contributed over $1 million to the MRI build that we just completed. So, there's a lot of money on stake. We would like to go sooner rather than later, but we really, from a realistic perspective, this hospital is happening in the 2030s. Just given the complexity and the provincial landscape today.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I have a comment and then a question. St. Andrew's Hospital. My children were born there, and I was so excited to see the new hospital build. So to hear that the intent might be to demolish it, I find that a little disturbing because the St. Andrew Hospital is being used now as a facility. That's just my comment. Might be aging myself, but that's I need clarification, or I would like clarification, please, on the mental health part of the, I agree it's definitely needed in the area, but how is that going to differ from the services that Waypoint is offering? And I was just recently at a function where Waypoint was petitioning for funds to have some ICU beds for their facility. So are duplicating services? Are we complementing services that are badly needed in the area? Is my question.
It's a question I'm very used to. So the majority of the operations at Waypoint are regional or provincial assets. There's a small subsection that provides what we would call acute mental health. GBGH would also be adding acute mental health, and through the regional planning, Ontario Health Central, which is the kind of oversight group, has reviewed the GBGH application and views it as complementary to what already exists, not only at Waypoint, but also in Aurelia and in Barrie. And, to highlight, the unique challenge that our community faces is from a mental health perspective, the town of Midland rates are double what you see in Toronto. The town of Penetanguishene is 3 times. So it is complementary. I will say, and I'll speak about the colleagues within the Simcoe Muskoka hospital area. We'll work quite well together. We have a pretty unique relationship where essentially the first patient up gets the next bed available in mental health. So this would complement that and would be part of that regional system where we would ensure minimal wait times for individuals suffering from mental health. Unfortunately, today, those experiences for individuals, a couple of weeks ago, we had an individual that was 120 hours in a safe room that was not much bigger than the box in front of me here. It's just unsafe. So it is complementary. It is not competitive. It is purely complementary and as part of a broader regional system.
Thank you for that clarification.
A little irregular, but we're kind of doing a regular tonight. So yeah, step up to the mic again for a minute. You got a question or a comment? It's the button there. Press the gray button there, John, just so we can hear you.
457. I agree with what he says. If you're sick because of stress, you don't want to go up there on the hill because people are scared to go up there, in case somebody's going to talk about it. But if you had a place like this, everybody that has a stress problem, anybody that has any kind of problems where it's today mental health is as bad as having a heart problem. So I think that it would be a lot better to have something there where people could go like a hospital instead of going up on the hill. That's my view of looking at it, and I think I agree with him. It would be the start of taking people off the street and that can walk in like a hospital instead of going up to the Ontario hospital. That's all I got to say. I agree with him 100% of what he.
You're preaching to the choir, I think, and it sounds like they need to get you an application to join the foundation because you'd be a heck of a guy to shake people down for support. So, all right. Oh, Councillor Patel.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. So I just want to thank you for coming in, and I do wish you the best of luck for achieving the 2030 goal for construction. Oh, should I repeat myself? It's good. Okay.
Good luck and thanks. Counselor Ball.
Thanks. I don't have any questions because we have had ongoing communication and presentations. I just wanted to say I do appreciate that you continuously keep us updated so we know what's happening. This wasn't a surprise to see on the agenda because we already know your plans. I appreciate that a lot. I just wanted to say I was excited to see the 230 private beds because I spent 2 weeks at the hospital in November, and as much as the people are surrounding me in my 4-person room were not lovely, it was not so great to sleep. So I really appreciate that and hope that that stays there as private.
Okay, so I've got a motion here to receive this information. So who'd like to move by Counselor East? And seconded by Counselor Major. The staff report CSR 2025-54 official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, public meeting report, file number OPA 0125, OPA 7, and ZBA 0325 for 1112 St. Andrews Drive and 9421 County Road 93, dated May 21st, 2025. A lot of numbers in there. Be received for information. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All righty then. We've got our KPMG fine folks been waiting patiently, living through our public meetings. I'm sure KPMG has never been to a public meeting for planning before. Anyway, we now have this, we've been looking forward to this. Think you're next? Are you next? No, I'm not. I'm following my motions, not my agenda. My bad. Sorry, guys, keep waiting. Have a coffee, have a tea. All right, so number 13, if I'm following my agenda, no presentations, 14, no integrity commissioner recommendation reports, and I'll just say none for the entire term so far. And yeah, well, I knocked on wood. There is wood under this laminate here. 15, deputation of petitions. We have Route 93, formerly the EDCNS, talking about Snowalicious and our brand new spanking innovation hub right downtown. So step on up and we have a presentation ready to go.
Thank you.
Welcome
Exciting
to our
night.
AD, Ms. Love.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to share an update today about the grand opening of our innovation hub, Route 93. So EDCS is proud to announce its transition to the Route 93 Innovation Hub, marking a big step forward in our commitment to business growth, entrepreneurship, and community advancement. Next slide. We know that regions with innovation hubs outperform economically, financially, and socially. So Route 93 sets the foundation for future growth and success in Midland. The long-term outcomes of economic development are better paying jobs, new business, new tax revenue, and industry clusters. Next slide. With your support, we are building something great together. We need an innovation hub and Route 93 now more than ever. Residents are already saying most jobs in the area don't pay enough for people to live here. And the Huronia Community Foundation survey stated that jobs, wages, and labor shortages are a key concern for a thriving North Simcoe region. We have the notice and time to change our trajectory by creating new jobs at higher wages and growing a key sectors in our region. And that's what Route 93 is all about. Next slide. As part of this transition, and you met us, all of us earlier in the year, but the existing staff and board of directors will be upheld. I serve as the executive director of Route 93 Innovation Hub, Catherine Love, and Paul Marshall done as the chair of the organization. The board is also pleased to have Ron Newman as the vice chair. David K. Potter is with us tonight as our treasurer, and board members Nicole French, Marcia Woods, and Mayor Bill Gordon. We'll also be adding to our team summer student with the support of the Ontario Summer Grant Program to have the hub open on a regular basis for events and workshops. Next slide. So today really was about sharing what our organization is about and how we got here. So from the beginning, we really aimed for a name, a space, and a brand that would connect our region. It serves as a sense of location, while also representing progress, opportunity, and the pathway to business success. Next slide. Route 93 is where business meets opportunity, where industries connect, and where real progress happens. Next slide. So we are built for businesses and we're built for you. Route 93 is a central business resource, a place for innovation, collaboration across industries. We offer training resources, support R&D, youth engagement, and we build and sustain our workforce. Next slide. We help Midland and this area stay competitive and be future ready. The hub will yield higher exports, more engineers and an educated workforce, above average earnings, increased productivity, patents, intellectual property, and generate more capital. Next slide. We support key industries in North Simcoe, including manufacturing, construction, small business, and tourism. Next slide. And we know that innovation isn't just found in tech hubs. It's found on factory floors, in machine shops, on construction sites, in fields and offices. Innovation is found in small towns across Canada. So we have exceptional talent here, past, present, and future. And Route 93 connects people and industry. Next slide. We have workshops and events, business support, talent, and skills development, and help make community connections. This past week, we attended the World of Choices event with GB District and St. Teresa students. We mentored over 30 students in a morning. And a moment that stood out really was a student who had thought about starting their own business and creating and selling music. Our Vice Chair, Ron Newman, was there, and he shared a story about a local composer that works here in Midland with major TV shows like The Bachelor, and offered to make a connection. So Route 93 is really about learning, sharing, connecting, and these opportunities are happening on a regular basis. So we create opportunities and we spark new ideas. Next slide. There's lots of ways to get involved. Next slide. We've got a lineup in June with the B2B Digital Maturity Workshop. With the implementation of tariffs, manufacturers in this area are seeing an increased demand for businesses to source materials in Canada. So this workshop really helps prepare our businesses for growth, improve their online ordering, help them qualify new leads and manage that process. Other workshops include STEM Minds, who we are working with. They're a provincial nonprofit looking to bring ag tech training to students. Modern farming uses advanced technology like drones for crop surveillance, GPS to drive tractors, and this program really integrates STEM training with agriculture application, and so combines in-class learning with in-field experience. And lastly, we have an endgame workshop designed for small businesses to really start their business thinking about what they want at the end of the time of owning that business. So options like selling, licensing, succession planning, to give them more optionality and continue these businesses in the area. Next slide. So we're introducing sponsorship, and next slide, and membership really to build a sustainable organization. So we provide businesses with the opportunity to promote their businesses and again, more connections. Next slide. So we really thank you for your support. We wanted to continue to keep you up to date. You'll see downtown, we're in the main floor of the Shop Midland site. So our sign went up a couple weeks ago, and now we're open for business and it's time to get to work. Happy to answer any questions or any comments you may have.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Yeah, it was a really exciting, well-attended grand opening that evening. Councilor Meredith was there, and who else was? Yeah, that's right. We had a few of you guys there. It was fantastic. I was supposed to wear my shirt tonight. I totally brain gapped.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have a
I'll message you next
shirt
time.
too. There's evidence of me wearing one. So, who wants to kick it off? Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you. Thank you for your presentation, Catherine. Yeah, the Innovation Hub unveiling open house was, I guess it wasn't an open house, it was an invite, but it was great to see. Breath of fresh air, new name, love the name, as I pointed out at the event, and like the direction it's going in. I'm really glad that you know, the funding dried up, so to speak, from the other partners, and we did have great discussions here at budget, and we got you, approved some dough. But you were able to take that and evolve and grow and, get some grants going, and basically you didn't quit. So, and you got a new space downtown Midland now. So hopefully, with, maybe our previous partners may be changing their minds and saying, hey, this may be something, there might be something here that we can, contribute to. So I'm hoping that we did have some, I believe TAY representatives there. I'm not sure if there was any others, but yeah, I like the direction it's going in. And hopefully, Midland is committed to some funding, but not all the funding, right? So, but very, very impressed with what's going on right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And we saw partners like Georgian College, Lakehead University, the Sandbox Center. So a lot of our community partners in those programs that we're looking to tap into within Route 93 and bring that expertise and some of those organizations into the hub as well.
Councillor Major?
Congratulations. I'm happy you're going. I think the biggest good point for me is you're right downtown. So there's people going by all the time. You're open, and that could just boost everything good for you guys. Maybe people from out of town that are walking up and down the main street might pop in. So it's a win-win-win, especially where you are. I really support it.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciated the opening. The space is beautiful. I think I've been inspired since I think one of the first boathouse presentations. So I've been advocating in your corner since then. So I'm really glad to see that you can make everyone a believer now. You have the space, you're doing what you said you were going to do. So I'm glad to see that. And I appreciate being in contact with Catherine ongoing to be able to contribute to more events and see more of what you're doing. So I just wanted to say thank you for coming, and I look forward to seeing other events and everything else you're going to do for Midland and for our community.
Great, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
I was unable to attend the open house, but I am going to come by next week when things slow down a little bit. It takes a lot to impress me and sell me, and I've heard nothing but good things. So I'm so happy to be able to come in next week. But I am wondering if you still have a t-shirt for me.
I do. I definitely have to do a reorder after our open house, but yes, happy to hand those out to everybody here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll wear it proudly.
Thank you. Let me know when you're coming too.
And just a spoiler alert, we're redoing some of our governance, and I think there's going to be a room for at least one more counselor on the board now that things are reforming. So stay tuned, and we'll be looking for who. I might have to draw lots or something or flip a coin, but I suspect there'll be lots of keen interest because we're really excited to see this thing not only survive but thrive, get through that first year.
Yeah.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Worship, through you. So you guys have a great team. The coordinates are all the directors and treasurer. Mr. Potter, I met him. He's a very intelligent guy. Paul, down to earth. Got the mayor, right? So, and Nicole. So congratulations on the new name, and all the best. And thank you for coming in and giving us the update. So when budget comes, I hope the council supports the full amount this time. Thank you.
We got to record that one. No, but I do appreciate it. And we are happy to have your support and also connect the dots. And I think, as I promised in the budget meeting, is to be here on a quarterly basis so that you are in touch with all the work that we're doing. And at any point that you're able to drop in, happy to have you there. And I think also work ahead of us is to incorporate some staff. And so whether that's at our board meeting, having a planners come in maybe a couple times a year too. I think that there's work ahead to increase our communication for sure. But happy to have the support. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, and thank you for the presentation and your patience to do the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. The Leafs are out of the playoffs, so.
Oh. We won't go there.
Yeah. There's no
y-
rush.
Your initial slide said something supporting socially, and I was happy to see that your hope to do above average earnings. So as you know, there's the poverty reduction strategy and the food insecurity, all that this is happening around you. How can we depend, we being my access to the other committees that I go to those meetings, how could I bring up your main Route 93 on addressing these concerns?
Yeah, we did discuss that at our last board meeting, and there is the opportunity, certainly like Mayor Gordon mentioned, for a space, an additional space for on our board, but also on committees. And when I look at example like the partnership with STEM Minds and that ag tech program, they also have a group that's called Just an Acre Movement, trying to address food sustainability. So it's where farmers or landowners donate an acre of land, looking to fill some of those gaps in our food supply system. So I think being part of some of those conversations, or like our agriculture committee, for example, that would look at those programs and share those opportunities, would be a good place to start, but certainly open to your ideas as well.
Perhaps we'll have to chat some more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, you know where to find her now.
Yeah.
Right down there, King and Hugo.
Yeah.
It's timely that we have both you presenting this sort of big launch here publicly, and also a follow-up that's going to come from comments from Mr. Colleen from North Simcoe Community Futures Development Corporation. So one of the questions that that I've heard on, and form part of the discussions around budget for you from other municipalities, is there's a sort of maybe a widely held belief that this is overlap and duplication between what Community Features offers in our community and what we're starting up with Route 93. And we're going to get to hear from Kevin in a few minutes too. He was at the launch, of course, but it would be just neat, because you're both here right now, to contrast and compare where you see Route 93 filling, clearly a large gap, and then what role Community Futures you believe plays in what Route 93's mission is. And then, spoiler alert, I'll ask the same question to Kevin after his presentation, because I think it's just, I know that it's complementary, not competitive, but
Right.
I think it's better to come from you, and it might help, maybe revive some interest in neighboring municipalities that were operating under the false assumption, quite frankly, that this is some type of competitive or duplicate effort.
Yeah, I think the biggest differentiator between Route 93 and North Simcoe Community Futures, or Community Futures that are located across small towns, is the funding piece. So we don't touch any sort of funding for small businesses. That really comes through Community Futures organizations. So where banks aren't able to provide those loans, and Kevin probably will speak better to those details, Community Futures steps in to provide those resources and get those businesses off the ground that otherwise, they wouldn't exist. And the other piece is in the succession planning side of things, is another area of expertise that Community Futures does really well, that we are not really touching into in our training and our workshops. So those are the two biggest pieces, is funding and succession planning. But certainly we are complementary in terms of we're both looking at community growth, at seeing businesses succeed in the area. Route 93 is more focused, potentially, I would say, on the education, training, workforce development piece than Community Futures would be. Kevin, give me a thumbs up or a anyways, but Kevin, yeah, okay. Yeah, certainly you do need both in a community. You definitely need your funding agency like Community Futures, but you also need your innovation hub driving all the growth in those other areas.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions from council? All right. Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and I got to get down there and drop by again and make sure we get the shirts for the counselors that are haven't got them yet. And look forward to updates. And of course, when we do get the matching funding, I'm being
Yes.
optimistic. It'd be awesome to hear that too. If not in a deputation, it could just be an email update. I mean, I'm happy to share it as well, but an email update to our team, because we're really counting on the magic of that multiplying effect, doubling the funds that we have put in this year.
Yeah, so our funding application for FedDev was submitted at the end of December in the last round, and there haven't been any updates to date. The funding picture this year, just with the election for FedDev and also for the Skills Development Fund, there's been a lot of flux. So we are still hopeful that that funding comes in, and certainly looking at other opportunities. Another one we're applying to, that's supporting Innovation Hub. So there's lots of streams and opportunities, and something that actively pursuing whenever they come up.
Super.
Thank
We'll
you.
keep our fingers and toes crossed.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support.
All right. Not to be outdone, 15.2 North Simcoe Community Futures Development Corporation. We've got Kevin Culhane here, and he's the manager, our local manager, to present to council. And you'll already know what question I was going to ask, so maybe you can work it into your presentation if it isn't already, because I think it's really important to highlight, just how unique each of the organizations are, but where it's crossover and complementary services.
Sure. Mayor Gordon, Council, thank you for having us tonight. Lois Irvin is here with me. She's our client care coordinator. I'm Kevin Culhane, the general manager. We're North Simcoe Community Futures Development Corporation. Would you like me to touch on that since we're right there right now? Yeah, so like Catherine said, very much about training, workshops, education, right? We only do that when we get external funding, because the funding we have is needed to support our core operations, which is business counseling and coaching. Lois does a lot of work with business plans and cash flow analysis. We also have our BizLink program, where we help entrepreneurs and businesses buy, sell, and transition business in North Simcoe. And finally, we do business loans. We do work with banks, right? We do very much partner with banks. You don't have to go to a bank. You can come to us right away. We have similar rates. Our process is much simpler, right? So there was in prior FedDev contracts, there was a requirement to get turned down at a bank. That's no longer the case. So I thought I'd throw that out there. Is that, I think that's good? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so thank you again for having us here tonight. Today's focus will be on our community impact and how we can partner to strengthen the local economy. Next slide, please. So North Simcoe Community Futures has been serving the North Simcoe area since 1986, helping businesses grow with funding, coaching, and resources, with services offered in both English and French. This ensures that we are accessible and inclusive, meeting the diverse needs of our community. We focus on fostering community-driven development, job creation, and sustainable business practices. Next slide, please. North Simcoe Community Futures values collaboration with municipalities, businesses, and community organizations. By working together, we ensure that businesses have the resources they need to succeed, and the community benefits from their growth. Our goal is to continue expanding our impact through partnerships with local governments and other organizations, ensuring sustainable regional development. Next slide, please. Through programs like business coaching and access to loans, we help businesses create jobs, generate income, and strengthen the local economy. By supporting these businesses, we're investing in the long-term economic sustainability for North Simcoe. We've worked with thousands of businesses in the region, helping them navigate the challenges of starting, growing, or transitioning a business, like I mentioned in the outset. Okay, now the fun stuff. Next slide, please. Let me share a success story that highlights the real impact of our programs. And I was actually downtown today, and I stopped in. I had a quick conversation with Chris. This story showcases how, with the right support, a vision can turn a thriving business that not only benefits the entrepreneur, but also gives back to the community. Next slide, please. Chris Walsh spent 17 years in hospitality before deciding to open Hemingway's Barbershop, combining his love for the craft with a desire to create a community hub. Recognizing the challenges of starting a business, he turned to us for guidance and support, receiving both coaching and a startup loan. With these resources, Chris was able to bring his vision to life and launch Hemingway's Barbershop. Next slide, please. Hemingway's is now a thriving business in downtown Midland, a testament to Chris's hard work and our support. Beyond just running a successful business, Hemingway's is actively involved in the community, sponsoring local sports teams and participating in charity events. Chris has also paid it forward by referring other new business owners to us, showing how the program's impact continues to ripple through the community. Next slide, please. So in 2025, we're looking to expand our impact with new programs and events that support entrepreneurs at every stage of their journey. Like I mentioned at the outset, we need help and support with funding to do so. Here are a few of the concepts we're exploring. The Side Hustle Success Program. We did receive a grant from the County of Simcoe, so we are moving forward with this program. We expect it to roll out in the fall. So we're helping individuals transform their side hustles into thriving businesses. So we are moving forward with that. Two other ideas we have for down the road, Women Entrepreneurs, an intensive growth program, empowering women and with mentorship and resources to scale their business. And finally, this one's more involved, but actually sounds pretty fun. A small business expo and conference, which will connect local entrepreneurs, showcase products, gain insights, and grow their networks. Next slide, please. So what's the call to action tonight, or why am I here tonight? I'm asking for your support to help further our mission of supporting small business in North Simcoe. You can help by promoting our services in your network and raising awareness of the resources we offer. Please encourage potential business owners to reach out to us. A financial contribution down the road would allow us to expand our programs and help support even more entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. So the work we do at North Simcoe Community Futures has a direct positive impact on business and the community. By partnering with us, you're helping create jobs, grow businesses, and ensure a sustainable future for North Simcoe. We're here to help our region thrive. Together, we can make a lasting difference. Next slide, please. And that's my presentation. So I'm happy to try and address any questions or anything you'd like to talk about.
Thank you very much. Councillor Major.
Thanks for the presentation. It was really good. And I think the biggest thing for me was when you showed a business that you got going. So it wasn't just speak, speak, speak. It's like, okay, I see it downtown. I know the business. So I think for you guys going ahead, the more you promote the ones you've got going, then it makes it easier for us to understand exactly what you do. Well, job well done.
Thank you. For client confidentiality, obviously I can't disclose, but you would be surprised the number of businesses on King Street and downtown Midland that are current clients of ours. So yeah, great stuff.
Councillor East.
Thank you, through your worship. So your foundation kept my doors open, and I can't thank you enough. I'll speak to it. During COVID, the government was willing to help out restaurants, all sorts of businesses, but there was absolutely no help for sole proprietorships. There was no avenue. I was faced with closing my doors. I couldn't afford to pay my employees during the duration of COVID. And then Lois reached out and she helped me. So the thing is that if it wasn't for you, I can pretty much confidently say that my doors wouldn't be open right now. So that was what, 5-6 years ago that you guys helped me through COVID. I can tell you that the program has also helped other people that I've directed to your way, and I've actually spoken with them, and you've helped them keep their doors open as well. So from the bottom of my heart, I can tell you, it was you and your business that kept my employees fed, my doors open, even to this day. And through your graciousness and your help filling out all the documents, and you know, it was challenging, but you were very patient. You helped me guide me through every single piece of paper that I had to fill out to get that funding to keep my doors open. I can only speak volumes for you. Like if you help my store and the other stores that I've sent your way, and I know that they're grateful, their doors are open because of yours, keep doing what you're doing and keep expanding, because I can tell you right now, I wouldn't have been able to feed my employees during COVID. And I can honestly say that I lost so much sleep when I found out that there was absolutely no option for sole proprietorships when the government was handing out all of that money. So once again, thank you for everything that you've done for our community. Thank you for everything that you've done for all of the small businesses. But personally, from my heart to yours, thank you for building my store and keeping my doors open. It's because of you that I'm still here. And it's because of you that I'm still able to do my charity events like Big Brothers and Big Sisters, all the charity events. It honestly, from that point, you think about COVID, that's when I really ramped up and I was able to give back to the community. If you didn't help me and you didn't help me, I wouldn't be here to help anybody. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Counselor, thank you very much for another success story. I wasn't aware of your journey, but I'm glad, Lois, by the way, recently celebrated 25 years with our organization, right? So it's kind of cool. So thank you very much for the story. I appreciate it. And we're a really relaxed environment. You come in, we try and help you with the business plan, show you what to do. It's not a high stress environment. We bring it to a loan review committee once Lois and I are confident that we have a deal, right? And we actually approved 2 large loans last Tuesday, right? So again, 2 businesses in North Simcoe, right? So the word's getting out there, right? We're here for community outreach and it's working. So thank you very much. Yeah.
A fine testimonial. Get them on your slide deck there. Deputy Mayor.
I've definitely heard of your organization and I know a lot of good things, but I don't know where you're located.
So we're 105 4th Street. So on the way from Midland to Penetang, if you will, or vice versa, right?
Yeah, thank you.
What's the name of the gym where we're at?
Yeah, I know where it is now.
Yeah, we're next door to First for Safety. You might.
Yeah.
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 All right, thanks.
Yep. Thank you. We are in the middle of a rebranding exercise. So our chunky 6-word name is going to be part of the past, but I'll save that for a couple of months down the road when we do the rollout. Much better looking logo and yeah, good times.
Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you too. Kevin, yeah, thank you very much for all that you do, your organization. I know coming from a business family, I grew up around business all my life. So my parents taught me a lot, basically everything. I didn't have to, rely on an organization like yourself. But for someone starting out, I mean, you would be lost, right? So not only the funding, what you have to do, the business plan, there's a multitude of tasks, right? And people just give up so easily, right? So I'm glad that you're there. I'm glad that your organization is having success. I know a lot of people on King Street that have used your services. So I'm just glad it's there and it's going strong. So great.
Great. Thank you, Councillor.
Well, thanks a lot, Kevin. I appreciate you coming in. I think it's a really good symbiotic relationship. We have, you in town, we have the new hub, sort of planting the seeds of entrepreneurial spirit at the innovation hub. And then when they're ready to actually, get out of the basement or, maybe that is their model in the basement, but when it's time for money and the supports that come from your organization, I think we have it all in town here. And the critical thing is it's not just for Midland residents, you're serving all of North Simcoe. So the services are available at Route 93. Again, you're not showing your Midland driver's license or ID to use those services. Our municipality is the local urban hub. We're funding it and we're nurturing it, and everybody in North Simcoe wins. So thank you for everything you're doing, and keep dispensing that federal money. And anybody that's listening, or you might have an idea and you don't want to work for yourself, or you just want to explore what would it be like. It's challenging, but it's also very rewarding, and you don't always make it the first time. And that's why there's organizations like yours to help you make it, better your odds at making it the first time. So thanks a lot.
That's
Kevin.
great. Thanks again for having us. Thank
All
you.
right. Cheers. All right, folks, we've been at this for a bit. Now we're almost at the point for KPMG, but if I could ask for a 8-minute bio break, we'll be back at 9 o'clock. Give everybody a chance to stretch your legs or other things, so we're not doing the cross-legged dance waiting for you to finish. So we'll pause. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we are now at, where are we at? Following my list here, trying to get back on track. We're at number 17, reports and other items withdrawn from the consent agenda. And up first is 17.1 CSR 2025-55 Midland Bay Landing stakeholder engagement feedback. What we heard report from KPMG to present to council, and we've been anxiously awaiting this one all night because it's just awesome to see this process moving along. So take it away. Press the gray button to turn your mic on. Oh yeah, you know what? Sorry. See what happens? We take a break and my mind just wanders. Just before I wanted to kick things off with Steve Farquharson to do just a quick little intro beyond the thing I just did, and then we'll get you on.
Thank you, Worship. So tonight's presentation by KPMG is to go over the public engagement sessions that we had at the arena. We had two in-person sessions, and we had approximately about 150 people come through the doors for that. Over 900 responses to the survey. So I'd just like to thank the public for their engagement in this. It's very clearly recognized, and staff were anticipating this to be to have the public this energized about this type of project. I'd also like to thank staff, in particular Natalie Murdoch. She had some great ideas that we used as part of the engagement session with the public that was very well received. She was greeting people at the front door. So she's been very, behind the scenes, helping us with this project. So I just wanted to make sure that she did get the acknowledgement for her work on this project, because sometimes those staff that do work behind the scenes don't get the recognition that they deserve. So I just want to make sure Natalie did get that recognition. What I'll do is I'll turn it over to Sean, and he can go over the results from the stakeholder engagement, and we can provide that to council and the public, and then we'll outline next steps as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director. So thank you for having us, Your Worship, members of council, members of staff, and especially the residents of the lovely town of Midland. So I'm here tonight. I'm Sean Oakley. I'm Head of Real Estate Advisory Services at KPMG based in Toronto, and I'm here with Vivian Tam tonight. And together we're going to sort of review what we heard from the community. As you know, a key part of this project is defining the project with the community. So we're not just putting a for sale sign on and wondering what we get. We're actually spent a lot of time talking to different stakeholders. As you recall, we had an engagement session with staff where we talked about what can we do with the property. We did something similar with council to define what are the defining principles of what would make a great project. So we spent a lot of time, and tonight we're going to talk about how we work and what we heard from the public. So let's go to slide number 2. So this is really representative of the night you've had. You've got huge passion in the town of Midland for city building, whether it's hospitals or new projects or traffic lights. There's a lot of passion in this community. There's a lot of people that say the community's got to grow, and we're concerned how it grows. And that's why we spend a lot of time with the public engagement to understand what they want to see on the Midland Bay landing site. So as Steve mentioned, we had 2 open house sessions in the community center. The first one, I think Vivian and I went out for a quick sandwich, probably Dino's. And we came back like 15, 20 minutes earlier. And I think talking to staff, we thought, maybe we'll get 15, maybe 30, 40 people come to the session. It's an afternoon. People are working. We show up like 20 minutes before the session. There's a 30, 40 person lineup out the door. And poor Natalie was sort of fighting them back just to try to keep them in check. So tremendous support. So we had, I think the 150 is a very conservative number because not everybody signed in. Some people came with a spouse or one signed in. We also had the online surveys, you recall. We asked a number of questions online where people respond. And to get 900 responses, that you would expect from a much larger community, but it's just indicative of the passion and the support and very positive responses that we get. We also talked to a number of developers that we think could be interested in this project. And we also had a lot of positive support. You know, construction costs are starting to come down. There's more confidence now. We're a couple of years coming out of COVID. There's more confidence in the real estate market. So people are starting to look at new projects again. And the timing of this project, which would be a couple of years out from today, works well with the developer expectation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Vivian, who's going to talk about some of the key findings that we had. And overall, we found it was very positive for the project.
Thanks, Sean. We can go to the next slide. And the next one, great. On the slide here, you see an overview of the responses received on that public survey. Like Sean said, over 900 responses. The survey was open from the end of March until April 18th, so just under a month. And we received responses from, you can see a diverse range of age groups, a good representation across the board. And where residents are from, or where respondents are from, you can see that nearly 70% are full-time Midland residents. We see a chunk of responses from nearby communities, from Penetang, Tay, or Tiny, and then also other respondents, which are composed of folks who work in Midland or are seasonal visitors. We can go to the next slide. So now I'll dive into the summary of what we heard. We break this section up into a few chunks based off of how we did our public engagement. So the first set of findings will be about site components, and then we'll talk about the site design, and then we'll talk about placemaking elements, and finally looking at different precedent examples and how residents responded to those elements.
And if people weren't at the event, what you see with all the stickers was what we asked people to look at was put a green dot where you think you would use something or you think it'd be important to the project. So that's why we have larger versions of those, and they were sort of full size 2 by 3 foot things, and a very popular event for people to put stickers on. So it was very well received.
For site components, we cover 6 different themes, and these were shaped largely by the visioning workshops that we held with council as well as senior staff. On this first page, we talk about water-based recreation, and then I'll also cover summer and winter recreation, community gathering opportunities, commercial and cultural uses, and lastly, residential development. So on this first slide about water-based recreation, you can see that the item or the activity that residents identified as their top choice to include in the future Midland Bay Landing development is swimming. And this is followed closely by kayaking and canoeing. So it really speaks to the importance of access to water and how residents really want to preserve that access and also to ensure that there is safe access. We know at the current state of Midland Bay Landing, there isn't an easy way to enter the water either for swimming or to use any kind of water recreation. Next slide, please. For summer recreation, you can see that walking and biking trails really take the lead here. Over 64% of respondents identified this as their first choice, and this was followed by 21% of respondents selecting splash pads, so playgrounds, as their most preferred amenity. On this point, we understand there's already the existing waterfront trail. We heard from residents that that is important, and also they spoke to opportunities to expand and widen that trail so that it could be more accessible, as well as the importance of maintaining the use of the trail all seasons of the year. And on the next slide, we talk about winter recreation. Popular choices here were ice skating and winter festivals. And it's again to this point, it's important to note that snowshoeing, snowmobiling, cross-country skiing are also popular activities for residents in Midland. And we'll move to the next slide. For community gathering activities, we understand Midland is a very close-knit community that wants to see accessible public space and central gathering space that can accommodate multi-purpose uses. So for locations that but you could host a beer festival or any kind of outdoor concert is important to maintain in the future Midland Bay landing area. From the activities that we had in our survey, 41% of participants identified artisan farmers markets as a desirable feature. We spoke with representatives from downtown Midland today, and they also added to the fact that the residents here really enjoy having things to do outside in the summer season, and the farmers market being a very popular event. So no surprise there. And then 28% followed with concerts as their preferred activity. So having things to do in the evenings as well. On the next slide, I'll cover a bit of what we included in the survey for commercial and cultural uses. For this question, we had a longer list of items to select from, and we asked residents or respondents to select their 5 commercial and cultural uses that they would like to see in the future Midland Bay Landing. You can see at the top of this list are shopping and dining, which is no surprise. We anticipate there being mixed use development as part of the Midland Bay Landing site. So it's good to hear that there would be uptake or willingness from the respondents to visit some of those outlets. This is followed by light industrial space, which could mean breweries, for example, or even workshop spaces, as well as outdoor rental shops, perhaps renting bikes or kayaks, again, to be able to connect with the beautiful Georgian Bay and the local natural amenities that Midland has to offer. On the next slide, we'll talk about residential development.
So I think to date, what we're getting a picture of is a very lively, active place where it sort of becomes a very big draw, not only within Midland, but within the broader area. You know, when they talk about wanting playgrounds and splash pad, what they're really saying is, what can I do with my kids? I want to be able to use the waterfront. You know, you walk down King Street and you see this beautiful water, and how do you access it? How can you swim and, you know, kayak and canoe and all that sort of thing? So we're getting a picture of a very lively place to go for residents. And then this slide talks about, okay, how do you build the whole community? What does the residential bring to it? And it brings 2 things. One, it brings the holistic live, work, play component to it. You know, the residents provide a natural draw, they bring gravity, and they help pay for some of the amenities. That's the part. So what we heard here was there was a lot of support for sort of, you know, the mixed use. I want something at ground floor. I don't want to see necessarily residents at ground floor, but I want what Vivian talked about. I want the ice cream shop. I want a canoe rental place. I want it to be animated on the ground floor. And I think as we've talked before, you know, we want to see a bit of trade-off between, I don't want to see sort of a sea of townhomes and blocked access to the water, but I'd rather see fewer taller buildings to make it work. So it was very positive, especially when we talked to people in person when they didn't really understand what we were trying to achieve here. There was a lot more support. We had a number of sort of sidebar discussions with people saying, oh yeah, I get what you're trying to achieve now. So it was a very positive part to it. Any questions to date, or we'll flip through a couple more slides? So, okay, let's go to the next slide. So this one, Vivian, here we talked about, this was a fun activity. This was Steve's activity. So where we were actually asking people to build a city on a map. So it was a very interesting activity. So where you see all those stickers on the right-hand side, that was people saying, okay, I want to put an ice cream store here, and I want to put residential here, and maybe we could park over here. So it was a very active, detailed city building process. So what were our findings, Vivian?
Yeah, exactly that. So in this activity, respondents were provided with a number of different amenities. So from retail to office space to hotel buildings, residential buildings, so that they could really put things on the map to see where they envisioned different amenities to be, where public public spaces should be, where access to water should be, as well as ensuring there is still connectivity to the downtown. So the image on the left here is illustrative, but you can see kind of some groupings that we saw with preserving gathering space and open space and green space from the west of the site to the waterfront, as well as having room for an event venue and mixed use development towards the water as well. We can go to the next slide. So this slide captures what we found at our placemaking table. At this engagement station, we asked residents the question of what are things that are true to Midland's identity that would make Midland unique and also be a drawing feature for visitors. And some of the inspiration that we had on the table included the giant nickel in Sudbury, as well as the Big Apple. So what could Midland possibly look to recreate to have that draw? With this question, very open-ended discussion with folks at the open house. So we heard about the importance of connection to the Georgian Bay and Lake Huron. We also heard about the importance of Midland Harbor and Midland Bay and the industrial history. We heard about the importance of recognition for the Indigenous history and the Indigenous groups that still live in Midland and the surrounding areas. We talked about the celebration of water. It's very rare for towns to have a beautiful waterfront or a waterfront as beautiful as Midlands, and also still have the opportunity to define what it's going to look like. And lastly, to really be able to tell the story that's very inclusive and integrated to the rich history that Midland has. And to be able to incorporate that as part of the site design. So choosing materials or having motifs that are representative of the shipbuilding, the train, the coal mining history. And in the next slide, so this is the final slide that covers our final station for the open house session. And this was talking about different precedent examples. Counselors and staff will be familiar with some of these examples, which we talked about as part of our visioning session. And you can see visitors also use the green and red dots for this activity as well to talk about what they liked and what they didn't like. And we highlight on the right there some of the favorite features. As I already mentioned, the wide waterfront boardwalks, which we see very prominently in the Halifax waterfront, really stood out, and a lot of people want to see that amenity incorporated in Midland Bay Landing. Talked about trail systems already, as well as captivating restaurants and eateries. Again, on flexible open spaces, having space that we can program, but also leaving green space for when it's not being used. Talked about art and installations to keep the community vibrant and interesting, as well as green roofs was highlighted as a favorite because it speaks to the element of environmental sustainability and how we all want to see opportunities for that included in future development. So that wraps up our what we heard summary. All of these findings will be incorporated as part of our procurement process. So when this opportunity does go out to market, developers have the opportunity to review all of the responses we received in order to incorporate into their vision for the future development.
Yeah, so that's it. So I think there's a lot of alignment with the workshops that we've done to date, you know, talking about the connection to downtown, some of the key features, the water, the access, the residential, the mixed use. So I think we heard a lot of positive echoing of some of the workshops that we'd done previously with staff and council. So we thought it was very positive. And as we spoke to developers, you know, we didn't share this in advance, but some of the common themes that they had were also very positive. So overall, it was a very positive, huge community turnout to get 900 surveys and 150 plus people coming to an open house to, you know, put stickers and put their opinions. And I think also too, they thought it was, you know, credit to executive director and staff, you know, the positive activities that they had to put their ideas on. You know, they enjoyed the stickers and identifying what are the positive features. Not do I want to see it look like Halifax or do I want to see it like Tyndale Green, but what do I like about those features? And so it was a very positive process, and we got lots of positive responses from people saying, I really like the process and the fact that you value our opinion. And once they see the release of the expression of interest, they're going to see their work actively promoted and, you know, within the report. So I think they'll feel that their input was highly valued and formed a key part of what we're asking the development community for.
Fantastic. This one thing it validates is this is what we've been hearing from the community for the past, I'll say 3 years, almost 4 years. And so the appetite hasn't changed. And it's just really validating that an independent process drew this out of the community. So no concrete jungle. So
No.
fair, that's awesome. Councillor Major, to kick us off.
So I want to thank you for your presentation. I was up there in the afternoon and it was pretty impressive. The people come in and they were on a mission. No ands, ifs, or buts. They weren't up there just hanging out. Steve for putting his thing up. But I think the biggest thank you of all has got to go to the residents of Midland, the 900 ones that sent in. And I think there was more than 150 up at the rink that afternoon. But the most important thing is the 150 that did show up weren't just hanging out. Like they were up there, they had a mission, and I think that they pretty well for us, Councilor Meredith and I talked to quite a few people, and it was pretty cool. And the people more or less told us basically kind of gives us a way to steer through this. So the biggest thank you is to the residents of Midland.
Yeah, totally agree. And what we didn't hear is a lot of sort of complaining or negativity, which often happens at these kind of events. It was like holistically very positive and engaging, which is kudos, as you mentioned, Councillor, to the community that they came out to be a positive impact on the process.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the community also. Thank you, KPMG. I know that you answered some tough questions. Thanks, staff. It was, I wasn't sure what I was going to walk into when I walked into at the rec center. The engagement piece was, I thought, really interesting and well thought out. I didn't expect to see stickers and, little, like almost like PEC systems that they have for kids for social studies and I think that was really engaging. The community really appreciated being able to see that landscape and being able to kind of move those tiles around. So I think that was really important. It also amused my kid when my babysitter was sick. So appreciate Mr. Farquharson putting him to work on that table. But I just wanted to say my thanks to everybody. I was kind of joking that the amount of people that came out and responded was almost as many as who voted. So hopefully we get some more voter turnout in the next election, but I appreciate the community's engaged with us on this project and hopefully they'll continue to be engaged.
Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Meredith. She beat you to it.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Would you agree with the statement that the key consistent message was a walkway along the waterfront, a boardwalk of some accessibility that everybody wants to be able to walk the distance of that land?
Through the chair to you, it's I think it was a common theme that people really want the access to the water. Today it's very difficult. That I know there's a depth issue, but people really want to connect to the water. And I think having the boardwalk along it was a very positive common theme. So I would agree that many people like that feature. If I could walk along it and maybe I could drop in to swim or rent a kayak or something, really that water connectivity was probably the number one thing we heard.
Thank you. Look forward to the next report.
Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, and thank you to Sean and Vivian for the presentation, and thank you very much for coming a little bit earlier and meeting with the BIA, our Chair Nicole and our ED Jordana. I had to leave early, but I'm sure that you get some information on what the BIA kind of is envisioning for the connecting the downtown with the Midland Bay Landing. So thank you very much. The one question I do have is, I know with the presentation that you know, you just gave us, and we have all our wants, and I'm sure when we get into the developing stage, or the developer, the RFP, and then they have the information of the soil conditions and so forth, and there's going to be some give and take from not only council but the public on where things can go and cannot go, and our wants versus you know, what is practical and doable. So we have to have those, yes, thank you, those realistic you know, options or things in the back of our head saying, okay, this is a, you know, maybe 70% of what we want, but we also we clearly know we want the East End as you know, an open space, but anyways, I just wanted to because I saw in the drawing some, you know, what the majority of what the public and the public meeting wanted, right? And I just think some of those might not be doable because of the landscape or the soil conditions and so forth. But I'm eagerly awaiting the next stage of this, and I'm sure most of the public is, and you presented in closed, you know, some great information, and I got most of my questions answered in close. So thank you very much for your time, and look forward to hearing on the next stage. Thank you.
All right, well, I mean, as it moves out to that request for expressions of interest, it'll be really interesting to see what the development community at large feels about how they can turn, you know, these wishes and wants of our community and combine that with some kind of economic engine, of course, that's not only a revenue source in perpetuity for the municipality and an attractant year-round, but also serving all of the needs and desires for that open recreational space. How do they intertwine those two sort of competing needs with the, you know, the retail and restaurants and open space? And that's the magic of the development community. Folks just, you know, they just bring their hands waiting for opportunities like this. So I too am excited to see that happen as this progresses through the milestones. But the goal is to, I think with the timing, the request for expressions of interest, sometime July-ish, right? To get those in, shortlist, and then move to the RFP for the shortlisted folks, and then hopefully get some designs back that we can see collectively. You know, well, I guess early in the new year, and with the hope of you know, nailing down and awarding something that we can all agree as a community and council looks like the best path forward sometime mid-July. So it's a pretty aggressive timeline, and one that we're all hoping is doable, and it's really exciting. And again, to Councillor Major's point, we could do this without the community, but that's not the way this council works. So I really want to thank the community and the efforts of our staff and your folks at KPMG for helping get this project back on track and delivering the pause. Well, the pause, I guess we delivered, and the rethink. And this rethink, you know, we called and the community answered. So super happy about that. And I think we're all eagerly awaiting the next update. Is there any other questions from council? All right. Well, thank you so much for your patience tonight. It's been a long row up to this point. I think we're almost going to break into our 10 o'clock motion in a minute to go over time. But we look forward to your next update.
Well, thank you very much for having us. We very much enjoy coming here and working with you through this process. And like you, we're looking forward to that next stage when we release the expression of interest in the next couple of weeks. So we'll talk soon.
All right. And any developers following along that have been, you know, waiting for an opportunity, You won't wait much longer. Get your pencils sharpened and watch for the town press releases. And of course, we do use our procurement platform to release all these things. So I think most people are subscribed to it. If not, get subscribed, contact our town staff, but do watch for our press releases. It's coming soon to a inbox near you.
Thank you very much and good evening to all.
Thank you. And just for folks following along, if you visit our report online on our Civic Web link, you can actually see the slides if you want to peruse these on your own. And with that, I have a motion here to receive this information, moved by Deputy Mayor Prost, seconded by Councillor Major. That staff report CSR 2024-55 Midland Bay Landing Stakeholder Engagement Feedback, What We Heard report dated May 21st, 2025 be received for information. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right, next 17.2. But before we do that, I think we'll might as well get this motion out of the way, right? So we're going to go past 10. So a motion moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Major, that pursuant to section 6.2E of the procedure bylaw 2022-2, council agrees to remain in session past 10 p.m. in order to deal with the remaining items included on the agenda. None of us packed our bunny slippers or jammies, so it's not going to be one of those real late nights, I hope. But all those in favor? Opposed? Our usual? Okay, so Councillor McDonald's not going to be the sole opposed. All right. Anyway, we'll get rocking and rolling here. So the next one, though, is actually a pretty serious matter. 17.2, it's the County of Simcoe Council composition reduction. And so I'll put the motion on the floor here, and then we'll have some discussion on it. I can give you some background, as can the deputy mayor, or if you've followed the news, you likely know it. Get this on the floor. I mean, who wants to move this one? Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Patel. The council of the town of Midland consents to the County of Simcoe bylaw 7119-25 being a bylaw to change the composition of composition of council of the corporation of the County of Simcoe, and that a copy of this resolution be sent to the county clerk. So, you want me to do the summary, or do you want to? Okay, so we've been dealing with governance at the County of Simcoe, trying to find efficiencies, of course, and cost savings that don't impair the way the county operates. Now, for decades, the county has been made up of a mayor and a deputy mayor, or alternates as well when one of us can't attend, for all 60 municipalities. So that's 32 members of county council. The warden is chosen amongst that 32. So it's 32. And so that mayor, in this case, it's Warden Clark, who is also the mayor of Romero Township. He wears two hats. He's mayor, but when he's at county, he's not mayor, he's the warden. So 3 changes, significant changes were tabled, and this happens every term. And they've never passed before. But they did this time. And it wasn't without drama, but they passed. So council composition was one of the issues that had attached to it the weighted vote system, which I can get into if anyone wants to know more about that, and also council compensation. So the weird thing is the compensation actually got passed ahead of the council reduction. So if you follow the news, you know, we collectively county council voted ourselves a raise of about 150%. It was very, very, you know, super old the way the compensation was. We all signed up for it. But we approved a significant pay increase to modernize it all at once, and it phases in over the remaining, you know, year and a half of this term, and is fully mature in the beginning of next term. So it's a significant compensation increase. The expectation was, I think, as part of the debates, is that if we're going to increase our salaries significantly, that we can reduce our size and still get the business done. However, our first attempt to reduce our size down to 16, effectively making county council composition being just mayors, and if the mayor couldn't or wouldn't be the county person, they could designate somebody else. That failed. And it failed on a weighted vote system. So just to understand, we have municipalities of the county that are very different demographic as far as population. And our representative population governance system in Canada says that, for example, Ontario has a whole bunch of seats in the legislature, provincially and federally, far more than a smaller province would. There might be 2 or 3 from out east, and there's like 40 from Ontario because of the population. If we didn't use a weighted vote system, county council could easily be 60 councillors because, large populations, Bradfords and, Aurelias and Barries would no longer send 2 people to county council. They would send 7 or 8 because of the population they have. A small municipality like Romero might send 1. So there'd be this weird mismatch and a huge body to try and make decisions in county. So a couple decades ago, the decision was made to introduce weighted voting. So that way you could have the same number of people around the table, 2 representatives from each of the 16 municipalities. But when they called for a recorded vote, and that's a procedure that the governance approved at the county, when you called for a recorded vote, weighted voting kicked in. Therefore, typically it's 16 votes, right? 1 voice, 1 vote. If it's a recorded vote at county, the weighted kicks in. So we have 5 votes in Midland. 3 are ascribed to me and 2 are ascribed to the deputy mayor. If we shrink the size of county council, which county did approve, and it was approved without weighted voting the last time that we managed to get this through, that would mean that those 5 votes remain, but they're concentrated in 1 person. So I've heard updates from mayors and deputy mayors at other municipalities. So I've been watching their shows to try and figure out how they've been explaining this. And some of them have done a really terrible job at it because they're making it sound like it's a diminished representation at county as far as weighted votes goes. It just means they're concentrated in 1 person. So in cases where, Deputy Mayor Prost and I are not on the same page on things, for example, this issue, right? I don't think anything's changed. Her vote, when it's weighted, would be worth 2. And mine, if I said, yeah, I agree, is 3. So when they do the math, the weighted vote could carry, even though technically the number of hands that went up, if you didn't have weighted voting, would have it fail. Does that make sense? It can be a little confusing to people who don't watch and don't participate at county. So, yes.
Is the weighted vote formula being used if whatever way our council supports or turns down the reduced number? Does like each municipality is only getting 1 vote on it? So if there's 16 municipalities and 9 say no, is that just 9 votes? Or are they using the weighted formula for the county council?
So the weighted formula as it stands in the procedure policy, and this is something we're looking at county right now because we committed to doing that. Anytime there's a recorded vote, the weighted vote kicks in. So if most of our business isn't done by recorded vote, it's all show of hands. So it's majority rules.
I understand that.
So
So Midland, when all of them come back and they've all had their meetings, each municipality is only 1 vote. You're not 5 votes.
Correct. Sorry, I misunderstood where you're going. So these approvals, this triple majority, we're now at stage 3.
Yes.
This triple majority, we each get 1 vote.
1 vote.
However, they are factoring in the population. So
That's where I'm going.
That the population is weighting, right? So weighting does apply because there has to be a majority of councils that represent the majority of the voters in Simcoe County out of the 500,000 people who live here that have to agree to this for the change to happen.
So Midland will have 1 vote plus 1 vote for each additional 5,000 people. So we'll have 3 votes. Whereas New Tecumseh, or let's say West Gillenberry's 42,000 people, their vote will be worth 42, 5, 35. They'll have
No.
8. No?
Under a normal circumstance, yes, that's the way the weighted goes. In this case, it just happens to be that all councils are kind of given the same odds to either pass this or not. But when they factor in those votes from each of the councils, they will also factor in the number of electors in each of those municipalities. So the 3/4 has to be reached on the electors. But to your point, each council's yes or no stands on its own as a yes or no for this one thing. So the real bone of contention didn't seem to be, and I'll let Deputy Mayor speak to her view on this, didn't seem to be the council size reduction. It was the combination of council size reduction and the weighted voting usage for governance issues. Weighted voting for budgetary issues makes sense because the one or two councillors are speaking on behalf of more people. So it would make sense. It's proportional representation. It's like foundational principle of our government, unless we were going to have a 60-person county council. So the issue at question was, could for governance issues like the size of our council, is it appropriate to continue using weighted voting for governance issues? So our procedure bylaw doesn't dictate that weighted voting only applies to this, but not to that. It's if you call a recorded vote, it's weighted voting. That we pledged after we passed the council size reduction. And for a matter of argument, we did it without weighted voting. So enough hands were shown to pass this that's now before you. After some, negotiating, I'll say, we agreed to send the governance committee back to look at our procedure policy to make recommendations that perhaps it's inappropriate to use weighted voting for matters of governance where we all have equal stake in governance, how we govern ourselves. But it would still be appropriate to use weighted voting for finance and other types of votes. So that's something the governance committee is already being tasked with doing. We sent them that job in their meeting and to decide that. But the outcome of that does not impact this question before you tonight. The question before you tonight is that county council, a majority of county council, approved the reduction of its size and is keeping the pay increase that's in effect now and moving into the next term, as well as the appointment of a warden through like an interview process, like the way we hire our CAO. So the warden is not going to be one of the mayors or one of the mayors in the New World Order, okay? They could step down then because it's a full-time job. So they're paying the new warden well, like $1.60, I think, or something. It's like real money. It's not as high as CAOs make, but it's up there. And it's just throwing that out there because that's just the reality. But it's up there. But the idea is it's a full-time job. So if, for example, if Warden Clark, who he told me he's not running again in politics, he's been doing it forever. I'm just going to use him as an example because he's told this to me. Doesn't mean he can't run. But if he chooses not to run, but he wants to be warden in the next term, he would apply for the job to be warden and would be interviewed by the 16-member council. And we would hire the warden for the 4-year term. The mechanics of how that happens, we still haven't sorted that out at county, to be fair, but that's kind of the plan. So but the question that has to circulate, the Municipal Act requires this, is that because we voted at county to reduce our council size, that triggers the triple majority, and that requires each of the 16-member municipalities to either say yes or no, the decision the county made. And they will aggregate those yes or no's, figure out what the population is, and if the majority of them vote yes, then we adopt this finally at county. If we don't hit that threshold, then it fails and it's dead. And county remains 30, that's going to be 32 members with the new seriously high pay increase. That was the primary reason why I could not support keeping the size large and with the pay increase. And there's no appetite to claw back the pay increase. So there's just no way I could justify the bloat in the governments to be that big when I think we could operate as effectively as 60. So that was why, and you can watch my speech, that was at the core of my argument as to why I supported this. As I said, it wasn't unanimous, but there was the majority of county approved this, which is why it's sitting in front of you tonight and they're asking for a decision. There's no way to change this, modify it, amend it, nothing. This is like approve, not approve. But I wanted you to do it with as much context as possible. So I've given you my view on it. And Deputy Mayor is your other representative who, if this is approved next term, if she's Deputy Mayor again, she's not on county council unless I say I'm not going to be on county council and I give it to somebody. So I'm not saying that has anything to do with the rationale. But that's a reality that we need to understand. And in the new world, if any of you are deputy mayor next term, you will not be county councilors under this new thing if the majority of the municipalities in Simcoe County approve this. So there, I think I've rambled on long enough. Is it clear enough for all of you? If there isn't, please ask more questions. Otherwise, I'll pass it over to Deputy Mayor to give her perspective on this.
If I may just clarify. So there is a basis on the population. So it's not, there's 16 of us, 16 municipalities. If 9 say no, but they're all the lowest population, it wouldn't necessarily mean that it's a no. Okay, I'll listen to Beth and then I'll express my opinion. It's convoluted sort of formula, but that's what it is. Can't change it, like you said.
But to be fair, I mean, it depends on the county, on how effective the mayors and the deputy mayors are at convincing their councils that how they voted is the right way to go. But this, just because county passed this to get it to triple majority doesn't, as again, it's not a done deal. It ain't over till the, sings. So that is why it has to, because it's such a fundamental change to the makeup of the county. The municipal act requires that it triggers triple majority, which is why we're back here. The pay increase did not require triple majority, which is why it didn't come here.
Okay, first, I thought that we just had to have 9 municipalities say yes or no, or if we wanted it to stay the same, we would need 9 municipalities to say, leave it as it is. I didn't realize that was going to be a weighted vote as well. But that's okay. So moving on, I'll try to address some of the things because Mayor Gordon hit it all, and I do have differences of opinions and different ideas. First, the increase in pay. I've only been at county a year. I have no idea if I even desire to be there next year, if there's even a spot for a deputy mayor, and if that's whoever that may be. I'm not trying to save a job for anybody. But my understanding, it's $1.50 a year per taxpayer to have council size at 32 as it is right now. And I mean, this is a really hard one because council size and the weighted vote, I think because it's together, approving to reduce council size with the weighted vote and how it is right now, I think it's very dangerous. So you have 16 municipalities going there. And if it was reduced to only one person, and especially now with strong mayor powers, and I'm not saying you or anybody, any other mayors, but it's a big risk. It's a huge risk because the mayors would have power over their own council. They're going to county. I just don't think there's any democracy anymore. There wouldn't be in my mind. I think it's too small. And I mean, you're dealing with a lot as far, I think the county is at $800 million a year budget. I think you need more people so that our community feels secure. And at $1.50 a year per taxpayer, like right per home, I guess that would be, it's not a huge expense. And I believe the county has said they would be hiring other people to do some of the things, right? Some of the committees, and it might not be huge, but there'd be money going out for that. There'd be a higher wage for the warden. So there's money there. So if we're doing the math, like subtract here, add there, subtract, and the compensation, did I already say that? There hasn't been compensation in 20 years. There's like not the COLA, nothing. So it shouldn't have happened that way. Like nobody should say, don't take any raise. Like we should at least, even with our council, it's okay to say we don't want to raise and we don't need to make a lot of money because that's not what this job is about. But to have nothing for 20 years is a big mistake because this is what happens, right? And it looks bad. It does look really bad. And I voted for it because I listened to the people that have been there for 20 years or close, and it makes sense. And it shouldn't have happened that way, but it did, and it's done. And they're kind of caught up. We're still, I believe, only in the 65 or even less percentile of what other like other counties, like what they would make. So we're not at 100% now, like, oh, we're making all this money. It's not like that. It's not that much. But it looks big because it took so long to get there. I don't know. I think it's not broken. So like, why are we fixing something? And like, even like, I know that you've mentioned before, Mayor Gordon, that, Doug Ford wanted us to reduce council sizes. Let's wait till he tells us to do it, and then we'll do it. I feel that it should be exactly how it is from what I've seen in only a year, and I only have a year's experience. I think it works well, and I'd like to keep it that way. And so do like 17 other members on council. So it's not just me. And we all have different of opinions, and I respect all of them. But I am definitely going to continue to vote to not reduce council size. We need to take care of, I think that too many things have to happen. This happened very quickly. They were meeting, do they meet Friday or Monday? We're going to get a report, I believe, Tuesday from the governance committee. So we don't even have that yet. So maybe at that point, I mean, hopefully things can stay the same if we get enough votes from different councils, from the municipalities. And then that comes back to us. That's going to put everything in a different perspective. And, maybe it could come up again either next year or next term. And it's something that can be dealt with. I'm not against the whole thing. I think it was all just too fast, too much, and we really need to consider it. And even more, like I say, with strong mayor powers. I think it's a very dangerous road to go down, and I think we wouldn't be able to reverse anything that we decide in a hurry. That's my stand. Thank you for listening.
Just want to point a clarification that strong mayor powers don't carry over to county. So down here they do, but when I'm a county councillor, they don't. And there is no provision for upper tier municipalities in the province to inherit strong mayor powers, even the warden. So just for clarity. Yeah.
Sorry, no, I didn't mean that. But what I'm saying is the strong mayor powers, and it could be anybody, right? We're talking about the future, like, terms away for 20 forever. You have, okay, even right now, we'll use you as an example. You have strong mayor powers right here. So there's something happening, and you strongly agree or disagree, and you feel that something is different than maybe what your council would want. That's your mindset. So you're one person to go there. So you've already kind of, I mean, if this was something that you wanted so bad and you were allowed to use your mayor powers for this evening, you wouldn't, like, we wouldn't want someone to go there with having that control, whether they use it or not. Like, I'm not saying you're using it, whether someone uses it or not, you don't want to have them have control over their council. And that's the one person that goes to county. I think maybe in the South, maybe it can be used as a weapon. It is being used as a weapon right now at county. And I would hate to see it be, for lack, and believe me, I'm really sorry if this is wrong, but for lack of a better term, an all boys club with a much, much smaller council. And it could be girls too, but I'm just saying that the smaller amount of people. But I do know that that doesn't carry to county. We're counselors, that's it.
Mr. Major?
So I'm not gonna go round and round and round in circles, like enough's enough. I thought this out, I make my decision. I talked to them in Penetang, whatever. So personally, my own personal opinion is keep it at 32. And I'm not coming back to discuss this and keep going in circles. I just hope everyone on council has made up their mind, thought this through. Let's vote and let's get on with the rest of the meeting.
Councillor Ball.
I appreciate your mind's made up. This is, I think, one of the topics we definitely should pause and talk about, as this is a massive issue that I believe, I agree with Beth. I mean, the same conversation we had essentially with reducing our council size. There are a lot of people up here. There's a difference of opinion in most of us. So to have one person representing a council, especially with strong mayor powers. I agree. If there were not strong mayor powers, I think it would be an entirely different conversation. I don't think it would skew the way that I'm thinking about it, but I don't think I think it's a recipe for disaster. It is an erosion of democracy. I agree. I don't think it's anything safe in doing that. County makes a lot of decisions that affect our municipality, affects funding, their connection to the province. Having one person represent an entire community, I don't agree with, because there are bias there, whether you want to admit it or not. We all have biases sitting here, but that's why there's 9 of us. We're fighting for different people. Having one person, I don't think is a great idea. I mean, this is a perfect example. There's 2 people, 2 votes, 2 conflicting opinions. I think that we need that to stay.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. I'm still a little bewildered about how, if not the 9 smallest, even 10 lowest population communities vote against it, it will still move forward. How's that balance? Anyway, I'm not in support of reducing the council size, and the 2 main reasons are the reductions of the community. It would mean less committees, because you only have 16 mayors working. So they're not going to serve on all the committees that are being offered there. Hence, there's not going to be that many opinions coming back. The administration will just have to reduce the number of committees. But the main reason that I don't like this formula, well, many reasons, as I was saying, is the warden is hired. Now, how is that democratic? He's hired. It's like hiring another CAO. He's not elected. One of the mayors that are there might decide to resign and apply for the warden job. Anyone can apply for the job, and you're hired. You're hiring him. And to me, I can't support that. So I'm hoping that it doesn't pass through. I somehow feel the way it's like, if West Willenberry, and who's the next largest one? Innisfil, that's 80, almost, that's 85,000 people. Whereas Midland, Penetang, I'll be very surprised if it doesn't go through, but I do not have this. I will not be supporting the reduction of county council. And like I said, main reason is I think it's not right to have the warden run at large throughout all the county to get the votes. Would make more sense than to hire him.
In response to that, that could still happen. The mechanism of how we're going to deal with the warden has yet to be determined by the governance committee. The fact that there's going to be a full-time warden and the compensation linked to them, that's being decided, or that's being asked of you right now. But the mechanism of how the warden gets the job still hasn't been flushed out. So that, hopefully that gives you a little bit of hope. The second one, on the committee level, I brought forward an option that governance I hope is looking at, that we still have alternates. So right now we have 2 councillors and 1 alternate. Well, in the New World Order, if this passes, we'll have 1 councillor and 1 alternate. So I suggested that, alternate in this case, you're our alternate. You don't get to county very often. You're pretty disconnected from county, and other than quick updates or reading, the correspondence that comes through, you don't really have a role to play down there unless one of us can't make it. I'm suggesting in the New World, we should involve the alternates, and the alternates would be able to serve on the committees. So it wouldn't have to be all on the backs of the mayors, or if it's not the mayor, it could be a councillor. Like, not every mayor may choose to be the person, but that's how it's going to be written initially. So the alternates would then be able to actually participate and be that second voice for the community at the committee level, which actually makes a lot of the recommendations that feed up to county for decision-making. So I thought that was a creative way to not only keep the alternates' feet wet and, you know, like active in county, which is something they're not really right now because they can't participate in committees. And I thought that could be something we do in our procedure policy too. But that's a procedure policy thing, not a triple majority thing. But just for triple majority, I want to use the language from the report. Just, I believe I've, you know, parroted it in the right way, but I want to use the actual language. So that there's 3 steps to triple majority. Step 1 was when we got it passed at county. So the majority of votes on county council in favor, that happened organically without strong, without weighted voting. The second time. A majority of lower tier municipal councils passing resolutions consenting to the bylaw, and this is the part, the lower tier councils consenting to the bylaw represent a majority of all electors in the upper tier municipality. Okay, so I think I phrased it probably a little more eloquently, I'd like to believe, but that's where it's like weighted voting, it's proportional representation. So it's not broken up evenly. You don't slice the pie into, you know, 6 or 9 or 16 equal slices. The slices aren't equal because the population isn't equal, right? That's the whole premise behind it. So that's just to give you some insight into what I'm proposing, and I'll be championing one way or the other, because I believe even if we stay at 32, I want to get the alternates more involved. And the second thing is, you know, about the way that weighted voting or the, you know, indirectly works in this triple majority. So hopefully that helps to some degree. Deputy Mayor?
No, I was just checking to make sure I didn't miss anything. That's a great idea about having the alternate be on committees and do more. But that's not something that's coming. Is that something that's coming back from county? Or is that just that's something you want to tell them or you have and to see if we can go through with something? Okay. It's a great idea.
I floated that to try and, you know, get enough hands up to do this council reduction to get the alternates more involved. I think governance is looking at it. If they're not, I will put a motion on the floor to make it happen because I would like to see the alternates more connected with county, quite frankly, and it makes more sense. Any other discussion on this one? All right, and this is an important one. So, I mean, all votes are important really, but let's do a recorded vote on this one because I think it's just important that people understand it. We don't do weighted voting in Midland. We don't wait. It's one voice, one vote, unless, you know, strong mayor, you know, pulls that, but I'm not planning on doing that. So the motion on the floor is that the council of the town of Midland consents to County of Simcoe bylaw 7119-25 being a bylaw to change the composition of council of the corporation of the county of Simcoe, and that a copy of this resolution be sent to the county clerk. So you're going to vote in the affirmative if you support the reduction, and you're going to vote, you know, negative or no if you don't support the reduction. Okay, so yes is smaller, no is bigger, or the same. So yes, if yes is smaller, no is same. Status quo, no. There's no maybe. All right, take it away, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, you've heard the motion. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor Ball.
No.
Councillor McDonald.
No.
Councillor Patel.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Prost.
No.
Councillor East.
In the spirit of democracy, no.
Councillor Meredith.
Yes.
Councillor Major. Councillor Bald.
No.
And Mayor Gordon.
Yes.
The motion is defeated. 6 against, 3-4.
All righty, we're in number 18. Notices of motion. Anybody got notice of motion? All right. Oh, it may be in here? Is that yours? Okay, no problem. That's not you? Do you remember what yours was about? Oh, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. We actually have two items that were pulled that we have to go speak to before we get to the motions. The first one would be the Wednesday Night Beach Volleyball League request for waiving of rental fees for 2025 season.
That explains why I have those motions in front of me. All right, so spoiler alert, we're talking about volleyball fees. I think there's probably a little Q&A involved in this one. So I'll get a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor, and then we'll get staff to give a little history, just fill in the blanks on this one. And of course, whoever pulled it, feel free to ask away. So moved by Councillor East, seconded by Deputy Mayor Prost. The council receives a request from Christy Presse on behalf of the Wednesday Night Beach Volleyball League dated May 7, 2025 for a waiving of the rental fee for the beach volleyball courts at Little Lake Park for the 2025 season, and that the rental fees for the beach volleyball courts at Little Lake Park be waived for the 2025 season pending completion of the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan, which is imminent. This is becoming a recurring theme. We got this master plan about to go live. So who wants to take the first update? Dana, it's all you, and then I'm sure there'll be some Q&A from council on how we got here.
Thank you. Yeah, this request came to us from our user groups. We've had a long-standing relationship with this user group. They provide in-kind services at the beach volleyball, and it doesn't represent any changes to our service level. So there's not an impact to the operational budget. So staff are in support.
Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I did pull this report. I had it all laid out here. That's what I was going to say, but you know what? It's getting late. I'm hoping that council will support staff's recommendation to you know, push this over to 2025 or 2026 to look at it. The reason why is if you're looking at the fees for the parks and outdoor amenities, you see the significant beach volleyball rental rates of $37 for adults per court per hour, and then I'm not sure there's a minors category in here. I don't think this has been updated or reviewed. I think it just kind of was there, but because when you look down at the tennis and the pickleball courts per court per hour, it's $4. Right? So when you have $4 and $37, there's something wrong here. So I'm not going to waste any more time on it. This is a no-brainer. We have to go back, talk to the user group, talk to our stakeholders, see what's fair. I have spoken to them. They don't, object to paying something, but when you're looking at tennis and pickleball courts, which has more maintenance, you have lines, you have nets, they supply their own nets and so forth. All you have to do really is rake the sand and maybe bring some more sand in from time to time. So the expense isn't really there. So we just have to be in line with our rates and make sure that, we're more observant. And I missed this at budget or prior to budget or just after budget. So anyways, I think it's a no-brainer. Don't want to waste any more time on this. I think we should just, pardon? I shouldn't have pulled it, but I didn't know staff was already looking at this like this. So that's why I'm saying axe the whole thing. Let's move on. Thank you.
So it didn't come with free lunch and a back rub for that money. All right. Councillor Major.
Yeah, I support Councillor Meredith. And the other thing too is next year with the splash pad, like they could be moving somewhere else in the park. So let's just waive it and move on for this summer. Fine with me.
Yeah, splash pad spring 2026 coming to you. All right, Councilor Meredith.
I just don't want to, with the volleyball courts could still be there and the splash pad could be around that vicinity too. So I just don't want anybody listening here about beach volleyball. Oh my God, my courts are going to be gone. So they're still going to be here. I'm sure staff's going to review it all and with some, some changes in the fees. So thank you.
All right. So are we good to call the question? All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All right, Councilor Emeritus, I think this next one's yours too. So I'm going to move this by Councilor Emeritus, seconded by Councilor Ball. The staff report, municipal law enforcement, March 2025 report, May 9, 2025 be received. Questions? Councilor Emeritus.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Thank you. I just want to first say, thank you, the municipal law enforcement manager, Robert Kennedy, for the report. These monthly reports are awesome. Keep them up, keep them coming, because it gives us a very good, I should be looking at my notes because I've written it all out, but it gives us a good, scope of what's going on with bylaw. And I know since you've come in, we're getting these reports and we're well informed. I love the early resolution meeting that you're proposing to get this, people that have tickets that, you can come in and discuss the ticket, give your side of the story, maybe come to a comment on resolution, stay out of the courts, save the community money, save some money for yourself. So kudos on you for bringing that up. I love that idea. So, and I hope it's successful and it carries on. So, the areas of this report that I'd like to discuss further is firstly the outdoor patio program. So with regards to the parking spaces, past discussions we had on this and the conclusions of those discussions, I believe that the patios were not to impede on 3 parking spaces, but limited to a maximum of 2. This was executed last year, but as the patios are starting to pop up this week, there seems to be some discrepancy with, the patios. At least one patio that was brought to my attention, right? So, does the bylaw right now, does it state the parameters of what I just explained, or is there something that we missed? And I know that you were in those discussions about a year ago, I think it was, and you just came on board. So I'm not sure, you probably don't know of those discussions. So so as it states now, I'm sure that because patios have come, across your desk with measurements and so forth, and we see them there, and I've had comments and then other comments of the other patios on King Street. But for this particular impeding on 3 parking spaces versus 2, is there any language in that bylaw that states that? Because we had a full-on discussion about that last year.
Through the chair, short answer is no. The only thing that talks about anything regarding size is within the fees and charges bylaw with the rate. So the standard area is 18.76 square meters, and anybody that wishes to have an outdoor patio can go as high as 37.52 square meters, so long as they obviously pay the extra cost on top of that. But there's nothing in the outdoor patio bylaw or the guideline document that speaks about parking spaces and allocating 2 versus 3.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Mr.
Through your worship, yeah. So in the fees bylaw, when this was altered, the measurement of 18.76 square meters was 1 parking space. So that's where the maximum of the 37.52 comes, because that's 2 parking spaces. So anything above that is not permitted. We will be reviewing the patio program in the fall, because even this size here of 18.76, that's probably above what our minimum standard is for zoning. So we'll have to look at what the size of those spaces actually are in the downtown. But the intent of this was, if you're going to occupy 2 parking spaces, you're to occupy 2 full spaces. not one space and then half of a space, because then you're taking away the parking that's on the other side. So in an essence, yes, there's a patio that does take up essentially three spaces. But they are less than the 37.52. So that is something that when we do review the patio program, we will be closing off, and we'll be ensuring that the limit is only two spaces unless council gives us direction otherwise.
And thank you for that clarification. And I want to also say there's with the patio program, you know, I'm a BIA rep, so we have had members go to the OBIA. We also were at OSAM, and then there are a lot of positives to patios, and I'm not against patios. I believe with a healthy balance for downtown between patios and parking is the best option. It is proven that with patios, you get more traction in your downtown community, and which we want, of course. It's selling that to the downtown businesses is a challenge, right? They're not downtown businesses aren't as engaged with the BIA. We'd like them to come out and see what we're doing, but you know, well, today I get a number of calls on, you know, on King Street by the two new patios between Hemingway's and Zanka, where the bullets are all pushed out, right? So I knew there was probably going to be, you know, I talked to staff, and they're temporary for unloading and unloading purposes, but the perception is that, you know, that's going to be blocked off for the summer. So I think there's 3 full parking spots there that are you know, clearly can be used for parking. So so when we get these changes and, you know, everybody hits the panic button and then we get the calls. So I think Sheldon and Councillor did get some calls as well. So that's why I'm bringing it up. And you know, if possibly if this bylaw comes in the fall and we have the parameters as you just said, right? And there could be a section there where if, you know, a business needs more space or so forth, they could apply a certain, you know, for that space and put notice to your neighbors or across the street or whoever that's saying this is happening. Possibly that could be in the bylaw as well to give that opportunity. Thank you.
Councillor East.
Thank you, through your worship. I did want to speak to this as well. Like, I have a photo here of King Street. That whole section is completely blocked off. Now, I did speak with Rhonda about fixing it, but I have to speak to, okay, I understand the positivity between these programs, okay? But at the same time, those stores downtown have been fighting to stay in business since the Big Dig. And now what we're dealing with is trying to compete with Amazon, which will drop your packages right off to your door. So what we need to be able to do is create convenience, easy shopping for our residents. It's not happening. As much as I appreciate like Megan's store, and I'm sorry to bring out your store, it impedes, the parking spots actually impede over Saturday afternoons. Like, I can see it from the side of my store. To me, it looks like it's taking up 3 spots. Now, just hear me out, okay? If we have 3 spots here, and then we have all of King Street completely gone, and these programs are running right till November, am I right? We're removing the accessibility of easy shopping for everybody. So what we're doing is we're catering to restaurants, which I understand it brings goodness to it as well. But we also have to think about the rest of the stores that are downtown trying to fight to keep their doors open, and never mind keep their doors open, feed our employees. So as much as I appreciate how the program is, when I got this photo of King Street, for instance, I didn't even know what to say to them, because the thing is that you have complete section of King Street completely blocked off till November, and then the opposite side of the street, we've lost tons of parking on that. Now, once again, I appreciate the benefits from these patio programs, and hopefully it will help other businesses, but there's so many businesses that are struggling to keep their doors open that we've just lost parking. On top of that, we have also lost a huge parking lot that was right across from Fresh Flowers. Okay. So the thing is, as much as we really want to navigate and create a walking downtown, the truth is that we also cater to elderly, which need to park right in front of our stores. You add on top of the fact that you have um, residents that park on King Street day and night and that aren't being ticketed. Now we're removing even more parking spots. And what we're removing is easy, convenient shopping. So as much as I appreciate that we need to take care of our restaurants, we also need to take care of the rest of the stores that are fighting to stay in business. So I really think that we really need to, like, I don't think we have time to waste to revisit this in November. I think it needs to be looked at now, especially King Street. And as much as I love your store as well, we really need to look at minimizing it to 2 spots. Because what I don't see is 2 spots right now. And all I see is it hurting businesses.
Councillor Major?
To answer Councillor East, they had the bollards by Hugo south on King Street to unload stuff. They're not there for, I think by tomorrow, it'll be all back to normal. But the only reason, I guess they had incompetent truck drivers that couldn't park to unload, so they had to put the bollards out to unload some stuff for, I think the BIA, right, Councillor Meredith? That's why they had the bollards out, and now they're going back. That's why I'm an investigative reporter.
Councillor Ball?
I'm surprised you didn't get like hurrahs, the bollards are gone, but so I'm kind of shocked to hear people were complaining they were gone, but I just wanted to clarify what Mr. Farquharson said. You were saying that they are not paying per square meter right now, that if they're above that 2 spots, they're paying for the full 3 spots? Because I'm confused by that. Can you clarify that one?
Through your worship. So they're not permitted to exceed 2 spaces. So a patio is not permitted to take up 3 parking spaces. You're limited to the size under the fee bylaw of 37.52 square meters, which equates to 2 parking spaces. So if somebody wanted to go above that 37, they're not allowed. We won't approve it. So the fee bylaw, the applications, that's where it is. It's in the fee bylaw. So it's a $500 application for a patio that's 18.76 square meters. If you want to go above that, it's $26.65 per square meter in addition to that, to a maximum of 37.52. So once you're at 37.52, your patio can't be any bigger than that.
Okay, thank you. I actually think that patios bring people downtown that wouldn't normally go downtown. So I think that it actually helps businesses. I don't know, maybe I'm just a bad parker, but I use the lots in the side streets. I never park out front, but that's probably just because I'm a bad parker. But I think that it benefits people, every business, to have people go down there. I mean, Aurelia closes off their entire street every single Friday for patio programming. I think it's called the patio program. And they have people out, their stores put stuff out, and it's like a very fruitful event, and it keeps their stores in business, I think. So I think I'm on the opposite end of that and would like to encourage more people to do patios. And I know I'm going to get hate mail for saying we should close the streets, but we'll approach that with baby steps.
I just, as we're, one of the, I guess, oddities downtown, and we've come across this a couple times, is that we don't actually have delineated parking spaces anymore. We have this parking strip, but we went and put those black pavers in that look like a parking space to me. Can't see them in the winter, but anyway, so it is a little confusing. That's why I think if I recall the debate, that's why me, or I don't know who brought it up. I think it might have been myself, about let's just deal with this in square meters, right? Rather than calling it a space, because technically they're not spaces, because it's meant to accommodate little car, big honking truck, little car, big honking truck, without all the big gaps between those. But anyway, it's just part of the design, just like the bollards. People love them or hate them. Mr. Farquharson, and then I get Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, so back in March, there was about a 50-minute discussion on this and how to do it, whether it's parking spaces or a measurement, and it came down to the measurement. Just in terms of Councillor East's comment, so we're going to be working very closely with the BIA to come up with the patio program, because it's not just restaurants that utilize the patio. So for example, Hemingway's right now has that, and it's a barber shop. So, we want to try and have these, these patio programs that bring residents, brings tourists downtown. So the idea is that we're going to work with the BIA to revamp the program. So members that are within the BIA limits, we'll encourage you to speak with the BIA, but we're also going to look at the areas that are outside the BIA limits as well to make sure that we have consistency all the way down King Street. We'll work with Mitch and his team to see if there's a way that, we'll measure the spaces to make sure that we've got the correct number in the bylaw and we're charging the correct one. And if we have to have the verbiage in there to say you can't take half a space because it compounds the problem all the way down the street if we had multiple patios that did that. So we've committed to the BIA that we're going to work on that program in the fall. I know you're saying let's do it now, but I think there's an advantage for us to wait, because the BIA's got a lot of good ideas on what they'd like to see with the patio program and the process for approvals, and just so we don't run into an instance where half the road is blocked off because the people who are delivering those easy blocks can't park. So so there's a lot. We have an MOU that's coming forward to council next month from the BIA, hopefully, which will outline the roles or responsibilities between the BIA and the town. So there's a lot of good dialogue that's happening with the BIA, which is we want to make sure that we continue that with the review of this patio program. Rob's brand new to the municipality, so he's going to have his ideas as well for how we can roll this out in the fall. So that's the way I would envision it. So we'd work on the fall, and then next patio season, we would have everything in place, but it would still come back to council. So it's not like we're just going to work with the BIA, get this thing approved, and then that's it. No, we will come back to council for them to give their blessing on this patio program. And hopefully when we do that, it's the BIA and staff coming in presenting it together.
Councillor Patel?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. So I support the patio program. I mean, during budget, I was supporting, giving them a free year to encourage more patios, because I believe having a downtown with patios is better than having a downtown Main Street with cars. So if a business wants to rent 4 parking spots, then that's their prerogative. We should let them. So I'm confident in Mr. Parkinson getting a good deal done. So thank you very much.
Councillor Meredith?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So the BIA has a vision, and Mr. Farquharson spoke. I was bang on working with the BIA and getting this right and so forth. The BIA, when you're talking about closing down streets, right? So that would be great if we had traffic downtown, if we had people downtown, right? So you take these in steps. You will not get them by putting a roadblock up there tomorrow up and down King. That's not going to happen. But you will get them when you start building these patios and building them up, and slowly and hopefully we'll get that traction, right? And then you can have that conversation about, hey, to the membership, what do you think in doing a festival down the street or a patio like Councillor Ball stated in a day that they close down the streets? That's when those conversations will happen, or else you'll decimate small business in downtown Midland. So, and I also want to point out that the patio, the parking doesn't belong to any business, right? So we're offering a balance of parking and patios, and right now, and get some traction. I think this is going to be the first year that we're going to have, I think, 5, possibly 6 patios. I think there's 5 in the works right now. So, and there's some tweaking to do with those, that easy block system, and they're going to be decorated with art and so forth. So it's not going to be, and flowers and plantings. So we'll get this right. We'll get the summer, get through this, and then we'll tweak that bylaw. So you know what, because we're going to have comments from our membership for sure. So, and that's who, we're there for our membership. So I look forward to the summer and our patios, and I look forward to a good conversation in the fall.
All right, so we kind of morphed into a reaffirming and discussion on the patio program, which wasn't really on the agenda, but I can understand how we made this segue. But we're on the right path. We're working with the BIA. If we didn't have a BIA, then it would be up to us to try and debate this and figure it out. But we have a BIA that represents the lion's share of downtown. Arguably, it needs to grow to encompass all of it, but the lion's share of downtown is represented. So we really need to let that relationship with the BIA and their membership and their board work with Steve and this team, come up with a plan so that we're not micromanaging it or fiddling with it. We just come up with the pricing, and which again is subject to, negotiation with the BIA if they think we're out to lunch on our pricing. That becomes a negotiating tactic, but how the program is implemented really needs to, that ownership needs to belong with the BIA and negotiation with the town, which didn't used to happen. It was kind of like BIA independent, town wasn't really connected. That is now meshing, and little road bumps along the way, but I think we're finding like some synergy and it's working well together. So as much as it may pain, you and some other people impacted by this to go through yet another learning year, I think we're on the right trajectory. So yeah, so I think that we're on the right path with the BA and they represent the membership.
Thank you. And I fully support the program. I've never not supported it. I actually enjoy watching Mega Mindfill's customers come over to my store. So I thank you. What I'm just trying to do is level the playing field so that every store has an opportunity to make business. The truth is that we all need to adapt with the new society of competing with Amazon. Restaurants don't have that problem because we walk in and we want food, we order it. What we also have to do is figure out a way to look at and protect our stores. All right. So there's a lot of goodness from it, truthfully, and I hope you're not mad at me because I love you guys. But my job is to keep everybody open for business. And I support it. I don't want it to come off like I don't support it because I truly see the benefits of it. And I thank you for sending your customers across the street. I see it. I love it. I'm just trying to make sure that it's a level playing field so that every business can keep their doors open and we can feed our employees. If we keep slitting their throats by removing the accessibility of easy parking, like Jazz, I'll throw it at you. Let's take a look at your hotels. Let's remove all your parking. You going to make money? No. So, no, it's true. You got nowhere to park, right? We need to be able to bring our customers to our stores. So as a business owner, what I'm saying is my job as a counselor is to keep all of these stores in business and yours as well, right? So I fully support it. I just need everybody to see that there needs to be a balance.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you. No, I understand where you're coming from, Mr. East, but I think your business, like this is my perspective. I'm not trying to take parking spot away from your business or any other business, but if there was a better line of sight to see businesses as people moving through or vehicles moving through, I think those businesses would thrive better. Like you look at Quebec City, right? Like there's no parking on main streets, right? They have patio programs, which are, they go right onto the street. And those businesses actually thrive better than Midland. And that's my reasoning. It's not to take parking away from businesses, but I want businesses to be more successful. And I think this would make businesses more successful when you have better vision as you're entering the town, you're going through the town, or you're walking through the town. So that is my reasoning. It's not to take parking away. We do have ample of parking in, the back lots. If we didn't, then I understand for my, as you're saying for my business, if we didn't have parking, then we would have to purchase parking from somewhere else, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, so I see Tony in the audience, so I'm suspecting we're going to talk about taxis. I'm rubbing my crystal ball here. So Councillor Meredith, you got another point? Are we done talking about the patio program? That really wasn't on the agenda? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I think that was a healthy discussion for the patio program or the patios in general. And thank you again for the report because I wouldn't have had a chance to bring that up. So putting everything in here is a chance for me to bring regretting that. I know it's 10:41 and the Oilers are losing. So, yeah. So anyways, I wanted to get to um, on page 4 of this. If anybody's wondering where this report came from, it came from the CIP dated, I think May 9th, 5th to 9th. So on page 4, there was a report with the taxi licensing. So, which I'd like to discuss. So on the report, there was a non-compliance with regards to licensing with both our taxi companies. And I can understand from your position, Rob, that you've come in and you're cleaning up some of these bylaws. And the one thing I'm not understanding is how does this non-compliance, how does this happen? How two cab companies have been non-compliant for could be a couple of years now. So, and I understand you weren't in your position at this time, but if someone has to pay a fee, does bylaw initiate that, or is there another town department? Is finance responsible for that? Like, who's responsible for that? Because if I'm a business, I mean, there should be some billing going out, right? So, and I read in your report they've been non-compliant, and it kind of seems like, you know, you're bad because you haven't paid, but we need to take some of the blame here because we never billed them. Like, how can you be non-compliant for such a long time? So that's what I'm trying to rationalize this.
So through the chair, under the bylaw for taxis, the onus is on the drivers and the owners to renew their licenses every year. It's not on the municipalities to do that. If they lapse in that, then they become non-compliant. Since I began, I found quite a few deficiencies in how it's been tracked, and how it's been administered so far. And we're working towards getting compliance with both companies. I've been in contact with both. It seems like both are willing to, you know, bring their companies back into compliance. We will be, again, similar to the outdoor patio program, I've committed to both Central and Busy Bee that we are open to meet probably sometime in the fall to go over both the driver bylaw and the taxi cab bylaw. I think it's 2011 bylaw, that one. And going over that because there are some areas in that bylaw that admittedly are a bit cumbersome for drivers. We also have, as indicated in the report, come March next year, the council resolution that was done in 2023 is finished. And I suspect in talking with at least one of the companies, a majority of their vehicles are not going to be compliant with that section. So we now come to a crossroads next year where I can't give them licenses because the vehicles in their fleet don't comply with the bylaw. And now we don't have any taxi companies. So we're going to have to figure something out. So again, I've committed to meeting both companies in the fall to go through the bylaws in detail, getting their ideas and their input, and coming to a resolution with them to hopefully bring something forward to council for the new year, and hopefully, frankly, start from scratch and get this back on track.
Well, that's music to my ears. I love what you're saying, because this is kind of what I've had in mind. Like, why aren't we consulting with them, seeing what, you know, the issues are? Let's work together. Let's find a balance. I love balance. I love working with our community. You know, they provide a great service. I talked to Tony a little bit about this, trying to explain me about the, you know, the driver's fees and you know, you have the vulnerable section check. You have possible fingerprinting. You have all these in-town fees, and some of these are no brainer. Like, doesn't mind paying, but some of the drivers, you know, part-time drivers, he's having a problem of retaining when they have fees piled up. And all these checks and so forth. And I talked to Tony, about the vulnerable, is it the vulnerable section? Is that what it's called? Sector.
Yeah, vulnerable sector check.
Yeah, see back in my spelling, yeah. So the VSC, I guess. And that could be, that's on a yearly thing. And, you know, Tony reiterated to me, like, you know, they know their drivers. Some of these drivers have been there for 27 years, he says. And some of the other ones, you know, if something happens, that he's the first one to know. So, and whether it's, you know, if they get in trouble with the law, then, you know, they're not working for him or so forth, right? So he would know on with these checks. So that's kind of some of the things that need to be discussed with you and see if you could find a balance there without you know, we have safety in mind as well. The cars were another issue of that he pointed out to me that with the used car market now, with you know, it's not like it was 10 years ago. They're expensive. You know, they're shipping down cars to the US. They're hard to find, and with a 5-year window before you have to replace your car, that could be you know, cumbersome to the business model that he's trying to do without raising cap fees, right? So I think he's capped out at $10 right now. So, you know, when you add another $5 on that cab rate, you know, people are struggling to, you know, get to the grocery store or buy groceries, and now they have to struggle to get to the grocery store through cab fare. So there's a lot of issues here, and I'm glad you're willing to have that conversation with both cab companies, and I'm just happy to hear that. So thank you.
Councilor Major.
So I already put my foot in my mouth once tonight, so I'll just leave it at in the fall. If you need Councilor Meredith and I to be with you and the 2 taxi owners, like, we'll be there, but I can't say anymore. That's about it.
Councilor Ball.
Thank you. I would like to see the 8-year change. I think we're talking about cutting off, you know, the businesses' knees where they're like 8 years isn't that much. As long as they're compliant with like regulations, that there's safety, like I feel like that, I don't know why that's even a conversation that's in there right now, part of that bylaw. I would love to see that change. The vulnerable sector check though, I feel like that's a yearly thing for a lot of organizations. So that's kind of standard practice. I appreciate that you know your employees and that I'm sure you know when they're getting in trouble. I mean, Midland's a small place. So I'm sure we're all going to hear about it probably, but I don't know how you're going to get around that one, liability's sake. I'm actually surprised people even qualify for that anymore because they've put some pretty strict regulations on it anyway. So the fact that you do, I mean, great. So like, I don't know about that one, but definitely the 8-year, I think we can probably have that discussion. I hope that everyone's in kind of support of that, seeing a little wiggle room there. So.
All right, maybe I'll cap this off for you, Rob, because I'll be the guy to say it. You know, one of the reasons why he came here and started drinking from a fire hose and have to revamp bylaws that were unenforceable and found that, you know, people didn't have the right authorities and just things were a mess, and the revenues were almost non-existent. You know, quite frankly, is we had to make an HR change here, right? That's why you're here. So there's you know, you're doing cleanup, and I'm getting calls from people about your efforts, not just your personally, but your team's efforts. You know, I got a call from St. Teresa's the other day. You know, people are for years, no enforcement on St. Teresa's property of the fire route. That's where the kids park the teachers' cars after they fix them, do oil changes in the fire route. Well, they all came out to a ticket one day, and they hadn't had one in decades. And they're like, "What the hell's happening?" So they called me about it, and they're like, "Hey, mea culpa. It was in a fire route. I mean, we all knew it was, but no one's ever enforced it. And then, you know, now all of a sudden you are." So they weren't begrudging the fact that they got the ticket so much because they know it's not, you can't argue it. They were parked in the fire route. They didn't know the kids parked them there, but that's where they always did. But it's the fact that, hey, all of a sudden we have this, we go from zero enforcement, which quite frankly was what the town was delivering with previous people, to doing your job enforcement, keeping fire routes clear, ticketing people with expired or no handicap, pass or accessible permits, sorry, in their vehicles, just basic law enforcement 101. And you and your team are doing it now. And so I thank you for that. But it is a bit of blunt force trauma to the members of the community who are used to weak or no enforcement. To the point of, the bylaw exists, the taxi operators ought to have known that their onus is on them to renew. They don't wait till they get chased. It's like paying your mortgage. You don't wait till the bank sends you a bill. You pay your mortgage and your taxes. And if you don't, then you get a notice. Well, we weren't doing the notice. So, but that doesn't negate the obligation on people to be compliant with bylaws that have been in existence for decades. And, we don't hear, Tony, for example, he's not complaining about the fact that he needs to get into compliance. He's just probably just like the poor guys from St. T's, like, holy crap, I just got a slew of orders and tickets that I'm not used to getting in the past. So good on you for doing the job. Sorry that you're, maybe taking it on the chin and you get the lineup of angry people with the ticket clenched in their hands coming into town hall. I know because they make a left-hand turn into my office a lot or calling me about it, but you're doing exactly what we're paying you to do and what the bylaw states. And then the things that are weak or unenforceable, you're discovering those omissions, that some of them are going back a long time and no one ever noticed. You're noticing them. So you're fantastic. I guess, and of course we can't, and I make a point of telling people, listen, we don't direct bylaw, we don't direct building officials. I can't, politicians can't do that by design. But I know that your team does exercise discretion and issues warnings where they believe it's worthy. But you can't do that for everybody because you're, walking around not doing your job. You can't leave a car parked illegally in a fire route and then there's a fire truck that comes for a fire call and then they find out that you didn't do your job, which was tag or tow them. So once we have these conversations with residents who are impacted by, vigorous but legitimate enforcement, I think they all get it. It's just right now, I think we're experiencing the shock and awe of like an actual functional bylaw department that's doing work in the town. So I'll be the guy to say that. And, again, welcome to Midland. Thank you for everything you're doing. Use discretion where you can. I think the guys from St. T's just said, hey, it would have been nice if somebody knocked on the door of the shop or, not that you'd know to, or that how would you know it's a teacher's car and not someone else's? Like I played all these scenarios with people from my background. But where you can continue to exercise discretion if you know it's a new site, if your staff have never gone there to nail people before, maybe just if it's possible, see if they can leave a note on the windshield and just remember that, next day when they come back, all's fair. I don't know. Or don't. Nothing compels you to do that. The people are breaking the law. So it's entirely up to you, but I just want to say that we do get the calls and the emails and we have your back. And, let's just be all fair and reasonable. Just quickly to the taxi 8-year thing, I had the same conversation. I know we did it on email chain. I'll just repeat it publicly. You can have a 2-year-old car that's being driven, nearly nonstop, idling and all the time and being driven. It just drive the snot out of this thing and it's not roadworthy after 2 years. And somebody who's got an 8-year-old car, even though it's a little, not maybe always as buffed and polished, if it's well maintained and is safe, and someone will attest to that yearly, then why would we cut it off arbitrarily a year? It needs to pass the safeties. And but I will admit that there are cars driving around that are held together with tie straps, that look kind of embarrassing, the like hillbilly taxis. And you know what? Maybe that's just the way it is, but it does not look. It's not a great look for the municipality. It doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. But I would like to see there's something where at least there's a standard that the two operators can agree on, and that can be enshrined in our new bylaws. So when operator 3 comes along, they're not feeling like they're being persecuted. Hey, this is the standard that we've set. And then of course the expectation is we enforce that standard. So leave it up to you. I'm wholeheartedly in agreement of vulnerable sector screening. You can't volunteer with young people or vulnerable people without one anywhere. And I know the taxis do a great job at shuttling kids to and from school and vulnerable adults with, different issues that definitely deserve the protection of knowing who's driving them hasn't been convicted of something that would trigger a vulnerable sector fail. So it is a pain getting them. Sometimes it can take a great deal amount of time. And if you happen to flag as being someone on the sex offender registry, even if it's not you, but if you you're a male in a certain range, you might have to go get printed. It kind of is par for the course. So I think as long as there's, constant enforcement and it's equally dished out and, everybody knows what the rules are and you're doing what you're doing, which is staying on top of folks and auditing their work and making sure that they're laying good charges and, dealing with the early resolution program, which is a great idea. And as we get into AMPS, that'll be more important. I just want to reiterate publicly, I have your back on these things and nobody's come to me yet with a ticket that wasn't a good ticket. So carry on. And I know you'll get things right. And I look forward to the discussion when you bring us the updated taxi bylaw and the options for us.
Thank you.
And the patios. That was my long-winded wrap up, but go ahead, Councillor Major.
I'll be a lot faster than that. Rob, you're doing an excellent job. And as for taking a bunch of flack from people, you referee hockey, so you've probably heard a lot more worse stuff on the ice than what anyone's going to tell you. So just carry on and enjoy it.
Are we good? Oh, Councillor Meredith?
Oh, yeah. So just lastly, so we're confident that we can get all this, don't have to amend the bylaw or anything like that. We're confident that we can work on this and bring it back to us so we can, get this right.
Sorry, through the chair, just clarifying which one are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh, the taxi bylaw. Sorry.
We
Yeah.
would be bringing a new bylaw forward for
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Councillor Patel, last word.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for picking up all this slack that was there before you got there. So your name, I call you code enforcer. So take that as a positive. Thank you.
All right. So with that, we'll call the question to receive this report out of the CIP, which spawned all kinds of great discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, carried. We are moving out of committee of the whole at 11 o'clock. I would have lost this bet. Moved by Councillor Reese, seconded by Councillor Patel, that committee of the whole rise and report. All those in favor? Any opposed? It is carried. Oh, no, I forgot something else, didn't I?
Thank
Sor-
you, Your Worship. You forgot the notices of motion and general announcement sections.
As if I forgot general announcements, because I'm always good for a few. I know I'm going to get browbeaten for this because I do have a couple. All right, Sunny, are there any notices of motion that people want to read in for tonight? Councillor McDonald.
My notice of motion was on the agenda and it reads, whereas the Midland Public Library.
That's later. That's the notice for, that's
Oh,
motions for which notice was
oh,
given.
This is a notice of
This is a
motion.
new one. Are you dropping a new one on us?
Not tonight.
Okay, praise the
Yeah,
Lord.
I could drop, well, no, I better not.
Okay, general announcements. Who wants to start? Yeah, we have to get up early, but we're gonna pound through this. We can do it. We got county thing tomorrow, an event. Anyway, announcements. Who's got announcements? Somebody talk while I'm looking for my email. Okay, Councillor Patel, make one up.
It's not made up because last week we attended Make Happy Day. A lot of Midland staff was there and Mike, our IT guy, he was the Hamburglar and he was right into it. So anyways, we raised, I guess, 41,000, but the Cruden family added another 7 and change or 9, whatever. I don't know what it was, to make it 50,000, which was record breaking, which is a good thing to hear. So I want to thank staff and the Cruden family and the council that was there. Thank you.
Amen. It was a great time. Anybody else? I'll pound through mine quick then. So the first cruise ship, the Pearl Mist, first cruise ship of the season, arrives on May 28th. So we're almost there. And the Kids Fishing Derby, to stay with our nautical theme, is Saturday, June 7th from 9 a.m. until noon at the harbor. It's free, no pre-registration required, and for children up to 16. And there's bring your own fishing gear and life jacket. Life jacket is mandatory. All the young anglers will receive a hot dog, juice box, lunch, bait, a prize, and a chance to win one of the many bicycles and helmets. The fire department will be there with Sparky, and we'll have some free face painting at the station. So that's a good old time coming up on June 7th. Public Works Palooza is on Saturday, Saturday, the 24th of May. Yeah, this Saturday. Yeah, May. And that's a big hit with kids. I mean, big kids too, because who doesn't like to see big trucks with hydraulics and squeezy things? And you can go and get your picture taken, do some selfies. But all the cool stuff, street sweepers, plows, all that neat toys, they're all set up at the Sports and Rec Center. So come on out for that. What time does that start? 11 a.m. Very good. I won't be there. Unfortunately, I'm missing it, but I'll be there in spirit. And we are looking for volunteers, community volunteers for Ontario's Best Butter Tart Festival presented by Chapman's, top tier sponsor. The festival is Saturday, June 14th, of course, and the list of opportunities and application form is available on both the buttertartfestival.ca and midland.ca. It's a great opportunity for students to earn some of their community hours, and all volunteers receive a festival t-shirt, a usable water bottle, and a voucher for lunch, and there will be lots of yummy stuff to eat, including butter tarts. And all that information for all of our other summer events, including Canada Day, Tall Ships, Music in the Park, is all on our website now. So please visit that and check out all the cool, amazing things to have your staycation in Midland this summer. Fooey on the US. Stay in Midland, Canada. All right. That's it for my announcements. Anybody else got one? All right, moving along. So now I get to the motion that we already passed. Moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Patel, the committee of the whole rise and report. All those in favor? Any opposed? Still passed. All right, moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Patel. The recommendations of committee of the whole for the meeting of May 21st, 2025 be adopted as resolutions of council. All those in favor? Any opposed? Passed. All right, now we're into motions for which notice was given. We have a few. This one is moved by Councillor McDonald and seconded by, get her on the floor with Councillor Ball. Councillor McDonald, do you want to read it? Or do you want me to? You've heard enough of me, probably. Let her rip.
It's an understatement.
Yes, exactly. Go ahead.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jamie Lee Ball, whereas the Midland Public Library and the town of Midland hosted a successful, I should say, second Hope in Housing and Health Symposium, and whereas this symposium created awareness of services being provided by local agencies and inspired hope. And whereas the Simcoe County unit may be prepared to work with the town and the library on a poverty reduction strategy, awareness strategy, may it be resolved that the staff be directed to establish a committee or in conjunction with the Midland Public Library to prepare a third community information symposium in November of 2025 and provide funding for expenses in the ratio to the previous year's costs. I'm putting forward this motion early so that we can book the time in November and send out, save the date, because we were late doing that the last time, and I would like to get the date saved and then relax and then work on it. There's several members of the community that have volunteered to help us with this. The service providers have been meeting bi-monthly and yes, so we'll set some goals and make that, but I'm hoping to have the support of the council to proceed in setting the date and working on this together.
Okay, so they ask us to reform our little committee that we had last time, same kind of committee with some staff, and try and engage with Midland Public Library and the health unit, and hopefully the county. I think the county's in for the third rendition of our Hope Housing and Health. So
that would get us started.
There's no money, no specific money recommended yet.
Some in kind with the, yeah.
Okay.
No money, no anything. Just start planning and get the date, and then it'll all fall into place.
Very good. Capacity question. We'll look after consent. You'll have to look after capacity. Do we have the capacity for this committee? Last year, this was like, Madam CAO, I think you were gracious enough to volunteer your time, and you distributed it also to a couple staff to help out. Are you confident that with all the stuff we have on the go this year, it's a bananas year, that there's going to be time to commit to this committee so we can have some type of demonstrable outcome from this?
So through your worship, to Councillor McDonald, it, with budget being in December now, the first week of December, November will be quite tight for budget. I guess my ask would be that I reconnect with the county, and believe I will be seeing county members tomorrow, and ask them as well about what they're willing to put forward for this committee. I think the first year we did it, there was a lot of support from the county, and it made it easier to, from a staff perspective, just to get things organized. And we had to pay money last year to have videos done. So I think, so may I suggest that a staff report comes forward on this with some recommendations?
So effectively, this direction to establish a committee is kind of like, if we agree in principle without changing the wording, that's going to come back with what's involved and if there's capacity, and so we can find out a bit more before we actually pull the trigger and commit and pick a date because of budget. Is that kind of what you're saying, Madam CEO?
Through your worship. Yeah, if, I think there are two parts. One is the date, just to look at the date and what we have from a budget perspective, because we know the month before budget, we're ramping up on budget, so it may be best to actually move it forward into October. And then the second would be for us to be able to look at staff to see what staff we have available and what the county is willing to do. Also to work with the library to make sure that they're on board, because we can't direct them to work with us and the public health, but just to see from a timing perspective and staffing and what we have available, and when the library is also thinking of doing this.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I don't think a staff report coming back is necessary. I think that's more work than you need to do. I think approving this, I guess, in principle of like establishing a date, establishing that we're going to do this, just like when we're actually going to do it, who's involved. That's kind of like the semantics of it that I guess we would approve after. We're like, it's just from my understanding, the commitment is that we're going to do it and we're going to look at doing it. So that would just be the motion, is like we're committing to looking at it.
If I may, Mayor Gordon. The purpose, it's, we don't have to establish a committee. There's a lot of work happening in the background now with the service committees meeting. The library, I know, are willing to help us. The county has said they wouldn't be able to give us, from what I understand, as much help as what the first year was done. And I have an email, a lot of support from community members that have run symposiums of or lots of gatherings. So I wouldn't expect the staff to have to be there until we give them specific, we need this put on the website, we need that kind of thing. To actually be there to help plan, I think we should be able to do it and just come forward with minimal requirements from staff. So if we could agree in principle, not necessarily establish committee, but that staff, the council supports the establishing a workforce or a community committee to prepare for a third symposium. Perhaps we just add a community committee there. As I mentioned, the purpose is to get the date, and we can work on that easily enough and then go from there.
Deputy Mayor?
I'm not sure I remember my question, but I think timing seems to be, with the budget being at a different time of year and so much going on, is it something that if council wants to have it again, is it something we could do in the new year? Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be in October or November. If if council would want to still do it again this year. Or, well, it would be the following year, but we would make the decision in 2025, right?
Through your worship to the deputy mayor, I would think in the new year would be, especially at the beginning of the new year or in the January timeframe, would be a little easier. I don't think would be fully into year end, so we would have a little more capacity right before budget does become quite intensive. And knowing that this year we want to get it done in the December timeframe, there is a lot of work in actually both October. Well, I will say quite a lot of work from now going forward, but especially the end of October and November will be quite tight.
Okay, Council Meredith, and then back to Councilor Ball. Okay, Councilor Ball. Very good.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to point out, Counselor McDonald and I know like I'm personally sitting on around 3 of these meetings a month that are involved in the entire community, every service provider, OPP. Counselor McDonald and I are doing that out of our own time, our own schedule. Midland does not sit on any of these. We are the only like organization that does not sit on this. Every other frontline organization, like every single one sits on these meetings. We do not. Like, I think that's a massive issue. I think this is like putting something on the website and giving out some flyers in support of this cause is like probably the least that Midland can do. We should be having a more present role, I think, which we've taken it upon ourselves to do that, but because they're actively meeting like 3 to 5 times a month in the background about all of these issues that fall on us as officials to represent. So I think that we are there when we don't need to be, like when Midland should be able to be stepping up and saying this is an issue and that we are wanting to work collaboratively with these organizations. I think hosting this one event a year is the least we can really do.
Did you remember?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just a quick comment here of what I experienced last year. I think the day session of the symposium was excellent. The night, the Q&A was not what I expected, and I don't think there was, we saw a lot of, heard a lot of personal stories and so forth, but we didn't get any answers from, the panel. So I think that section needs some significant improvement. If I want to be, involved in this, my 2 cents. I also think that, we've been going to AMO since our first year. We, just went to an awesome conference, and the same things we were talking about in year 1, we're still talking about in year 3. And we're talking about supports and mental illness and so forth, but we're not solving anything to do with shelter for the most vulnerable, right? So without shelter, in my opinion, I'm not an expert, but if I'm going to go get some support for mental health and so forth, and right, and then I get that help, one-on-one help, and then where do I go? Back on the street? So how am I improving? How am I going to get better? So we see what Collingwood has done. It's taken 3 years to, with committees and funding and so forth. And Councillor Patel and I were talking about. Deputy Mayor Prost was there, and Councillor Major, yes, was there. So I just think there's issues, there's fun, like, and the county's sitting there, and then we're gonna have a panel, and where are we gonna get to? So, what we need is an influx of cash from, the federal government, the provincial government. Give us cash. We have land. We can get some housing. I'm sure we can do something with it to give them some shelter. Are homeless in most world, to have a place to kind of get back on their feet. So I just think don't get me wrong. I just think we're spinning our wheels. I think what we're trying to do is great. I will support this absolutely, but from the funding has to come like from the province, the county, and get some housing built. These shelters, small little shelters on some of our land that's surplus right now, and we can probably push this through with our planning and so forth. But um, that's just my kind of what I've gathered in those last 3 years that I've been here, and we're talking about the same things, and I don't see the homelessness thing get any traction right now. So in our community, at least. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Councilor Major.
I agree with Councilor Meredith. Like last year at the nighttime session, it just turned into story time. And you guys did all the work, got a whole bunch of specialists up there to answer questions. And it just got into everyone was story time. And they go on for 15 minutes and who cares? Like go up, ask your question, get your answer, and move on. And when I went to Collingwood, I asked the member of parliament because, well, they had committees, they flew around Ontario, they hired consultants, they did this, that. And I said, what I really want is someone, elected official, I don't care from what party, to stand up to a podium and say, here's what we're going to do starting Monday. Not I'm throwing $5 million at it, I'm putting $15 million. Like after a while, your head, you just get tired. Don't bother with the money. Because once they hire consultants and fly around Ontario to have more meetings, more seminars, and I said to them, what can I do when I go back to Midland on Monday? Well, they never give me an answer. It's the same nonsense. So I don't know. We just got to get something going on our own, I guess.
Councilor Ball.
I welcome any of you to join any of these meetings because the conversation isn't stemming on like how we're solving homelessness. They're looking for someone's old cell phone, people to have cell phone plans. They're looking for bus passes. They're looking for extremely simple things that our municipality, from a town perspective, could probably facilitate easier than they could. Like as a council, let's do a phone drive. Let's get old phones. Who has money to do the plans? Like, how can we give them accessible busing? We are responsible for busing. Like, we need to be a part of the conversation and driving this. Like, they're not trying to solve homelessness. They're literally just trying to like get through the day. So I welcome any of you to join any of these committees. They happen all the time. And I think you might be a little bit more aware of like what people are trying to accomplish. I welcome you come.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. Some of the committees that there's with the Simcoe County Health Unit, poverty reduction, food insecurity, drug reduction strategy. I've been attending these meetings. The Community Social Services Committees has happened twice or 3 times now. That's as a result of the second symposium. And they're talking to each other. What I hope to be able to accomplish is that we have a hub. Somebody takes on that challenge and says, well, you meet someone, they don't know where to go to this hub, they'll direct you. Instead of going to 3 different places and getting all different directions. These ideas are coming together. Yes, last year's evening session didn't go as I thought it would either. But some of the the reactions to the people that attended was, I didn't realize that. It did create some empathy. So it wasn't a total waste of time. So I guess I'm just going to go ahead and work with the people that we have. I would love to just have the support that this fall, at one of the meetings, I suggested that we were going to host it again. And I think it might have been the health unit said, is it in October or November? Because last year we had it on the same night. So that's why it's so important to establish a date now. Don't plan on taking a lot of staff time. I think that there's enough willing community people that want to get this established. All I need is your moral support. I'll come back with reports and a feasible agenda and go from there. But if you don't think it's worthwhile, you can, money would be nice, but it's not going to solve all the problems. The community wants to help. They just want to know how. So I've got a binder set up of all the different groups. It was mind-boggling. And then we had the community services 4-year strategic plan that's coming forward. So there's a lot happening, and just ask for your support. I'll come back with a better notice of motion. If we can just say a community committee, I'll be happy with that. And then I'll work with the dates.
Can we establish a community committee without staff involvement? I thought we'd been through it down this road before and we couldn't.
Yeah, so council would have to establish a committee of council in order to move this forward to have community involvement. So I know there are a lot of rules. So, and just to be clear, like, I think staff really, we all want the same thing. I'm not disregarding that. We all want that and to help out. Not to shirk our duties, but I do believe the county owns this. They are the ones that get the money from the province and from the federal government. I think they have an ownership in this, and they have the skill set. They've hired up their staff in that area to, I believe, 7, or they're at full capacity now. So I think they can offer us a lot of support, because in the back end, some of the support, it took a bit of time. Just want to make sure it is done right. But yeah, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but a committee of council does have to be established with a staff member on it in order to have community involvement in the planning of this.
Okay, so a couple of things here. What Councilor Meredith was talking about in Collingwood is called rapid rehousing. And that's again, county looks after this. We have no jurisdiction as lower tier municipality in anything we're talking about tonight. Includes poverty reduction, other than keeping our tax rates low, drug awareness strategy, nothing to do with town of Midland. I hate to say it. We are drinking water, making sure the poo goes down the toilet. We're parks and recreation. We're roads, potholes, plowing the streets, cutting the grass. Like, we have a very narrow lane that our lower tier municipality exists in. And although these social issues exist in our community, that doesn't make us responsible for them as a corporation. And we are not a service delivery provider in any of the things you guys do in your personal lives. So you sit on a situation table. There is no world where the town of Midland employees sit on a situation table. So, but just as an example, these groups are all funded and well-staffed, and they have volunteers, and they have, part-timers and contract folks and full-timers, and this is what they do, and they talk. There's nobody that can convince me these groups are somehow disjointed and we need to come in and connect them. They all talk routinely. They are funded. The last thing they need is us, who have no jurisdiction or authority in any of this, to wade into their business. So, this is what I hear from them. They don't want to tell certain counselors that to their face, because they want to, any help is nice. If you want to sit on your own and go to these things and do it because it's a calling, then do it. Absolutely. But, have council go and scare up old cell phones and commit money, tax money, or our own personal money. Like, who I give to is my business. I don't talk about that on council. But don't make me, as an elected official, somehow now subsidizing these other groups forcibly because I'm like shamed into it because I'm on council. So the reality is 211 is the hub. You want to know what services are available, you call 211. It's heavily funded by the province through the county. We can't recreate that wheel as a lower tier municipality. As much as we may feel there's a need to, it's not our role. It's not what we do as the corporation in town of Midland. I hate to be the bad guy on this. Poverty reduction strategy, only we got is keep our taxes at or below the rate of inflation. That's all we got. If we go any further than that, we're sucking reserves dry, or we're underfunding our municipal service delivery corporation.
Would just like to address that comment.
Well, no, let me finish, and then you can. So the drug awareness strategy, again, nothing to do with us. We're all aware of drugs. They're all over the street. You can look at people shooting up in any alley or any parking lot. Everybody knows don't do drugs. They don't need us to form some committee to say stop using drugs and they might kill you. There are well-funded, missions, volunteer-driven, faith-driven, and provincial and county-driven. That's their role. We can talk about it here, how much it sucks and it's impacting our community, and there's nothing wrong with us talking about it. But it's not in our lane to fix that. We don't get funding or a jurisdiction or authority for any of that. The county of Simcoe is a service provider. They get the money from the province. They actually deliver services and they fund and validate that services are being delivered with that money. And they keep getting more money. It's been incredible. But we don't qualify for rapid rehousing yet. So there's no little encampments sanctioned by the county planned for Midland. The ones that went to Collingwood are because they have a demonstrable metric of seniors that are unhoused. And so they are for seniors there, not just for mumblies off the street. They're for homeless seniors. Aurelia has young people, kids that are in need of rapid rehousing. Therefore, they got the shelters there. If it's hard to imagine as number 3 in Simcoe County, we don't qualify yet for rapid rehousing. And when we do, we will get it. I have no doubt of that. What we do have is a seniors need, which is why the county has offered us, we're still negotiating about moving that water tank, 100 new units of deeply affordable seniors housing on a piece of our land. Where we have jurisdiction in all of this is land use planning. We can donate land, as you saw, you got the same email I circulated with you. Georgia Bay Native Friendship Center is asking for land. Shelter Now is asking for land from us. That's how we play a role in solving this homelessness and this crisis. Not by wading into areas that aren't our expertise, not our jurisdiction, not our funding. And there's nothing wrong with talking about it. I'm not trying to browbeat anybody for caring or bringing this forward. But at some point, someone has to remind us that we got to stay in our lane. We have lots of stuff to do for this municipality that's huge. And we have tons of capital projects and all kinds of work on the go, and these requests for land and changing zoning so that housing can be built, which is really critical, whether it's affordable or not, housing needs to be built. That's all in our jurisdiction, and that's worthy of committees and as much work and effort as we need to make. This is a distraction that feels good, and arguing against it is like asking me to argue against puppies and rainbows. But I'm going to do it because it's the right thing to do. We have no business in the poverty reduction strategy, drug awareness strategy, or hosting anything other than another town hall like we did the first one. The second one was a train wreck. It was it was exactly as Howie described it. I had no time limit. My fault. I was moderating, but we didn't plan for this. We need to change the delivery. If we are going to have a community meeting, people need to feel safe to come in and be critical and bitch and complain about the state of the downtown and drug paraphernalia and the people camped in our parks that are with heavy, aggressive dogs scaring them away and they can't walk on the trails. That's what's happening in our community. And the people that tried to say that last time felt intimidated by all the, quite frankly, bleeding heart stories that we heard over and over again that night. We heard from 2, but I know 4 other people showed up who felt there's no way I'm going up to that mic. So I believe we need to do another symposium. Think we need to do it yearly. I wholeheartedly agree. I think January makes more sense given the burden we put on our staff this year with all the things going on. Let's not rush this, but that symposium should go back to like year 1, where we listen to the community. We tell them with the panel what changes have happened since the last time we met. Have you noticed the difference? Is it getting any better or is it worse? And then let them vent and tell us what ask their questions to the panel, and then they all leave feeling like they've been heard and that there's something actually happening. But the way this motion reads, is not in our lane at all. It's a feel-good thing. I don't mind some symbolism, but this actually commits time and effort for our staff on something that has nothing to do with the mission that the town of Midland, the Corporation of Town of Midland, exists to deliver to our taxpayers, which is why I can't support this. And I feel like a schmuck for saying it, but I need to be the realist and talk about it like this. So I covered a lot of things because I wanted to let everybody else talk first, but some of these things needed to be corrected for the record, that there's things we're doing, there's things we aren't doing, things we can't do, things we shouldn't do. And this is one of the things I think is a thing we shouldn't do. So, Councillor Ball.
Thanks. I just want to, fact check a few of those points. Many councils have adopted poverty reduction strategies at a municipal level. It's about advocacy mostly, which that is our job, to hear our residents, advocate for their needs, which obviously you are already doing at county, so it's symbolic. A lot of the things that have been brought up by organizations to us are symbolic things because we are already doing them. I also think that, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. It's getting pretty late, but municipal bus passes, like you're saying, we don't subsidize. We're not in the business of subsidizing. We literally subsidize like 3 organizations this meeting alone. Like that's not truthful. We can subsidize bus passes for certain organizations. That's just a small example which I brought before. So you were responding to that. So I'm just fact checking that a little. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, that the county needs to take more initiative, the Ontario government needs to take that initiative. I agree, but like we need to advocate for that and hear what the issues that are actually happening and be involved in that conversation. So no, we are not directing people from a Town of Midland Corporation standpoint, but we should be hearing from those organizations and involved in that conversation. And I mean, that was a very offside comment about them not appreciating that. I've never heard that. And I hope that if that were true and that somebody's saying that to you, that you would bring that to me or to Councillor McDonald offline and not in a public forum.
Just to be clear, it wasn't directed to any one counselor. It's just there's numerous times where we've said during our debates over the past 3 cycles now that there's a belief that we somehow need to bring these organizations together and that they don't communicate and don't work together already. That is simply a not factual statement. They do. I know this for a fact. And if your experience is different, then that's your perception. But I can only go by based on what I know. So that's not our job to bring these organizations together. We have to stick to what our job is. And what this is asking us to do is form a committee to deliver on something that has nothing to do with the core deliverables for the corporation in the Town of Midland. We can support them with our community grants program, and we do. And now that's not taxpayer funded anymore. That's from the golf tournament. Drug awareness strategy, why wouldn't we support that symbolically, if nothing else? But working on this as a Town of Midland endorsed thing just to make ourselves feel better or look better to the community, like, hey, we're doing something about something that matters to you, has nothing. It's not what we tax them for. It's not why we sit here. It's not what our staff are paid to do. That's the county. And the county's job, and if they're not delivering to your expectations, we need to keep pressing them for more supports, but we can't make them, which is why we don't have rapid rehousing. Even though I could personally argue, I think we need rapid rehousing trailers, get some of these people off the streets when the shelter's full, but we don't qualify. When we do, then if there's money available, we'll get the rapid rehousing. So my point is, it's not an attack. It's just that there's different perceptions. You're coming at things from a really caring, compassionate place, but there's nothing wrong with it all. That's a net benefit. And it's great that both of you care so deeply to bring this to council. What I'm just saying, not as your mayor, but as just a peer on council, is that this feels really good, but it's not our job. And if we want to have this as a table or somebody do a talk at our next community safety symposium and present this, I would never argue against that. But to spend time and effort and resources from the town and assign council resources to it, which you do on your own time is up to you, doesn't make sense to me because it's not a deliverable of the Town of Midland as a lower tier municipality. That's all. If we were Aurelia, it is. If we're Barrie, it is. But we're a lower tier and it isn't. So that's my only point. So I didn't mean to offend you on that at all.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they don't meet. I just like specifically said that they're meeting on a regular basis. So like I'm well aware that they're meeting, talking to each other. I don't know, like this motion maybe reads more complex than it needs to. I think that it's just like we are supporting what our residents are caring about. What I feel like this issue is the #1 complaint, which yes, we don't have a lot of jurisdiction over that, but we have the ability to listen to our residents and to advocate for what they're asking us for. And this is the obvious forum to do that, where you can get everyone in the room together at the same time. So there isn't a lot of staff time involved other than like putting it on the calendar and like printing some flyers maybe. Like maybe the motion's reading more complex than it needs to be with more allocation for staff time. There isn't a need for that. The health unit, the library, all those organizations are already doing this in the background.
Problem is, if we establish a committee There has to be terms of reference, there has to be staff assigned to it. So if we're not doing a
I
committee,
would like to propose that
Then
I amend the emotion.
let's amend this to something that works.
Yes, that council, that be it resolved that council will support the investigation or the feasibility of hosting a community information symposium in the fall of 2025. And I'll come back with a more thorough plan. Is that too much to amend? I don't want to proceed this if I don't have the support of council. Just say yes or no. Okay? And we'll continue looking into it.
Deputy Mayor?
And I just would like to point out one fact about the poverty reduction. I didn't realize that when we approved the spot, well, one of the reasons why I supported the splash pad, that is dealing with poverty reduction in the sense that that pad can be used by anybody. There's no fee required. There's no uniforms. Anyone can use it. So you're helping clothes, swimsuits, yes. And there's other ways that we can help poverty. It's not our jurisdiction to do specifically something for poverty reduction or drug awareness or food insecurity, but it is our responsibility to help the community feel safer. And we can do that. I can't deliver my messages as well as the mayor, but I will try to bring you back more things that are happening there where we can help, and it's not going to cost us anything. It's awareness. It's a strategic plan. It's happening. We just need to say we're behind it. So, Madam Clerk, can we introduce that amendment and go home after Beth's notice of motion?
I think there may be, I think the date is the issue, because again, we're bottlenecked in that November timeframe because of budget. Is there any appetite to moving that into early New Year?
Can it be in the new year after the budget is finished? But staff, no, I'm only asking because staff is their plates are loaded for the fall. I think it's unfair to push it.
Okay.
I mean, I would support March, which would be like ideal.
So maybe we could just dilute this to that council agrees to host a third installment of the Triple H symposium in the new year. Yeah, within the new year, early in the new year, we can just leave it like that. And that gives staff a chance to talk to the county because they need to be major sponsors of this. And we can also coordinate with the library and the health unit. I think we can accomplish much of what you're trying to do here by making it less prescriptive. So what have you got for an edit? See if that works for. we can always just table this thing and you guys can work, what would be the best path forward? Like, I think we can all agree another symposium is a good thing. It's just how do we get there and when do we do it? So, Councillor McDonald, are you content? This is like, this isn't really diluted. It's really just moving it into the first quarter of next year. It's effectively what you want, except there's no committee. There's just the feasibility of hosting. So I'll read this. I'll read the language on it. Whereas the Midland Public Library in the town of Midland hosted a second open housing health symposium in 2025. And whereas the symposiums create awareness of the services being provided by local agencies and inspire hope. And whereas Simcoe County Health Unit may be prepared to work with the town and the Midland Public Library on a poverty reduction strategy and drug awareness strategy. And now therefore be it resolved that staff investigate the feasibility of hosting a third community information symposium in conjunction with Midland Public Library in the first quarter of 2026. Does that make sense? All right, so moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Ball. Are you still happy with this? You did the first one. You good with it? Okay. All right. So I just called the question on this one because I think we're all aligned that this is a good thing to do. So we'll see in a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? No, there we are. Unanimously carried. Congratulations. You got yourself a new Hope Housing and Health. Triple H. All right. I know I would have lost this bet so bad. Here it is, 11:43. Okay, so I got a motion here moved by Councillor Prost, seconded by, who wants to second this one? Councillor East? And I'll let Councillor Prost read her motion. Let her rip. Oh, here, you want me to read it? Here. Yeah. Here, Councillor Patel can read it. Yeah, just make sure you handle the microphone properly. Like this, no,
How do you
that's the
want me
way
to
he
hold it?
does it, yes.
Hold it at all.
We're getting giddy because it's near midnight. Go ahead.
All right.
only started at
so we
4:30.
have Resolution 2025 dated May 21st, reading the whole thing. So it's moved by Deputy Mayor Prost, seconded by Councillor East. It's already been done. That the council consider the implementation of a public comment section at the beginning of every regular council meeting, and that the staff be directed to prepare a report for council with recommendations respecting the process for implementing this proposed amendment to the town's procedure bylaw 2022-2.
All right, take it away, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, just to further speak to that motion, a report to come back, I'm sorry, I'm really loud. A report to come back this fall. And that's all I'm asking.
All right, so we see this in place in Tiny. It's gone through some changes because they've had to like clamp down on it. But I don't know if that was so much the procedure or the topics, because they got some contentious stuff going on. Oh, this happens in Penetanguishene too, and it does happen in other municipalities. There's plenty of ones where it doesn't happen because it can become a real dumpster fire real quick if it's not managed well. So personally, I'm fine with the report coming back. I think our delegation deputation process works well. I don't think anybody's having trouble communicating to council about their issues. They either come here to talk to us, email us, talk to us at the store. Like there is a million ways to reach this council. Like I think we're super responsive. Providing this open forum, where people can come, we need to decide, much like other municipalities, do they get to talk about only things that are on the agenda, or they can just come and complain about they got a parking ticket they didn't like, or something you passed 2 months ago rubs me the wrong way. Like there'd be rules we have to put in on what people can talk about, how long they can talk. Is it only related to things on the agenda? Do we let them talk about it, the things on the agenda before we debate? Or do we do our debate and then hear from them and then, you know, there's a lot of things that staff will have to look into. So I'm glad you're not looking for a quick report. And it changes our procedure policy, of course, if we go to do this. A lot of these changes, because we are going to revisit our procedure policy, always do in the final year. And the changes we make are, you know, unless we choose not to do this, the changes are for the next term. So I don't know if the expectation is that, you know, we do this in the fall and start actually, if it passes, doing it in January, or we push it to next term. So just wondering if you can give us a little bit of that rationale.
Yeah, I would like to, start it while we're still in this term. There'd have to be a lot of rules, and it would be, you know, you speak for 2 minutes, like maybe we have the first 10 minutes of our meeting, and it can happen. Honestly, if it ends up being a dumpster fire, then we change it. But I think in talking to residents, if they feel that they can come and they feel welcome, to start with, some more might come watch. Not that it's really great, but it is entertaining at times, right? So yeah. I'd like to see that. It's all about bringing the public in and making them feel like they can come in and say something to us or ask a question. It it doesn't it's better than emails and phone calls sometimes. And I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think a lot of people are going to be lining up at the door to have their whole 2 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. I think it's going to be fine, and we can learn from Wasaga Beach, from Penetang, from Tiny. There's lots of things we can learn from, and we can make it really simple. And if it's a dumpster fire, we put it out and it's over. I just would like to see us do something with the community and bring them in here. And I would like it to start probably maybe in January or soon after the report, so that it can happen and I get to see it during this term. Does that kind of sum it up? Thank you.
All right, Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So would this just be, you know, vent out your frustration or tell us how good we are, and then we're not commenting, we're just kind of soaking it in, and if we want to, you know, talk about it with them later through email or phone conversation, that's the whole point of this, right? So limit it to like maybe 2 people per council, 5 minutes at a time, and see you later type thing. Yeah, okay. I can get on board with that. Thank you.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. I would prefer to introduce it when we're reviewing the bylaws entirely instead of council. The staff's pretty busy. I would prefer to do it because I have other suggestions for our procedures of the meetings, and I would like to introduce them all at the same time.
So, Madam Clerk, when were you anticipating before this organically bringing back the procedure policy for council tinkering, as it were?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was probably going to bring it back in the first quarter of 2026. As you know, starting in late summer, fall of this year, we'll be getting ready for elections. It's going to be extremely busy. I have done a little bit of investigating into these public comment sections, and the reactions are mixed. But probably what I would have in my report would be a recommendation that they can only comment on what's on the agenda, because otherwise, other municipalities that have tried the open forum, it's never worked. So it would, but all of these things would be in my report. I could potentially bring a report for the fall if that's council's decision to have this, if you approve it, if you want it included in this year. Typically, as you said, when we make changes to the procedure bylaw, it's for the next term of council. Like if we change the time, if we, it's not fair to do it 3/4 of the way through the term, and then it would be for the new council. But again, I'm at the will of council, and if you decide that you would like a report, I could probably by September bring a report, and if council so chose to implement it right away, we could absolutely do that. It would be your decision, though.
That's all I ask. A report come back, and it's up to council if they want to do something to involve the public or not. So if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. But I tried. Thank you.
All right, so September-ish timeframe is what we'd be expecting if this passes. Any other discussion on it? We'll call the question. Oh, Councillor Meredith. Oh, you're ready to vote? Okay. All right, so call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And it passes. All right, moved by Deputy Mayor Pro, seconded by Councillor East, that the bylaw 2025-32 being a bylaw to adopt the estimates of all amounts required for the current year 2025 and to establish the rates of taxation for the current year 2025 be passed and enacted. Should just call the question, but there may be a question about what the heck this is you're about to get asked to vote on. Is there any questions, or do you understand it? We're just finalizing the tax rate for 2025. We're all good? Okay, very good. We'll always work on getting it lower. All those in favor? Moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that bylaw 2025-33 being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of regular council meeting in closed session held May 21st, still May 21st, 2025, be passed and enacted. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And last but not least, moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor Major, the regular meeting of council, the closed session adjourned at 11:52 p.m. All those in favor? Any opposed? Who wants to stay? Yeah. Oh, it's still carrying. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.